before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates yesterday 5-4 winners in their home opener. They'll play again today against Baltimore at 4:05. It's right here on the Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, get to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, good Saturday morning to you. It is the Going Low show on 93.7 The Fan. Chris Muller, and I believe through the magic of video, our incredible video feed, I am joined by a man on the road there. Joel, can we split it or no, Joel? All right, we got Craig Mankins on the other side of the video feed here. So this is going to be like the mystery man. We are having only a slight video issue in that we cannot split this for some reason this morning, but you just saw him flash up there. If you are watching the YouTube feed of the show or you're watching the show on the Magic of X, the Everything app, formerly known as Twitter, we do have Craig Mankins. He is live at a remote location. Where are you, Craig, on the road?
Carolina.
South Carolina, Hilton Head. And that's the home of what?
Yep.
The signature event that everyone knows after the Masters, which is I think it's the RBC at Harbortown.
Correct.
And
Correct.
we are going to be chatting it up this morning about the event that happens before Harbortown, because everything that matters this time of year in golf, it is not about the Valero Texas Open. It is not. It's not about anything else. It's about what happens next week at Augusta National. But there are things happening at Valero that might matter when it comes to predicting what's going to happen at Augusta. You drove through the night, or almost through the night, to get to where you are, did you not? So you're playing a quick turnaround early morning round here with me.
I did. I drove after the unfortunate funeral of our good friend, Mr. Gary K. Bowser, and the nice thing was I had a lot of things to listen to yesterday. I had the Pirates, home opener, got to listen to 2 basketball games last night, and made the trip really, really quick and easy.
That's not bad. It's kind of like old school. You have a nice little bit of driving accompaniment. Well, you missed too, if you were listening to those games, you missed being able to see Don Staley getting right in Gino Auriemma's face, which I loved.
Oh.
I was a big fan.
I heard all about it.
I'm not a big Gino Auriemma fan. If we're doing this is becoming a bit on the show, our 90 seconds of basketball and a golf show. I'm not a huge Auriemma fan, and she got right in his face, and I think he already has backed down publicly. So it's bad if you're the one trying to start crap, and then by the next morning, you've already said, maybe that wasn't the greatest by me.
What one of the neatest things about that, Chris, is you got to listen to it, and you got to imagine it in your head. And it was funny to listen to the Westwood One announcers, talk about that. And it was really pretty funny, because then I was talking to my mom and dad as I was driving, and then I got to get a little insight of how it looked like. And one of my good friends, Chris Newrohr, I was talking to him, and He said it wasn't a good look on Gino, that's for certain.
It was definitely not. He started it, she finished it, and, man, they kind of put a whooping on Connecticut, which I was surprised by. So we've got, I think I always look at, obviously everything becomes like for golf fans. I think now you're already well into ramping up for the Masters because first round is, 5 days away, if I'm counting correctly. This coming Thursday. Yeah. I've always been a U.S. Open and Open Championship guy only because I love the idea that it's wide open. The idea of somebody could come out of nowhere, qualify, and theoretically, we've had guys, I think, have to qualify and then win the tournament in each of those cases. And I love that open process of it. But the Masters is the Masters, tradition unlike any other, all that stuff, and that's why people love it. And the one thing I think, Craig, that I always do now when I'm thinking about the tournament, I'm doing the Going Low show with you, is I do watch the tournament the week before and try to get the old measure of who's in form and maybe who's got it going and who seems to be playing their best golf heading into the Masters. And Big Bob McIntyre looks like a strong bet because what's the conventional wisdom on this? I don't know if it's changed because technology is so different. Was it always thought of as it's harder for a lefty to win at the Masters or easier because it required draws out of righties? And so if you're a lefty and you can cut the ball, which maybe comes more naturally to people, that it's supposed to be easier for lefties?
Yeah,
that was always the old school wisdom, is that you had to be able to work it right to left to win at Augusta. Now guys just bomb it straight over everything and hit it, 320 yards in the air. But back in the I was watching highlights of 82, Craig Stadler winning it in the playoff over, I think it was Dan Pohl. And they're all hitting persimmon and they're hitting low draws and everything else. But I always remember there being a conventional bit of wisdom about lefties in Augusta.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I haven't really thought about it too much, only because I didn't have a lefty that I really rooted for that much. Now, Mike Weir from Canada, he's a green jacket winner, and he's a lefty, but anymore they're so good. I don't think anything's out of sight for left-handed or right-handed. I don't really think it matters. But you're right. Back in the old days, back when I played, there were definitely courses that, it fits your eye, it fits your type of golf shot that you hit. And if you did hit draws around the golf course, there was a lot of them that were a lot easier for you than other ones. And, the old tradition of playing the Nicholas golf course was, wide fairways, but you better be able to hit that little gentle fade in there because that was Jack's shot. So I don't know. That's a great question. One that really I kind of have to draw a blank on.
So it's funny. The three lefties, Mike Weir, obviously you mentioned, then Phil wins it and does, again, basketball reference, does maybe a 4-inch vertical leap on the 18th green at Augusta to celebrate holding the putt. Oh, yeah. An all-time moment, but we have to make fun of Phil for jumping about as high as like your average 6-year-old can when he celebrated that win. And then the ones that stick out to me just because they're a little more recent, Bubba Watson winning in 2012 and 2014, hitting that insane shot out of the pine straw and hooking it about 35 yards to put himself in position to win. I just look at Bob McIntyre. Maybe the real story here, Craig, is Bob McIntyre, simply put, has something else all those guys had, especially Phil and especially Bubba, I guess you'd say. He's got the game to win. Like, I think that's the real story. Yeah. Lefty or righty, he really is he in the conversation for you as far as best player? Like, I think the two guys at the top of this tournament right now, Valero, Oberg, chasing him at 4 shots back, and they're both done with their second rounds. Those two might be your best to never win a major right now. Like, best with the major being the only thing missing on the resume, right?
Yeah, well, two great young Europeans, correct?
Yeah,
And they're two of the Ryder Cup stars for them. And I tell you what, I mean, and they have that little extra, whether you call it moxie, whatever you want to call it, they have it to win those tournaments. And I think they are definitely two of the top ones. And for whatever reason, the Europeans always tend to do really well at Augusta. I mean,
Jose Maria Olazabal winning it a couple times. Didn't Seve like it because it was a shot maker's course? There was no rough when he was playing it, and he would hate the U.S. Open because he would have to dig it out of the rough, and he was more of an artist out there. And that was definitely, back in those days, like in his day, it was definitely a course for the artists. I don't know if it is anymore.
Well, and you have to remember the biggest thing at Augusta, more than hitting it, whether left-handed, right-handed, hitting it right to left or left to right, you have to be able to putt the ball at the Masters. I mean, that's what they're known for. They're known for those greens. And, the guy who's really rolling that rock the best, it's they're really going to have a chance. And I remember him doing stats, and, you're the best at those stats. But, like, when you look up when Tiger won, Tiger hadn't missed a putt from, I don't know, 6, 7 feet, 10 feet, whatever it might be. And when you can play a golf course like that, regardless of which direction you're hitting it, you're going to score. And that's the whole trick in those professional golf tournaments. You're playing 4 rounds. There's going to be a round you don't hit it great, but you turn, you and I would have a really high score, but these guys, they turn that score from being 3 or 4 over par into 1 or 2 under par because of how good their short game is and how well they're scoring.
Have you,
the golf ball and putting?
Probably a question I could have asked you off the air, Craig, and probably a question I should have just asked you in general. Now, I've never been on the grounds at Augusta. I've never been able to get there even for the practice rounds. Have you actually gone to witness golf there?
No, so we were there in college. We played a tournament in USC Aiken. And we tried to get in and just drive down Magnolia Lane, and it's gated there.
Oh, no.
I drove the van, and
they're going to stop you pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But you can see it on TV. So you have played Oakmont. I've managed to play Oakmont as well.
Yep.
And can you explain to people who maybe are familiar with Oakmont's greens and just the kind of general tilt of the greens and the obvious, blinding speed? Augusta's are a little bit different, though. It's a different kind of challenge, is it not, for putting and even for your approach play?
It is. Oakmont it's really hard to explain, especially with, in today's day and age, all the guys want to play tournament speeds. Oakmont's greens are legitimately tournament speeds all the time. And then all the nooks and crannies on the green, I mean, just take, for instance, number 1. How many times are you playing a long par 4 where you're hitting a shot straight downhill and the green rolls away from you?
Yeah, pitches away front to back.
Yeah, in which, a great shot is right back there if you get it on the back fringe, which Oakmont's fringes are faster than probably 95% of all.
I have played golf courses where where Oakmont's fairways and approaches are faster than the greens. 100% true.
Yes, no question about it. And it's funny, and that's why I tell people, I go, if you get a chance to play Oakmont, you have to play it. And I said, yes, it's going to beat your brains in. But I go, it's just to know that you're walking on hallowed ground with all the other greats that have ever walked Oakmont. And the funny part is, not everybody on the PGA Tour, loves coming to Oakmont.
Shane Lowry didn't last year, but Shane Lowry might just have a problem in general with him not playing well at various courses that he's cussed out. Well, the thing about I was bringing up, though, is at Oakmont, it's a classic battle on a lot of them. It's don't be above the hole. If you're above the hole, you're in very big trouble. But instead of, to use almost the visual, would be like if I, just tilt my hand a certain way and I look at it, I'm like, okay, the green is canted that certain way, and you might have these big sweeping side hill putts, but that's because you're on the side of the hole, right? Augusta, when I look at it, what I can't fathom, and everybody that's ever been there that watches it on TV says, it's the old it's like the old bit about everyone has the same basic premise, but that doesn't make it, or the same basic takeaway if they've ever been there, but it doesn't make it less true. They're like, the hills, you can't believe how hilly the course is and how undulating the greens are. And so the thing I always think is interesting is fast greens aren't just uniform everywhere. You might have them rolling the same speed or very similar, but you've got fast greens at Augusta and you've got all that mounding where if you hit it to the wrong spot, it's going to feed and collect. If you try to putt it, you have a chance of putting it almost off a mound. And I think that's an interesting challenge because that really brings the approach play into the equation.
It does. But what's amazing is there's guys like a lot of great ball strikers have won at Augusta. I mean, and you're right. When you're talking about, how sloped it is, and not just, back to front, again, front to back. If you get a chance, we never used to be able to see all the greens when on TV back in, the 80s.
Yep.
When I grew up as a kid in the 90s. But now they show number 5 is one of the toughest. And not only is it one of the longest holes, but it's one of the most severe greens in which one of my good friends growing up at Indiana Country Club, and he's a USGA rules official. Anytime it's at Oakmont and any of the big events, he's out there marshaling them. John McMurdy told me, he said, Craig, you just can't believe the slope on the greens. And he also used to say, anybody that's ever played Indiana Country Club, hole number 8 is straight up a hill. And hole number 18, he goes, it makes number 8 look like a miniature golf hole compared to number 18 at Augusta, how much up the hill it is.
I also like at Augusta, sorry to jump in. The other thing I like is, and this is like sort of a golf nerd thing, I like that there's still very minimal rough. Obviously, they introduced some rough, but I like that there are still there's a lot of area around the green where the grass is very tightly mown, and you can have a ball miss by a yard and end up 25, 30 yards, and then you got a very awkward shot. Now, I love Oakmont.
Oh, yeah.
I love that I've gotten to play it a couple times. I love how much of a brute it is and a challenge. But that's like emblematic of a lot of courses, and I know that's a U.S. Open only thing. So they're obviously going to have the rough way up because that's what you do. But I kind of like it sometimes when you get these tight mown areas around greens, and it creates these interesting shots where these guys have to think about it. If they miss the green, they might have to hit a bump and run, or they might have to kill it in the middle of a hillside, or am I going to flip this thing way high up in the air because that's my best play? Like as a viewer, I like seeing these guys have to think their way through some of these unusual shots they might have to hit.
No, you're right. And the neat part about that, when you have that, is there might be 3 options. You might be able to throw it straight up in the air. You might be able to play a bump and run, or you might be able to use the old Texas wedge and putt it to where, and a lot of those guys, they're so skilled and so crafty, you probably could make them do all 3 and they'll get them all within the same area. But that is fun to watch as a viewer, and I agree with you. I enjoy watching that. Now the Masters is the same thing. There's some spots like number 9. If you dare miss it short, it rolls way back down the hill. There's a lot of collection areas and some spots you have to be careful. And we'll get to see some great shots like that coming up this weekend.
All right, so we've got I think Augusta on the brain here as we've discussed the tournament in general. Robert McIntyre is leading at Valero right now. Ludwig Åberg is the only name of major consequence. That's maybe a little mean to Tony Finau, who's only 5 off the pace. Åberg is 4 off the pace here at 10 under, and they had to suspend play. I want to kind of handicap the field here, and we can start with these 2 guys when we come back, Craig. I have the odds in front of me. I have who is favored to win this thing. It's a pretty familiar name, but we're gonna kind of dig in here. And we're going to figure out why, kind of make a little case for all these guys, why they might win, what's going to keep them from winning. Bob McIntyre, just outside the OWGR top 10. He's 11th in the world, 2 wins on tour, and 2 top 10s already this year. And we're going to try to figure out if he's got a real chance to be the next lefty to conquer Augusta and who we think because we have to make a prediction, Craig. We're not going to be on the air before this tournament starts. We do have to, by the end of this show, make a prediction. So we'll talk a lot of Masters. The Valero Texas Open's happening right now. Robert McIntyre leads, but all eyes on Augusta next week. And that is where we will dive back in coming up next, giving you our kind of rundown of all the big favorites and maybe who might emerge from the pack to actually collect a green jacket. It's the Going Low Show. He's Craig Mankins on the road. Mulsey here back in studio. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Penguins host the Florida Panthers at BBG Paints Arena on back-to-back days. On Saturday, puck drop begins at 7 o'clock, and then on Sunday, puck drop will be at 3 o'clock. The Penguins have 6 games left to go in the regular season and currently sit in second place in the Metro Division, 3 points ahead of the New York Islanders. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game. This is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, it's the Going Low show. The steady hand of Joel Nelson on the other side of this morning's glass. And I'll tell you what, I'm very excited. Before we dive back into a lot of Masters talk here on our last show before it, Craig Mankins, PGA professional, of course, man on the road down in Hilton Head, South Carolina, and coming to us with the literal birds chirping in the background, which is great natural sound for the business. It's a very golf ambiance kind of situation for him. Before we dive back in, one good thing, Craig, the weather, not just where you are necessarily.
Yeah, I figured it. My phone's blowing up here this morning with all my buddies. They're all heading out to the golf course, so the weather's got to be great up there. What's it like up there, Chris?
Craig, are you ready? Are you ready, my friend, to get a Chris Muller forecast here? Are you ready? You're going to hear this and laugh because there's nothing more Western Pennsylvania than what I am about to tell you. As a matter of fact, Nelly, am I allowed to just do this right now in the show? I'm going to tell you that fan weather right now is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. This is the weather for today. And by the way, Craig, I'm one of the people playing after this show. I am going back home, slinging up the clubs. I am, of course, walking. You know me. I'm a purist. Anytime I can hoof it, I'm going to hoof it. It is 61 degrees right now. Today will be a high of 81. No rain really in the forecast, maybe a sprinkle late. But hold on. Wait a minute. It gets funnier. Tomorrow, the high temperature will be 68. That will be at midnight. It will go down to 39 by the end of the day with heavy rain most of the day, or at least rain very likely. The next day, just remember, 81 for a high today. Monday, it'll be a high of 53 going down to 36. Tuesday, we're going to get all the way down to 28 as a low. Wednesday, a low of 26. We will have a 55-degree swing in the course of 3 days. And then it should be pretty nice, actually, for the rest of the week. But it is a great golf day today, so there are going to be a lot of people out on the courses. And I will be playing myself.
Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I have shout out. My buddies are heading out to some of our loyal listeners are heading out to Latrobe Elks. I got a bunch of guys that are heading out to Willowbrook Country Club. And so they're excited. It's pretty neat. I always know when they're playing and they're listening to us because we get what the one thing they always ask to go, is this show live?
Yes, it's live.
That always cracks me up.
We're doing like we're doing like today even because Nelly has a little graphics issue on our video, and Nelly's even doing like the fade in and out where like we're doing like a mystery box, like two people just jumping in and out of the frame. The video looks good. You look like you're ready to roll and play later on today. I'm playing. I'll be at Moon. I'll be making a return trip to Moon. Here's what I am doing, Craig. I'm playing it normally today as part of a little league I'm in. And then I am preparing myself for a red tee challenge. Are you aware of what that is?
Yeah, you're going to play the forward tees, correct?
And I'm trying to shoot under par. That's the whole point. Not today.
Correct.
Doing that a different day.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the genesis of that? It was that Jack Nicklaus, apparently, when his kids took up the game, he would start them all in the forward tees, boy or girl, and he wouldn't let them move back, the story goes, until they could shoot under par from each tee box, which honestly is great advice for some, maybe not under par, but like if you want your kids to play and adjust well to the game, I feel like that's pretty good advice.
Well,
under par's a little intense. Under par's a little intense, maybe.
Jack was always ahead of his time. I mean, and that's one of the great golfers, if not the greatest of all time. I understand that, because number one, he's setting a goal for his kids, and his kids are going to try to achieve it regardless of what that target score is. But it's a lot easier for them to, shoot that, get the confidence, and then move their way back. I mean, the PGA has done the same thing with, play it forward, and there's nothing wrong. I always laugh when people say, "Oh, this golf course is too easy." We're playing it too short.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. You have to laugh, and you got to take everything with a grain of salt. But, most of these guys, they can't shoot those.
They can't shoot
up there.
Do you know?
Actually, no. Actually, the shorter tees, and I'm sorry there, Chris, but
No.
like the shorter tees where you play, it usually brings the trouble into play a lot faster, where you have to think it's a totally different golf course.
Well, that's what I like about it. I mean, in some holes it might bring the trouble into play, but also if the trouble's like further back, left or right, and it's you hooking the ball or whatever, I think like it can reassure you. Okay, I don't have to hit driver here. I might not snap one. You know what I like about it for people who are like, I think I'm not trying to like make this about me, but I think I'm in a unique spot of a guy who's playing probably his best golf the last like 6 to 8 months or whatever of last golf season, like since mid-July basically and onward. Playing the best golf of my life, handicap's lower than it's ever been. I want to keep getting better. I'm kind of investing in myself to try to get better. The thing I love about the idea of playing the forward tees, if you're a decent player, like maybe you get into single digits, you're going to, if you can hit the ball well, you're going to have more birdie putts. And I think for a lot of people who don't have a lot of them, you get a little wigged out over the ball. Oh, it's a birdie putt. I don't want to mess this up. I don't have many chances at birdies. And one thing I'm hoping I do when I try this in a couple of weeks, have a lot of birdie putts and stop getting so nervous about having birdie putts, if that makes sense. I know as a PGA pro, you've had a ton of them, you've made a ton of them, but for like the average golfer who maybe only has 2 or 3 looks at birdie around, you go out and you maybe have 10 or 11 because you're hitting the ball decently from forward tees. I think that's kind of a different mindset that can create. You can go on attack mode a lot easier.
You can, but you know what the funny part about that is, Chris, is in order to be able to shoot that low round, it boils down to just what we talked about at the Masters. It boils down to your putting, and it boils down to your short game. And it's not necessarily the birdie putts that you have to worry about. It's that 9-foot par putt that's sliding down a slope that you need to make, or it's going to roll away and you're probably going to have a double bogey, or it's that 6-foot bogey putt. You need, any of those stroke savers. And that's probably the biggest advice I can give you is that remember, whether it's a birdie putt, a par putt, a bogey putt, they all count as one stroke. And, that 300-yard drive counts just the same as that 3-foot putt. Now, I know there's a lot of listeners out there that 3-foot putt gets swept up by their buddy and passed to him. But let me tell you,
I think there's one listener in particular. I don't know if he's a listener this morning, but there's one person in particular who might be scooping and sweeping. Take that broom out.
Oh, correct. There is one listener. Yeah, he's got a lot of vowels in his name, too. I don't know if I can say his name, but he's got a lot of vowels.
All right, before we get ourselves into any more trouble, I'll move along here. Going back to Bob McIntyre, he's 11th in the world. I would say he and Oberg, if you go by ranking and probably by reputation, the 2 best players to not have a major yet, to their credit. And obviously Oberg had the players get away from him, which a lot of the players will tell you is the 5th major, or some of them might even privately tell you they'd rather win that than the PGA or something like that. McIntyre's...
Remember? Go ahead. No. Remember last year? Who just missed in the players last year?
JJ Spawn.
That's right.
Because Rory had a great flighted 9-iron, I guess it would have been.
Yeah.
On or flighted it, whatever he hit on 17 and fooled Spawn, and then that pretty much sewed that up. McIntyre's interesting to me for a second here before we go down the list of the favorites. His game, like, Oberg looks like a robot, right? When it's going well, Oberg probably makes it look easier than almost anybody this side of Scotty, including Rory. Like, when Oberg's game is good, when he's got his A game, it looks effortless. I would not say that about Robert McIntyre, would you? He makes it look difficult. He's kind of herky-jerky. He's a lefty. I have to say this. He's got some of the worst outfit fits I've ever seen in my life. Nike is doing him dirt. Nike does him dirty on a weekly basis. It's horrible what they do to the poor guy. And yet, man, he has big-time game. I mean, he's a Scottish player, and you can kind of see that whole idea of understands how to play the ball on the ground, understands how to make shots out of situations. He strikes me as somebody that's going to win one sooner rather than later, even if people kind of look at him and go, is he really that good? He definitely is for me. I've had to come around on him a little bit.
No, when he tends to get it going, I mean, every time it seems like he closes stuff out. I mean, very rarely do you see. I think last year there was a round where he did really good in the first 2 and then he faded. But most of them, he stays up there and he usually gets the job done. Now, it'll be interesting to see. Now, Oberg, Now, I know you're great with those stats. What did he finish last year at the Masters? Wasn't he a first page leaderboard guy?
Ludwig Oberg, when he was in the Masters last year, I want to say he had a triple bogey, if memory serves me correctly.
Yes.
And he ended up at the Masters. Let me check it out for you, make sure I get it right. So he finished third, solo third at the Masters.
That's what I thought.
And he had a triple on 18 to finish his day. He finished bogey and then a triple in the fourth round, and he shot 6 under. And I forget what Rory won it at, but I want to say he might have ended up one shot out of a playoff if he had just kind of handled his business down the stretch there. McIntyre, by the way, you know what he does? He makes a ton of birdies, and he putts the daylights out of the ball, and he also is great in the short game. But yeah, Oberg has had good results lately, obviously, at the Masters. He's a threat, and neither of those guys, though, is the betting favorite. Would you like to really step out on a limb and guess who the betting favorite is for this?
I'm going to say Scotty Scheffler.
4-1, plus 400. Defending champ Rory McIlroy at plus 900. And then there's a couple names in between Rory and Oberg, who's 16-1, who we don't see often because they're on live. John Rahm, plus 900. Bryson, he's 10-1. Either of those two live guys strike you as a big threat this week? Like, obviously, the odds suggest that they are. Can you envision Rahm or Bryson getting it going this week and winning?
You know, the only guy on the live that really, I think, threatens, and it seems like that takes everybody else but Bryson a few rounds to get back into
competitive, like ultra competitive golf.
Yes. Now Bryson always, I don't know what he eats. I don't know what's in his regimen or routine, but he always seems like he's ready to go for everything. I mean, I don't. Rahm, I mean, I know Rahm had that foot issue or something was
something's going on with him, man.
Year.
Something's going on with him in general.
Yeah.
I think he's suffering from the fact that he thought he was going to be the guy that got everyone back together, and it has not happened for him really. And I'm kind of wondering about Rahm. I know that's a stupid thing to say, maybe, because if he gets it going, he is as talented as anybody on the planet. But it just feels like it's been fits and starts for him.
Yeah, it's almost like those guys, you hate to say it, with the Live Tour. It's like they've been playing in the local outing to support a charity for the past X amount of years they've been playing. Right? They have their shorts on. It's like it's not really that serious, right? It's like that one, like when you say a couple guys from the station call me and say, "Hey, Craig, can you get away and come play in the Children's Foundation event?" Where you'd love to go play, but it's really not that serious, right? It's not like, hey, I'm going to go tee it up in the West Penn Open qualifier.
I don't think it helps those guys. They all
tri-state event.
Yeah, they all try to insist that it's the same, and then they've gone back now and gone completely back on. By the way, Ludwig Oberg, I was looking at the wrong number. He tied for 7th at the Masters, so he blew up from third. He would have been like third and been one shot out of a playoff to 7th. My bad there with the +4 in the last 2 holes. But no. To go back to these live guys, I'm fully of the belief, Craig, that like going there has dulled the sharp edge for most of them. Bryson's probably the one guy who it hasn't for whatever reason, but I think for Rahm, it's hard to put yourself back in that cauldron. Like maybe you go for the first 2 days, you get into contention, you get it going on moving day, but then I don't know. There's something about these guys in the final round that seems tough to believe in.
Yeah, look at Brooks Koepka. I mean, the poor guy, he used to roll the putter as good as anybody, and he's really struggling, making those putts. He's even struggling. I watched him, I forget which round it was, but he was struggling even getting them close.
He was putting like a 20 handicapper early on his time back on the tour. He to his credit, he started to putt it a little bit better again. I think it's slowly coming back to him, and I always look at him as a threat. But you're right. I think he was out on the West Coast swing, and he like couldn't. There's a chance there are a couple putts he hit where I would have done a better job. Like that's how bad he was rolling the ball.
I was going to say that. I just didn't want you to think I was taking a shot at you. That I trusted your stroke a little better than Brooks.
Now that
it was a
Craig.
compliment
Now that I'm
to you.
forward,
It's actually a compliment.
Now that I'm forward pressing it, thanks to you, I'll roll it with anybody. I'll get up there. Maybe not Cameron Smith or somebody like that, but I'll roll it against anyone and at least try to get it close.
Yep.
Here's a couple names.
See, and here's here's the funny part about your forward press. You're really not forward pressing it. You just had the handle always too far back. It was pointing back behind your belt buckle. You just got it to where it feels like a forward press for you, and I want you to keep thinking that way because you're going to keep lowering that index, and Josh Roundtree is going to be calling saying, hey, is Muller really shooting these scores? So you just got to keep it up.
You're trying to make it so that I'm better, so that when we play, I'm playing off of like a 4, you're playing off of a 1 or whatever, and you're just absolutely slaughtering me, but that's neither here nor there.
I want you to have to give me a stroke or two.
I have an uncle who I've never beaten in my entire life. He made it to the second round of the U.S. Mid-Am, was a club champ. I think technically now he basically said, before I'm 75, if you don't beat me, you've lost the challenge. And he's like, I won't even play you from the senior tees because you'd have no chance. He's like, I'll go back there with you and see if you have a puncher's shot. Couple names. I think Scotty is probably going to be my pick here when we make one before the end of the show. 2 names I'm watching, and they're right next to each other in the odds list. You ready? Cameron Young, who you want to talk about closing the show in a big way at the Players. He did it, and he's got his caddy reading pretty much all of his putts and just trusting in that, and it's helped his putting a ton. I think he's obviously got the game to do it and the demeanor to do it. And the guy right below him is the one I actually want to talk about. A former champion, Craig. Patrick Reed at 30-1. Yeah. He has kind of battlefielded his way back. He's going to be on the tour again. He went and did it through the DP World Tour. He's just destroying fields early in the year there. He doesn't hit it that great off the tee. He's one of the few guys who I think does still like to work the ball a little bit right to left. Most of these guys fade it. No one really particularly likes him, but he is a great villain. He's got an outrageous short game. And I absolutely think he should be taken seriously as a threat to win this thing.
Yeah, he always has a good lie in the rough, right?
Oh, and bunkers anywhere.
Ooh,
I think he's
that was a low blow.
He's an absolute dog in terms of competitiveness, but also possibly demeanor and behavior on the course. But I think sports tend to be more fun when we've got a big-time villain in there, and he is absolutely a villain.
No, and here's the part about Patrick Reed, as much as and it is great to have a villain. And I like him. I like him when he goes against the Europeans in the Ryder Cup, because he does have that moxie and that it factor. And he does. He is an ultimate competitor. Talking about his golf game, he is always right up in there. That's a great pick. Like if you have a Masters poll where you have to pick X amount of guys, in different categories, Patrick Reed, I think, is a great pick. And, I think Oberg's a great pick for this week because, he's played well this year. And, I think he's got his mind set on those big majors. And I think he has a great opportunity to, punch his ticket on one. He's going to do it sooner than later. There's no question. He's too good. And, a couple other guys I think that are up there. You said Cameron Young is a really good one, but don't forget about the old guy, Justin Rose. Every time you're at the Masters, Justin Rose is up there. And I believe he was was he top 5 finisher
he was in the playoff with Rory last year. Remember, he went crazy down the back.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's right. He and Rory were both in the barn at 11, and then obviously Rory got it done in the playoff. But Rose is interesting, though, because I think he's very much like a 2 true outcomes. In any given tournament, you're not going to see Rose with scraping it around and finishing like T22. He's either going to be in the top 3 or he's going to miss the cut. Like I oddly enough think that he's just basically, it's either going to have it really click in for him in a given week or it's not. And he's still hitting the snot out of the ball, even in his mid-40s. He's hitting it great. But I look at him as somebody that either doesn't even come close or he's going to be on the first page of the leaderboard Sunday afternoon.
Well, think about this. I saw a stat on the Golf Channel the other day. Justin Rose I think he's 20th in FedEx Cup points. And I don't really remember seeing his name at the top of any leaderboard. So that tells you he's there.
Well, he
He's
did
lurking.
annihilate the he did early in the season this year. He did annihilate the field out in the West Coast swing. I want to say at Torrey Pines. He went out and absolutely blitzed the field at the. I'm just making sure I get this one at the Farmers out there. He shot 23 under at the Farmers and like ran away with it. But then so to my point here on him, he got cut at the Amex, won the Farmers by a ton, 37th at the Pebble Beach at Pebble Beach for the Pro-Am, which is a big event, tied 37, cut at the Genesis, cut at Bay Hill, T13 at the Players. He's either going to be right around the top 10 and maybe winning, or he's probably not making the cut.
Yeah, that's interesting because usually I think he's a little more of a, I would think a trusted stick to make the cuts at those places. But hey, at 45 years old to be able to, I mean, he hits it just as far as them. He's got a great health regimen. He stays in shape. I mean, he takes his game really serious. And I know, for whatever reason, those Europeans at the Masters, they're always right there, ready to strike.
Well, I'm going to make you.
I'll be curious to see. I'll be curious to see how. I don't think Scotty's going to get it done this year. I don't.
Well, I'm going to make you make a pick coming back here. You actually get time. You can explain your Scotty position because we do have to take a break. You can hold that thought. There's your radio tease. He's going to tell you, Craig Mankins, why he doesn't think this is Scheffler's year to get it done. He's still the odds-on favorite at the Masters. We will make our official picks for who's going to don the green jacket this year. Coming up next. This is Going Low. You've got the Panther Insider Show with Pat Bostic at the top of the hour. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Baltimore Orioles by a final score of 5-4 at the first game at PNC Park this season. Connor Griffin in his major league debut went 1 for 3, including an RBI double in his first at-bat. Mitch Keller picked up his first victory of the season, striking out 4 over 6 innings. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer, and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just 1 dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Meet iPhone 17e. A whole lot for a lot less. With an almighty, all-powerful A19 chip. And Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this. And this. And a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2x optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits. And double the starting storage of iPhone 16e. And long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio. That's the dream! And it comes with Apple Intelligence. And you can charge it with USB-C. Or with MagSafe accessories. And a whole lot more. All for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at T-Mobile today.
Looking for Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination? Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and enjoy their award-winning course layout and spectacular views. Work on your game at their practice tee or chipping and putting greens. And celebrate your round at Shakespeare's Pub afterward. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away. That's oldstonewall.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA. PGA.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your golf trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $637 on the weekends. Ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
There you go. Good shot.
If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Thanks to tee off.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is the Going Low Show, 93.7 The Fan. Craig Mankins, PGA professional. Chris Muller, decidedly not a PGA professional. Finishing up here, a couple things, Craig, to get to before you tell everyone why you ain't going with Scotty Scheffler in this year's Masters. One of the things I always try to stress to people is obviously the modern game, modern equipment, modern golf ball has kind of necessitated a bunch of changes to Augusta National that they've had to keep pushing it. Very different golf course than it was even 15, 20 years ago. The Augusta National Women's Amateur, the ANWA, as people call it, the final round is today at noon, from noon to 3 on NBC. If you ever wanted to see some shots hit like in the older days, because now I would say the women's game of today, Craig, they're hitting it around a lot of the same distances that guys were hitting it in the 80s on the men's tour and maybe even into the 90s. If you want to see some of the shots that you don't really get to see anymore when the actual Masters is getting played, watch the Augusta National Women's Amateur. I did last year. It's a very good watch. You just get to see a lot of different stuff that you normally wouldn't as far as like type of shots being hit. So if you're not playing today, if you could not grab a tee time and you're not sitting on the waiting as a single waiting to jump on with somebody today, I would recommend that as a good way to spend your time. Also, one other thing, the name Tony Finau we mentioned, I said I was disrespecting him a little bit at Valero because he's only 5 off the pace. He needs to win to get in. Craig, he is on the outside looking in at Augusta right now because of how far he's fallen. Tony Finau's in a win and in situation, as are a couple of guys like Bud Cauley near the top of that leaderboard. So it's McIntyre and Oberg, and they both know they'll be in. But some of these other guys are literally playing for a chance to get to Augusta.
That's interesting because Finau, I mean, it doesn't seem like it was long ago. Remember when he twisted his ankle, something terrible?
Yeah.
At Augusta, wasn't that? Was that on the par 3?
Yeah, he like dislocated it and then popped it right back in. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a heck of an athlete. I mean, there's a guy. Has Tony ever won a major? I don't think he's.
No, he's never won a major. He's got the game, and then it just doesn't. I think you always talk about putting. I know that's because you're an excellent putter, but he just doesn't, I think, putt the ball well enough. He definitely ball strikes well enough to win one, but he doesn't putt it well enough, it seems, especially in those weekends at majors to get one done. But I buried the lead here. Now, you wanted to tell everyone you're not going Scotty Scheffler. What's your I'm interested to hear your reasoning, just vibes or whatever, and then, of course, you can give us your actual pick for the Masters.
Well, tell me this. What just changed in Scotty Scheffler's life?
Another kid, right?
He just yeah, correct. He just had another child. And sometimes, a little bit of lack of sleep, you got to help mom, you got to get up, you got to burp the baby. Sometimes that can throw a guy off, right? And he's a great guy, so I don't doubt that he's doing what he needs to do for his family.
Oh, he's changing diapers.
Yes, correct. In which I just think it throws him off just a little bit. And here's the funny part, a bad week for Scotty at the Masters might be a top 10, but I'm just saying he's thrown off rhythm a little bit. And that first baby you have might sleep really well through the night. But let me tell you something. My daughter, Abby, she used to let out a shrill, oh, man, it would wake me up. I don't know what it was, but good grief, until she was really sleeping. She used to absolutely, she still, to this day, if she does that, I don't know what it is. It's kind of funny.
By the way, Scotty's trending the wrong way. He won his first tournament, the Amex, tied 3 at Waste Management, tied for 4th at Pebble Beach, T12 at Genesis, T24 at Bay Hill, T22 at the Players. So he has trended the wrong direction, I will say that.
Yep. See, and I think Scotty will rebound sometime in the summer. I just don't think it's at the Masters.
Okay.
I think I'm going to take, you said we have to pick. I'm going to go with Oberg. I think he's really fired up from losing that event a few weeks ago where he collapsed.
Started dunking. He found every water hazard at Sawgrass down the stretch.
Yep. But the Masters is a tournament, they say, you really can't go there and win your first time. You just have to learn a lot of the local knowledge. And I think this will be, how many times has he been there, Chris? Is this?
I want to say this will be his third, I believe, for Oberg at the Masters.
Those guys, I mean, it doesn't take them long to figure out how to play those courses. And I would think Oberg is smart enough to talk to his peers, and anything that he hasn't done, he has the knowledge in the back of his head of how to do it. Just like Tiger used to watch the old tapes of the rounds at the Masters to learn how certain putts broke. That little extra can really help. Bring you through in an event like that.
I'll tell you why it's a pretty good pick for Oberg there, if that's what you're going with. And I had kind of forgotten about this. Pick. Yeah, you're going with Oberg, not a bad one. I forgot his actual first time in 2024, he finished second alone. So he was on pace to do something like possibly win it last year until he blew up down the stretch. He's second, 7th, and then... we'll find out what this year holds. I like picking them for tournaments. I'm not picking them for this one. I am going to go chalk here. I'm going to be boring. I do think that this is... It feels like Scotty is... Not that he's getting slept on. Everyone knows he's the best player in the world. I don't think I have to, restate all of that. He hasn't been himself, but he hasn't been very far from it either. And I think with him, the dominance has been so great, probably like nothing we've seen since Tiger, that when it tapers off even for a couple of weeks, I think there's an overcorrection and people say, oh, what's wrong with Scotty, this, that. I just have a feeling that at this course, he's not going to get into too much trouble. He's going to hit it around there, and he's going to hit it close. And the one thing I will say is he needs to figure out the driver, because everyone's saying the approach play is way off, and the real reason for that is the driver has been off, and therefore he hasn't been in position to even hit shots towards the green sometimes. If he gets the driver back in play and figured out, I think he's going to win this tournament. I just think it's probably the one that, of all the majors, it's made it a lab for him to go and win every year if he's playing well. And even though this is not a fun pick, I think Scotty Scheffler is going to do it. I will give you one fun wild card, Patrick Reed. I think we could, if it's not Scotty and you make me pick something off the board, I say Patrick Reed gets green jacket number 2.
Yeah, he was what, 4th place, I think, last year? I was doing my best Chris Muller impersonation. I was looking up, previous past years of who's done well, and I know he was in the top 10.
Yeah, he dunked one last year. He holed out last year. I want to say on 17, late in the round. He finished T12. Maybe I'm looking at. No, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong year. I think that would have been 2024. I think the year that Oberg maybe won it, or maybe had his big year. No, let's see if I'm looking at the right one here. No, he was third. He was third last year. He dunked one on 17 for an Eagle. I was right. Yeah. So no, he shot 69 to close the show there, and was 2 shots out of that playoff.
Gotcha. No, I a wild card for me. I looked at Cam Young. He shot 72-79 last year. I just don't think it's a good golf course for Mr. Young. Right. Not that he'll improve this year. I think he'll make the cut, but I don't see him threatening. It doesn't seem like that's his type of game, right? If you go with another putter, somebody who's going to get really hot putting the golf ball, I think Bryson will be up there. I think he'll do his best to stay in the top 10. If you want to go with someone else, another guy that's always there, and I talk about it usually every show, is Xander Schauffele.
I know. Mr. Excitement.
I know, Mr. Excitement, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's in one of the last 3 groups there on Sunday again, because he seems to be, making his way around the top of that leaderboard. And when they do that, usually they break through. Here's a question for you. What about Colin Morikawa? Is he still hurt, or where did he won that?
I don't trust him because his back, and I don't think the guy can putt. By the way, we got to get out of here quickly. I don't think Morikawa can putt. I'm gonna sprinkle the board with 2 more, and then we will bid farewell today. Jake Knapp and Akshay, both 60-1 shots to win this thing. Jake Knapp putts the daylights out of the ball. Akshay's a lefty who we know can carve it and can do all sorts of stuff. Those are my last 2 sprinkles of the board. Craig, are you playing later today in South Carolina?
We are going to play. We don't know where we're going to play, but we are going to play here a little bit later on. I'll inform you on that next week. How's that?
Sounds good. Hit them straight. Everybody out there, thanks for listening. As always, he's Craig Mankins. He was playing a road game today. If you're getting out to the golf course, hit them straight, play well, and we will talk to you again next week. Halfway through the Masters, we'll be getting you ready for a big weekend, because it always is one, at Augusta National. Panther Insider Show with Pat Bostic is next. Thank you to Joel Nelson on the other side. We'll talk to you again next week, 7 o'clock Saturday morning on the Going Low Show here on The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health question.
Step onto history at Omni Bedford Springs Resort and Spa, home to the legendary Old Course, ranked #1 in Pennsylvania by Golf Week 3 years running. This timeless course blends championship play with breathtaking scenery. This season, don't miss the Generation Cup on July 12th, a family tournament where parents, kids, and grandparents team up for a chance to qualify for the 2027 National Championship. Enjoy themed play days like Donald Ross Days, Tillinghast Twilight, and Spencer Oldham Sundays. And be sure to inquire about special Women's Golf Day events happening this May.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
When you see a Gravely mowing the grass, you're looking at over 100 years of ingenuity in action. You're seeing a rugged, durable machine professional lawn service companies have relied on for generations. Or maybe you see a homeowner who demands the best, cutting their own lawn like the pros, whether mowing or on a trailer between jobs. When you see a Gravely, you're seeing greatness at work. Take your lawn mowing up a notch with a Gravely. See the full line at your local dealer.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best two fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see ball flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Our Orioles by a final score of 5-4 at the first game at PNC Park this season. Connor Griffin in his major league debut went 1 for 3, including an RBI double in his first at-bat. Mitch Keller picked up his first victory of the season, striking out 4 over 6 innings. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about. It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It is the Panther Insider Show, and I'm Pat Bostic here with you every Saturday from 8 to 9 on the flagship, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And we are proudly here this Easter weekend. Joel Nelson behind the glass, rudely interrupted by Charlie Borges, which I think you dumped it, Joel, in the with the fan headlines. Charlie pre-recorded Joel live here in person. I can see him and deftly executes the fan headlines. You'll hear from him throughout the hour. And it's a busy weekend. There's a lot to get into today, a lot to discuss throughout the course of the show. Pitt baseball with a big weekend. The transfer portal for Pitt hoops, both women's and men's, opens up this week. The women, the national title game will be on Sunday. Obviously, we saw what happened yesterday, both during and post-game between South Carolina and UConn, between Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley. Words exchanged. South Carolina handing UConn its first and last loss of the season. UConn undefeated up until that point, losing in the national semifinal, and it will be South Carolina that advances to the title game, and they'll take on UCLA, kind of an upstart UCLA squad that defeated Texas last night as well in that last four semifinal category. On the men's side, we've got the semifinal games tonight, UConn, Illinois, and obviously we have the big one, the two best teams probably left in the college basketball tournament, Michigan and Arizona. The winners will face on Monday in the national championship game on the men's side. So again, the transfer portal opens following the title game. So for the women, it'll open up on Monday. For the men, it'll open up on Tuesday. A lot to discuss relative to Pitt on that front with transfer portal season. We'll jump into that. Pitt football, we'll head into spring ball. Their final week of spring ball, that is, with the spring game. Again, no public attendance at the spring game this year. That'll be next Saturday, April 11th at Acrisure Stadium. Limited attendance, family, friends, so forth. We'll have coverage for you here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, so you'll be able to get some details. You've seen some videos come out. I had a good sit-down with Mason Heichel that aired on X and on Instagram yesterday, and there'll be more to come on that front. Doran Dickerson, my partner on the broadcast, along with Bill Hillgrove, Larry Richard. Doran sat down with Mike Stacchiotti, Pitt strength and conditioning coach as well. Great sit-downs. You can find them on the Pitt football page on X. That's at Pitt_FB. And then we've got some general college sports stuff to discuss with the NCAA tournament reportedly going to 76 teams. So we'll dive into that. We'll dive into the president's executive order to save college sports and some of the highlights from that executive order that have been posted on the White House website, and talk about the plausibility of those principles being carried out, what it does for college sports, what it would do in trying to return some normalcy to what has been a bit of chaos in college sports over the past, let's call it 4 to 5 years. And we'll take your call, most importantly. Open up those phone lines, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Anything you want to talk about today, we can get into the college basketball tournament. We can talk the executive order or the expansion of the NCAA tournament. Do you guys like that? Don't you like that? Why? Why not? You want to talk Pitt hoops and the transfer portal opening? We've heard of some departures, one in particular, very surprising departure. Again, not official yet because the portal has not opened, but a lot of announcements, a lot of riffraff taking place. And of course, we can talk some Pitt football as there's been a ton of coverage. We've talked a lot about that on this program. But before we get into the sports, I want to do my part here. I was on the road last week with the family down in Bradenton. So we went down there for a week following spring training, which is a bit of a bummer. It's great to be down there. The weather was perfect. I got a chance to play golf a couple times. A shout out to Dennis and David McCamish for hosting us at Bradenton Country Club. And my buddy Brad Arilla is a member at a place called Saletta, which is phenomenal as well. But had the family down there, a lot of pool, a lot of beach time, was great. But obviously heard of and want to comment on the passing of Gary Bowser Sr., who passed away on Saturday, March 28th. I know the folks here, Mike Spacciapioli, Spac, who heads up our station here, all the stations here, and beyond that, the station is very close with the Bowser family. The Power of Bowser is a huge supporter of all things Odyssey Pittsburgh. And I wanted to say on behalf of everyone here, but also on behalf of me and my family and the University of Pittsburgh, we extend our condolences to the Bowser family. Junior, as they call him, Gary, we deal a lot with. And Gary is incredibly supportive in his own right of the University of Pittsburgh. It really started, though, with his father, Gary, and what they did with the Power of Bowser. Founded it in 1983. He acquired Al Schwartz Pontiac Subaru during that period of time, and had 30 employees and grew it to over 450 employees, one of the largest auto groups in Pittsburgh, known as the Power of Bowser. So we extend our condolences to Gary, to his family, to Ken, to the whole group, and we wish them just a great celebration as they continue to grieve, but also celebrate the life of the patriarch and the founder of Power of Bowser. Wanted to get that in because they're very close to me. They're very good to both me, but also the University of Pittsburgh, and certainly all of us here at the Fan and Odyssey Pittsburgh. Pitt baseball, and one of Gary's is a great segue. One of Gary's best buddies, Fred Iridi, all his guys, big Pitt baseball people, and the Panthers are on a bit of a run at the moment. They're on a bit of a run. Took a tough one yesterday to Wake Forest at home, but have two to finish the series this weekend. And I wanted to do a little bit of a kind of a look into where Pitt baseball is. We'll get into Pitt football. We'll get into the transfer portal and Pitt basketball. We'll talk college sports from 50,000 feet. But right now, I want to hone in on a program that's competing at a very high level. Pitt baseball is 20-8. They're 5-5 in ACC play. For reference, Pitt has not won more than 30 games in a number of years. Mike Bell hasn't exceeded 30 wins in his tenure as head coach. However, this program's well on pace. They've got 26 games remaining. And right now, if you want to take a look at ACC standings, the Panthers are right in the thick of things at 5-5. Carolina and Georgia Tech are 11-3, respectively. Pitt gave Georgia Tech a run, beat them in a game, almost came back and beat them in another game in a homestand against the Yellow Jackets. Wake Forest just ahead of the Panthers, so it would behoove Pitt at Charles L. Cost Field in their games this weekend. For those of you looking for something to do on this beautiful, beautiful Saturday afternoon, the Panthers take on Wake Forest at home this weekend. Got 2 games left. They'll take the Demon Deacons on at 3 o'clock today, this afternoon at Charles L. Cost Field. That'll be televised on ACC Network Extra. And then the series finale, the rubber match, we hope, 1 o'clock on Sunday, on Easter Sunday, at Charles L. Cost Field. So Pitt, 20-5, or 28 rather, 5-5 in ACC play, has 26 games remaining, 15 at home, 1 at PNC Park, and then 10 on the road. And we'll take a look at who they're playing and what their path is to potentially make it to the College World Series, which, again, a lot to do before that. Got to get through the ACC tournament, got to qualify for all those things. But the Panthers right now in really good position. Their non-conference games, 6 of those 26 games are non-conference games. They play Youngstown State, play Akron. They're at West Virginia. They're at Kent State. They take on Mercyhurst at PNC Park. And for those of you looking for a date at PNC Park, not to see Connor Griffin hit an RBI double in his first at-bat, which was a great highlight yesterday. And the Panthers have played Mercyhurst already, beat them 27-3 in spectacular fashion. That will be on May 5th, Tuesday, 6 o'clock, first pitch at PNC Park. Pitt against Mercyhurst. And the Panthers will take on Penn State at home. So a big, obviously, in-state rivalry, and I think we're okay to call it a rivalry. They'll take on the Nittany Lions. That's a Tuesday, May 12th, 6 p.m. first pitch at Charles L. Cost Field. So Pitt, with 6 of those 26 games being of the non-conference variety, again, 15 are at home, including, let's call it 4 of those 6 non-conference, Mercyhurst being the different outlier being at PNC Park. And the conference matchups, after the Panthers series with Wake Forest, they'll head to Cal, and Cal right now sits at the bottom of the Atlantic Coast Conference standings at 1-10 and 14-15 overall. In ACC action, they're 1-10, so the Panthers would figure to go out to host, rather, the Bears on the East Coast and do well in that matchup. And then they'll take on Akron at Virginia Tech, who's kind of in the middle of the pack in the ACC, so that'll be a battle. West Virginia is always a good program. Virginia, always highly touted. That's at home at Charles L. Cost Field. Take on Kent State at home. Then they'll travel down south to Florida State, perennial power in the ACC. Then it's the PNC Park game against Mercyhurst. North Carolina at the top of the standings at 11-3 in ACC, played Penn State rivalry, and you followed up with a closer against Notre Dame. So looking at the standings and where the Panthers figure to be, again, 26 games left, do the math. They got to win 10 of them to win 30 games, but that's the low point of where you want to be. You know, you play Virginia Tech's 5-7 in ACC play, Notre Dame 6-8, Cal 1-10. You got some challenging matchups against Virginia and Florida State and North Carolina, who are at the top of the standings in the ACC. You know, the Panthers continue on this clip of winning roughly 2/3 of their games, and you're looking at a really, really good season. You're looking at a 36 win season, 36-18. And obviously a lot of work to be done between now and then, but I want to commend the job that Mike Bell's done. This ball club is hitting the ball at a crazy clip. They are an offensive juggernaut, and really, really cool to see some of the individual performances as well, with Lorenzo Carrier named to the Golden Spikes Award midseason watch list. Been one of the best hitters in the country so far this season. Listen to these stats. 433 at the plate, 50 RBI, 39 hits, 38 runs scored, 13 homers, 5 doubles, and a .967 slugging percentage. He's also worked a nation-leading 35 walks with a 1.56 OPS through Pitt's first 27 games, obviously up until their loss against Wake Forest yesterday. So huge shout-out to Pitt baseball and what they're doing. I know Mr. Bowser's proud of them, and Gary and company are very, very proud of them, and we are too. Here on the Panthers Insider Show. Coming back, we'll dive into some Pitt football talk. Spring game coming up. Final week of spring practice. We've got a chance to look in a little bit to that. We'll open up the phone lines again, 412-928-9370. You can talk Pitt hoops, transfer portal. This could be a very new-looking team based on what we hear. We'll dive into it next on the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Penguins host the Florida Panthers at BBG Paints Arena on back-to-back days. On Saturday, puck drop begins at 7 o'clock, and then on Sunday, puck drop will be at 3 o'clock. The Penguins have 6 games left to go in the regular season and currently sit in second place in the Metro Division, 3 points ahead of the New York Islanders. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
When your money's on the line, are you okay with a basic free tax service? Get the confidence of TurboTax with free Fed and state filing on Intuit Credit Karma. Around 37% of filers qualify. Simple 1040s only. See details at turbotax.com/free.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price as 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. National semifinal games tonight. It reminds me, Joel Nelson, of who I think has the best week in sports of any athlete or broadcaster or coach in the entire country. His name is Jim Nantz.
Yes, absolutely. What a big month of April for him.
You know, to be able to call the national semifinal and then call the national championship, just the iconic calls he's had over the years, storied career, and obviously sunsetting his college basketball coverage soon. But the fact that he goes from wherever that is, whether it's Houston, whether it's in Indianapolis like this year or wherever, directly to Augusta, Georgia, following Easter Sunday, to usher in a tradition unlike any other in the Masters tournament, and gets to call that all week. Lives by Pebble Beach in Carmel, California, which is a stunning place, and deserves every bit of it because Jim Nantz is the absolute best. The absolute best. But as a broadcaster that aspires to continue to do this, likely never at that level, man, am I envious of being able to do what he does. But he is the best at what he does. And it's a great week of sports. It's a great Easter weekend. I hope everyone's going to enjoy the beautiful weather. And we'll just dive into it right now. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temps in the mid-80s this afternoon. I feel like I brought the Florida weather back here to the city of Pittsburgh. Speaking of coming to the city of Pittsburgh, the NFL draft is coming up in about 3 weeks. Yes, it's coming in 3 weeks. I hear both sides of the spectrum, Joel. I hear, I'm getting out of town. I don't want to deal with the traffic. And then I hear a lot of, I can't wait. I want to see what's going on. I want to get down there and see the North Shore. The stage is going up. There's musical acts being announced. Obviously, Odyssey has a great presence, but so does Pitt football. And I want to clue you into where that is and kind of what to look for. Arts Landing is a new area that's been put together by the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust downtown, just across from the North Shore. And the Pitt Block Party is going to take place there in partnership with the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust from April 23rd to 25th. Built for Panther faithful, football diehards, and anyone looking to experience the city at its best during draft week. Set in the Cultural District's newest 4-acre gathering space, It's your front row hub for everything happening around the draft. Steps away from the action. There'll be an immersive Pitt football museum, including an interactive draft showcase celebrating Panther greats and programs' NFL pipeline, live music, local food, nonstop energy, the Pitt Block Party. It brings us all together, and we celebrate Pitt's finest. Again, the Pitt Block Party will take place at Arts Landing, which is just on the corner of Penn Avenue, Fort Duquesne Boulevard and 9th Street in Pittsburgh's downtown, just before you get to the Rachel Carlson Bridge. And that's a new area developed by the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust. We're partnering with them to put on this Pitt football showcase called the Pitt Block Party. Again, Thursday through Saturday, 9 to 6 p.m., not during draft hours. So if you're downtown, enjoying yourself prior to going to the draft on the North Shore, walking across one of those beautiful sister bridges, come and see us at the Pitt Block Party. It should be a lot of fun, and hopefully we get this same weather here in a few weeks that we're blessed with this weekend. Pitt football is heading into its final stages of spring ball, and Pat Narduzzi met with the media this week to talk about a few things that I wanted to dive into here in this second segment. We'll focus on Pitt Hoops, the final segment, and take your calls at 412-928-9370. Again, a lot to discuss, too, on the college sports front. I want to get into that executive order. I want to talk about expansion of the NCAA tournament and get your thoughts on all of that. Those of you driving around this morning prepared for a great Easter weekend, it's 412-928-9370. So a lot of the talk this whole spring ball, and it's we're used to the refrain, and perhaps it's just how close I am to the program. The defense is ahead of the offense, and it's going to take some time, and maybe a new coordinator, which isn't the case anymore. Transfer quarterback, Kenny Pickett left. Who's going to replace him? Not the case this year. Not the case at all. And Pat Narduzzi doesn't like to pull back the curtain. I think that's not news to anyone that follows Pitt football. But he's been effusive in his praise of Mason Heichel. Not overhyping him at all, but much more willing to acknowledge his potential, his leadership, his consistency. Certainly because Mason's had the opportunity to put that on display now as a starting quarterback. But he spoke this week about this offense and the number of big plays it's making. They're putting stickers on their helmet that say blur, I think with multiple R's, which I guess means they're running by people. The defense obviously has takeaway stickers. Those are much more self-explanatory in my opinion. But we'll go with blur. It's a young offensive staff. It's innovative. I can get right with that. A lot of talk about Blue Hicks. I had a little slip up early in spring ball, and Pat Narduzzi gave him the business. Got stuck after spring break. Wasn't able to get back to Pittsburgh due to some travel challenges, which we all see across the country and are coming to a close, we think. Our travel experiences to and from Florida, for those of you traveling upcoming, were pretty smooth when it came to the terminals and so forth. A couple delays here and there, but nothing out of the ordinary. But nonetheless, Blue Hicks has had a great camp. Again, with departures of Poppy Williams to graduation and Kenny Johnson to Texas Tech, Blue Hicks would figure to be another big target for Mason Heichel this year. He's had a number of big plays, a huge touchdown against NC State last year, had a great catch early in the season against Louisville, his former school. Good separating ability, top-end speed. Sincere Lee's a guy that I admittedly have a little bit forgot about because he played sparingly last year, probably qualified for a red shirt. I haven't done my math, but was hurt the year prior against Clemson and has had a really good camp. Spring ball from what I understand and what I've seen. Young players like Tony Kinsler, transfers like Malik Knight, and then Ja'Carrion Turner. But not talked about in all of this is where this Pitt football season will be, I think, separated. Will be the play on both lines. And Pat Narduzzi talked about it. He's talked about it all spring. But I will say probably the best sign I've seen from spring practice. Because over the years, right, just the way that, if you think about it and you look at the stats that Pat Narduzzi and Pitt have put together, the body of work on defense. They've consistently led the ACC and have been in the top 10% in the country in sacks, in TFLs, and quarterback pressures, and so forth. And that's not just because they've had good players. That is a big reason why. But they've also developed a culture and a mentality, and they play a certain way. They don't hold gaps and, try to hold on to blocks. They shoot gaps and shed blocks. They play downhill. They blitz. They pressure. They try to outnumber you. And you don't do that just on fall Saturdays or Thursdays or Friday nights, as will be the case this fall. Pitt football schedule. And we're only 5 months away, guys, from Pitt football, from college football. 5 months. Starting to get greener out there. In fact, it was stunning this morning waking up, looking outside after being in Florida for a week. It looked just as green here, with the exception of some trees. But Pitt football opens up on September 5th. That's 6 months away. Do my math. May, June, July, August, September. 5 months away. 5 months till kickoff. 153 days till kickoff. Pitt, Miami of Ohio at Acrisure Stadium, time TBD. But they practice with the same aggressiveness. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on your offensive line to play at a really high level, to limit disruption, to limit negative plays, sacks, TFLs, and so forth. Turnovers as a result of that pressure. And to this point, pretty consistently, Pitt has done a really good job offensively in handling that. And I think that's a really, really good sign of how the offensive line's coming together. Don't get me wrong, this Pitt defense has had its moments. They're missing some guys right now, by the way. Right? I mean, Zach Carruthers was a really bright spot last year, early in the season before getting hurt against Louisville. He'll be a very welcomed addition for Tim Doust on the defensive line. They're breaking in new linebackers in Alex Sanford and DeMarco Ward, losing the likes of Kyle Lewis and obviously Rasheem Biles to Texas. So the defense is a little more in transition with Corey Sanders now coordinating things than the offense. But it's been pretty consistent for that side of the ball in terms of what they do and how they do it. Who is doing it is what's changing, both coaching and playing. But Antino Olivieri at left tackle, Kendall Stanley and Brian Coretta at guard and center respectively. Keith Gouveia will be back. Some younger players like Torian Chester and Giovanni Cooley can rotate in. And then that right side, B.J. Williams, Ryan Baer. The elder statesmen, the vets, the leaders. It's really gelling, coming together nicely, and that's big. That's big. And I think when we transition to talking Pitt basketball, and again, we've got 12 games, regular season games, hopefully an ACC championship, and then beyond that, we'll see for Pitt. But for right now, when you take a tackle from Penn, you better have really done your homework and evaluated him well. And you generally can know pretty quickly whether or not this is too much for him. And clearly, based on reports and what we hear, the Panthers found a good one at left tackle, which was a big issue for them a year ago, and Jeff Percy dealt with a lot of injuries. Kendall Stanley was new, and that's the most important position on that line when a right-handed quarterback is your trigger man. So really good stuff coming from the south side as the Panthers head in to their final week of spring practice in the spring game at Acrisure Stadium next Saturday, April 11th. Again, the Pitt block party later on this month down at the Arts Landing location, which is right on the corner of 9th Street, Penn Ave, and extends all the way to Fort Duquesne Boulevard with a little bit of a view of the North Shore. So look forward to seeing you down there. Coming up next, we'll talk Pitt transfer portal for Pitt Hoops. A lot of activity expected. Jay Kuntz in his first full off season as Pitt's general manager going to be making some moves, and it's going to start on Tuesday. And then we'll zoom out a little bit, talk about this executive order issued by the White House yesterday and potential expansion to the NCAA tournament. Curious your thoughts. 412-928-9370. More after this break on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Baltimore Orioles by a final score of 5-4 at the first game at PNC Park this season. Connor Griffin in his major league debut went 1 for 3, including an RBI double in his first at-bat. Mitch Keller picked up his first victory of the season, striking out 4 over 6 innings. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Final segment of the Panther Insider Show this Saturday morning. Easter weekend, April 4th. National semifinal tonight. UConn, Illinois, Michigan, Arizona. Big time games. Michigan, Arizona. Two heavyweights. UConn, I can say this, that comeback against Duke, that shot in the waning moments, was one of the most spectacular endings to a sporting event I've ever seen. Joel.
Did it not remind you of Furman against Virginia a couple years ago? Exact same thing. Just a whole different, just 3 years later.
Yeah, and it reminded me a little bit of the, probably a little bit more unlikely, and a little bit reversed. The Chris Jenkins shot for Villanova, what was that, 2016, beating North Carolina in that national title game. I mean, just the sequence, and I feel really bad for Caden Boozer because that execution on that press break was flawless to that point. And have you seen the video of John Shire? It's zoomed in on him the entire time, and it's kind of a split frame. It's showing John Shire, and he actually mouths for Caden Boozer to make the pass that he tried to make that was ultimately deflected and led UConn to its game-winning shot in the waning moments. Danny Hurley going absolutely bananas, getting in Roger Ayers' face, which he said he thought he was going to the ref was going to chest bump him or something. It was just classic theater, and UConn looks to be on its way to another national title game. They're slight underdogs tonight in the first game, a 6:09 first tip, opening tip, UConn, Illinois, taking place again in Indianapolis, televised by TBS, True TV, and HBO. And then at 8:49, Michigan, Arizona. Michigan a 1.5-point favorite in that one. 8:49 tip-off, again televised by the same outfits. So really exciting games on tap for tonight. And then we'll be followed by the transfer portal opening on Tuesday, where Pitt Hoops will look to rebuild its roster. We've heard news of Brandon Cummings departing. We've heard news of Roman Cialepa making the decision to enter the transfer portal. Obviously, there's been reported staff changes for Pitt men's basketball that have yet to be confirmed out there, but sources have indicated and confirmed that Tim O'Toole and Jason Capel will not return to the staff. We'll have more updates there, but transition abound, and obviously following a 20-loss season, Jeff Capel returning for his 9th season at Pitt with Jake Kuntz, his general manager. Need to get it right this offseason. Need to get it right in the portal. They've got an exciting freshman class coming in with Anthony Filesi and Chase Foster and company. You thought they'd try to hang on to Roman Cialepa, and again, nothing official yet. Nothing official yet. Because the portal doesn't open for entry unless there's a coaching change, which there's not been a coaching change at Pitt, until Tuesday. That's the 7th of April. That's when you'll see a flurry of activity. But as we know, and we will segue into talking about the state of college sports, which we do a lot on the show, and I don't want to overbear you with it, but if you're a fan of college sports, I really think it's important to know. And I hear constantly people asking me questions, both due to my role here at the Fan, but also what I do at the University of Pittsburgh, when it's going to get fixed. So I'll try to keep you updated on that here on this forum. We know there's been activity going on. There's been contact made. There's been meddling and tampering and agents putting out feelers. That's been happening, right? That so much is not news to anybody that follows college basketball, college football, or college sports in general. And Jake Kuntz has had a very successful track record of navigating these types of things. And obviously going back to West Virginia, pre-portal, pre-NCAA, pre-NIL rather, it was different working for Bob Huggins at West Virginia. But he's a very connected guy. And that's really important because these agents work it. And if you look for guaranteed picks, brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years and the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. Listen, there's a lot of reasons you lose 20 games. There's a lot of reasons Pitt wasn't able to continue the momentum from those two consecutive 20-win seasons. But if I had to identify a thread from my vantage point and something I expect to see reflected in Pitt's transfer portal activity this offseason, it's that you win with older players in college basketball. I mean, at one point in time last year, Pitt was starting effectively 3 true freshmen with Roman Cialeppa, Amari Witherspoon, and Noya Sindricitis as their 6th man, who played a lot of minutes down the stretch, who redshirted last year at Iowa State, and had a 6-man, maybe a 7-man rotation, with the 7th man being a true freshman, and Makari Moore. And we know not yet what Amari Witherspoon or Noya Sindricitis or Makari Moore or anyone for that matter will choose to do. But you win with older players. Look at this Final Four, these semifinal games. Duke is the exception to the rule. There's a couple other schools that are exception to the rule. Arkansas made a really good run with those 2 freshmen in the backcourt, Thomas and a cuff. But I would expect Jay Kuntz, Jeff Capel to try to assemble a veteran roster, a winning roster. And you go back to that, and I keep doing it, that tournament team, and it was laden with veterans, not all of which came from Power 5, Power 6 in college basketball conferences. Nellie Cummings played at Colgate, right? I mean, you had Nike Sabande coming from Miami of Ohio. You had Blake Hinson, who had been all around. Jamarius Burton. Greg Elliott was, just a role player at Marquette. So that's the type of assembly I think you're going to see from Jay Kuntz in this portal. And certainly these 3 freshmen play a role, and freshmen have a role. I'm not saying not to take freshmen. It's just when you put your eggs in that basket, no pun intended, as we approach Easter Sunday, you get mixed results generally. And there's just a route now to go get proven players that are plug and play and be able to kind of pick how you put the roster together and what the balance of talent is and where you need size and what kind of shooting you need. Who, obviously a lot going to be placed in who your point guard is. And it's kind of like Christmas month, Christmas week, if you will, 2 weeks, where you see a team come together. But I do expect this. I do expect Jay Kuntz to take some big swings. And those big swings may not be, we're gonna take a 5-star McDonald's All-American from another school. It may be a really proven player at a mid-major who is an all-conference, potentially all-league player. I don't know what that looks like, but I think it'll be strategic. I think it'll be aggressive. And I think there's going to be a lot of turnover on this roster. We're already seeing and hearing about that. So stay tuned. We'll have a lot of it covered here on the Panther Insider Show next Saturday from 8 to 9. Reports coming about an expanded college basketball tournament to 76 teams. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I think it's pretty good the way it is. The balance of power in college basketball, the number of upsets this year felt like it was down. I don't have the empirical data, but it felt like it was down. This will probably lead to more Power 5 type teams getting in. But reports of the NCAA is finalizing the tournament expansion to 76 teams. And then there's this college sports executive order. There was a summit a meeting of a number of influential figures, including all four Power Four conference commissioners in D.C. with President Donald Trump a few weeks back. And during that meeting, at the conclusion of that meeting, President Trump promised to put forth an executive order to rein in this kind of lawless, unregulated marketplace that now is major college sports. And that was distributed from the White House yesterday. And I had a brief exchange with our good friend, Ross Dellinger from Yahoo Sports, who has come on the show plenty of times. And Ross is the absolute best when it comes to following these types of things. He's embedded down in D.C. He knows all the power brokers. But this executive order directs the NCAA to update its rules by August 1st to the maximum extent permitted by law. And a lot of the key points here revolve around transfer portal limitations, so one free transfer, to cap player eligibility to a 5-year window, to implement funding requirements for women in Olympic sports, and to prohibit NIL collectives. And they're using as an enforcement lever, at least as proposed in this executive order, a limit on the university's federal research funding for violations. Now, this executive order itself does not change anything, but it exists to spark change and to equip the governing body, the NCAA in this case, and the college football playoff to a lesser extent globally, but in college football, to carry out these changes. It doesn't specify that it's 5 to play 5, but it's a 5-year window to play to complete your eligibility. It's a one free transfer, which now we have unlimited transfer. It's a direct prohibition of NIL collectives, which the College Sports Commission and NIL Go have yet to explicitly do, but there are parameters in place through deal submission to suss out and eliminate deals going through from collectives that don't have a valid business purpose. But the executive order hits all the high notes. What comes of it, we shall see. But something needs to happen. Something needs to happen as we enter the transfer portal window for men's basketball, which this will not affect, right? Even if each bullet point and provision outlined in the executive order were to be effectuated and put into place, implemented, it won't be till August 1st. So we're looking at a 26-27 implementation. But it hits all the high notes. The largest being the transfer portal. That I've identified from my lens as the single biggest issue when it comes to college sports. It maximizes leverage, which increases the amount of finances that enter the marketplace, destabilizes the marketplace, and frankly doesn't do the athlete any service to be able to transfer more than one time without penalty, frankly, in my opinion. But we shall see what happens from it. So we end on that note. Enjoy those semifinal games tonight. I think they're going to be great games. 1.5-point spreads in both. They're going to be classics, right? You got some of the best coaches in college basketball, a couple of which have been courted by North Carolina, who's got a job opening. Dusty May kind of brushing it off. Lloyd at Arizona is staying at Arizona. That'll be a heavyweight fight. And then UConn, Illinois on the other side. And, man, what a job both those coaches have done. UConn with kind of a Cinderella story, if you will, in this tournament, getting waxed by St. John's in the Big East tournament. But here they are back in another Final Four with a chance to win their third national title in 3 years. It'll be fun to watch tonight. Final week of spring ball. Looking forward to it. Have a great Easter. Hail to Pitt.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going now till the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. My pick is Michigan to win it all. Michigan Connecticut are the two teams I like to play in the championship game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Tonight, the Penguins take on the Florida Panthers at 5 o'clock, and they'll also play again tomorrow at 3. Pirates take on the Orioles today at 4:05. Carmen Majinski against former Pirates prospect Shane Boz. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mack.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kyle Bradish of the Orioles comes set. And the pitch. Griffin toward the gap. This ball is down. It's extra bases for Connor Griffin. O'Hearn is coming home. Griffin doubles them in. Pirates up 1-0. A teenager has doubled in a run in his first plate appearance in the major leagues. Connor Griffin of the Pirates.
I love it. I love it. The great Joe Block on the call. Good morning to you. Happy Saturday. I am Jason Mackey. This is Bucko Talk. You just heard Joel Nelson bringing us in. A happy baseball day to you. This feels, I don't know, euphoric, weird, a pleasant change. Trying to think how to describe it. Joe Block did a much better job than I did, but what a day at the ballpark yesterday, highlighted by Connor Griffin. There's so much more to it. The place that the Pirates are in right now as baseball returns to Pittsburgh. Wow. It's something. I'm glad we have 2 hours to get into it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Going to talk a lot about yesterday's game. I want to hear what you have to say, too, by the way. 412-928-9370. Not going to get the calls right away, but we will a little bit later in the 9 o'clock hour. I'm just saying I want to roll that out there because that was one heck of an atmosphere. I'm still trying to process it. I was out walking around. I did a hit with Colin Dunlap on Federal Street, went out and saw my family who was at the game, and just I was hard-pressed to compare environments. I was not on the Pirates beat back in 13, 14, and 15 for those playoff years. So if you were around going to those games, I went to some of them, but I think I was busy with hockey. I don't know. I don't remember going to a whole bunch of games back in that era. But where does this stack up for you? That's a conversation I want to have this morning as we sort of weave in and out of yesterday's game and where this team stands. But are you back? Did yesterday's game change your opinion? Was it the final straw? Were you already in? Why were you in? It was such a magical day at the ballpark, but it's bigger than a day, in my opinion. What the Pirates have going on is far bigger than a one-run win over the Orioles. And it was a lot of fun. And we're going to talk plenty about it. But where this team is at right now, I think there's legitimate optimism, a legit feeling that this team can contend. We're hearing rumors about the Connor Griffin extension. If that goes through, again, I'm pretty close to things right now. I've not heard anybody going out there saying egregiously, this is wrong, we have to correct this. No, it's a matter of process and things not being completed, but yeah, I feel pretty confident something will get done there. And if it does, if we're looking at a lineup, if we're looking at a team that has played pretty good baseball so far. You've got Connor Griffin at shortstop. You've got a rotation of Paul Skeens, Mitch Keller, 2 quality starts to begin the year, by the way. Braxton Ashcraft, Bubba Chandler, Carmen Majinski, a bullpen that's been very good, and a bunch of offseason additions to improve an offense that we'll talk about later in the show. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm guessing you are too. Judging by the crowd yesterday, I'm guessing that a lot of the anger has dissipated. You didn't show up to the ballpark looking to yell things out of disgust. You showed up looking to yell them out of excitement. Maybe you bought a Connor Griffin jersey. Maybe you bought a couple pops at PNC Park. I don't know. But there was a lot of excitement in the air, and it's wild to think at how much this turned. So we got 2 hours to weave in and out of highlights from yesterday's game, what to take away from it. There is, of course, another one again today. There always is. Good pitching matchup, by the way, Carmen Majinski and Shane Boz. At least for me, I'm interested. Going to get into Carmen Majinski a little bit. He's been a surprise so far for the Pirates. Stephen Brault will join me at 10 o'clock. You know Brault, of course, Pirates pre- and post-game analyst on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. I also have an interview with Chris Negron. He is the Pirates' new bench coach, has a fascinating story. As part of Bucko Talk, I want to be featuring a different member of the coaching staff each week. And as sort of my role crystallizes with the Pirates and MLB.com, the Fan, and everything else we're doing here, I kind of want that space, the Bucko Talk space, to be reserved for members of the coaching staff. I'm also hosting the Pirates Insider Show on Sundays with Ben Charrington, and I want that to feature Ben and other members of the front office. I don't know if anybody's that worried about it, but I think about it, and I care about what goes where. So you'll hear an interview with Chris Negron a little bit later. Again, fascinating guy, grew up military, lived in a couple different places, and I get this question a lot. What does a bench coach do? So that was my first question to Negron. What does a bench coach do? We got into that and a lot more. Joel, how are you, man? I just went off and started rambling, but this is the first time you and I have worked together since I left for Florida. It's good to see you. It's good to be back in your presence.
Likewise, Jason. Fun Buccos team. They've won, 3 in a row and 4 of 5. And, it's pretty cool for them to have back-to-back 8-run outputs before Connor Griffin gets here. So offense heating up. Pitching staff's been pretty good.
So what are you telling me, Joel? You're saying Connor Griffin's dragging down the offense?
Yeah, I mean, they scored 8 runs twice without it, and they scored 5 yesterday. It's kind of concerning, isn't it?
I would think so. I mean, if this – man, that would have been a great question for Donnie Kelly postgame. Be like, man, you had 2 8-run outputs. You bring the shortstop up here, you only got 5. What's your level of concern about Connor Griffin?
The cool thing about him is it seem like he's a cycle threat every game out there between the speed and the double and hustling around third yesterday.
I love it, man. I love it. Did you watch the game, right? Or were you producing?
I did not catch any of the game.
Joel! All right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But this storyline was going around yesterday about Connor's Corner. Are you caught up on this?
Not yet.
So Hit Tracks is a thing where you can. It's basically like a professional hitting video game. You can actually hit. You throw it in a cage and you're looking at a backdrop. It's like you can face certain pitchers and you can hit in stadiums. A lot of hardcore baseball people are probably laughing. They're like, yeah, okay, Mackie, we already know what that is, but some people don't. So that's why I'm explaining it. Anyway, so Connor Griffin had, in his off-season workout facility, had a Hit Tracks, and he would hit on the PNC Park and picture what it was like being there, and started cranking so many balls into the north side notch. And that's what he talked about, it's something that it's cool to try to conquer, and he wants to figure out. His dad was calling it Connor's Corner. So if he keeps putting balls in the notch, Joel, like you're talking about, cycle threat, and we're getting to see him run, man, it is going to be Connor's Corner.
It's going to be very, very fun. I guess if there's any like one concern, it's, and these things may not show up in the box score and the errors and stuff, but O'Neill Cruz's defense, just a couple of even just little minuscule things. If there's any one sort of concerning takeaway.
There's a few. I mean, I jotted some things down here. We can get to these real fast. I didn't know if I was going to do a whole segment on them or not. But I agree with you, man. The defense, they got to clean it up. Donnie Kelly talked about that after the game. And, I mean, some of it is like functionally how to play the outfield, having sunglasses on your head, making a read on a low line drive hit right at you. Obviously, that matters. But some of this is just communication. Like, I don't know what the breakdown is with O'Hearn, Reynolds, right to left. If it's noise, there's got to be some nonverbal stuff like that. That's got to change. That's a concern for me. And some of the offense so far, Joel, I feel like there's some passengers, and it's a week into the season. I'm not going to react to it or start freaking out or saying this was a failure. You need to make a transaction to make up for it. But I mean, I can look at Marcell Ozuna right now and say, we need more. I can look at Spencer Horwitz right now and say, we need more. You know, Jared Triolo, Joey Bart, two other guys that I think the Pirates expected to contribute really haven't done a whole lot. I mean, Bart's 2 for 5. I'm a little surprised Bart only has 5 at bats so far. Triolo 5 for 23 after 2 singles yesterday. Ozuna, I mean, that's the one you circle. That needs to come around. And you're paying the guy $12 million. You're not going to go react to it right now, but 1 for 23 and 0.43 average. Spencer Horwitz is kind of a platoon guy that I don't think they've been able to find some traction for quite yet. He's 2 for 18. That's 111 with 7 strikeouts. Have to figure that out a little bit. But we're nitpicking. We're nitpicking because we can. We're nitpicking because there's some good stuff going on, and we're going to highlight a lot of it. I'm not going to get dragged down by the negative here. Talk in and out of the game quite a bit. Have a few people on the line. I don't like making people wait too terribly long, but let's get out to my man Chuck in Uniontown. Chuck, how are you? Sorry, Chuck, I came at you quick.
Have to figure that out a little bit, but
all right. Chuck, call back. We love you. Larry in Cannonsburg. Let's talk about Connor Griffin. What's up, Larry?
Okay. I'm a little older. I watched the game on YouTube last night, the first inning of Connor Griffin, and he goes out to second base. He's standing there, and out of flashback, I haven't felt that kind of euphoria since since Roberto Clemente's 3,000th hit. He's standing out on second base, tipping his hat, and there's Connor Griffin standing on second base. And I know they have nothing to do with each other, but the euphoria, was amazing. And I just wanted to get that out on the airwaves, see if anyone else felt that connection.
Very well. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. Hey, if you felt it, let me know. I want to gauge reaction overall. I mean, where people are at with this Griffin stuff is it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Being at the game yesterday, it was loud, crazy, fun, people reacting to everything, exactly what you would want a baseball crowd to be like. And, well, then Connor Griffin comes to bat and it gets quiet. And I love that about it. Like, people are locked in. Like, I can't yell right now. The kid's up. But there's a lot of excitement. I think you've got the older generation really buying into what this kid's doing. I think a lot of people are buying into what the Pirates are doing. I mean, we are 1 of 81 right now, 7 of 162. And this is where we're at. If you spent any time walking around outside of PNC Park yesterday, if you listened to it on the radio, if you watched it on TV, you were inside, whatever. That atmosphere was nuts. We have 80 more home games to go, plus hopefully playoff games. You're telling me this is where we're starting? Like, even in those, let's go back to 13, like, there was a lot of animosity to start. There was a late season collapse in 12. There was a late season collapse in 11. It was actually something I talked about with Pirates chairman Bob Nutting before yesterday's game. He did rounds and rounds of one-on-one interviews, but I asked him going back to the offseason, you stayed the course. A lot of people wanted you to make seismic changes. You didn't. Why? And I mean, that's sort of what he likened it to. Say things got ugly prior to 13, 14, and 15, and he felt like everybody was frustrated, but if you just held on a little bit longer, we're right there. And if that turns out to be the case, and it looks like it is, kudos. because this looks like a really, really fun team. And I can tell you from being in that clubhouse, it's a really, really good batch of personalities. Nate in Pittsburgh wants to talk about Griffin. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how are you?
Doing great, man. How are you?
Good. I think Connor Griffin, hands down, great player. I was just wondering, do we think he's going to be a long time in Pittsburgh, though?
What do you mean? Is he going to sign here long term?
Well, yeah, he already signed. What was it, 12 years or something? 9 years.
Yeah, he didn't sign that. That deal's not official.
Oh, it's not?
No.
It's just an okay.
It's a rumor. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and turn it down because nobody's rejected it to me. I'm just saying it's not official. What's your question, Nate?
Do we think is Nutting going to keep him here, or are we going to trade him? Do you think down the road?
Oh, I think they're going to keep him here. I think that's the idea.
I think we keep him. I mean, I think he's a great ball player. I mean, number one prospect in the country, obviously, too. That comes in the hand. But I mean, overall, he's just a great ball player in my eyes. Yeah,
and I mean, what they're doing right now, Nate, and thank you very much for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
What they're doing with Connor Griffin, assuming this gets consummated, and again, I do believe that it will, they're seeking value in a contract. I mean, it's incredibly smart. It's a great move. They're not making this move to try to get rid of Connor Griffin in a couple years. They want him to be a Pirate. I think part of the impetus behind this is what you saw yesterday. They want people to feel confident buying Connor Griffin jerseys, that this kid's not going anywhere. He's a squeaky clean personality. You can't craft a better human being. Just take baseball out of it. He's just a great person. He's somebody you want representing your city. And the Pirates, by making a bet right now, this is a calculated risk. You're saying we think that you're going to be a really good baseball player. Obviously, you've only played one game in the major leagues, but we're going to take this risk. We're going to guarantee you a contract for whatever it is. We'll just go with $140 million because that's the number that's out there. So we're going to guarantee you this money, and we're going to bet that you at least reach that level of performance. And for the Pirates, it's a benefit if he goes beyond that, right? If he goes beyond that, and then they've all of a sudden got some pretty darn good value. If you think about this, again, contract structures are going to vary. But if you have $140 million and you divide that over 9 years, that's an average annual value of $15.5 million. Look at the type of player Connor Griffin's being compared to. And I'm talking about Bobby Witt Jr. Who else did I read this morning? Let me pull these up. Bobby Witt Jr., Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, Juan Soto. We've also seen Alex Rodriguez. If he's anywhere in the same galaxy as these guys, and he's making $15.5 million, that's a pretty good deal by the Pirates, I would say. I don't think they're going to be in a hurry to get rid of that. I don't know how you can say anything other than great. It's exactly what you should do to the Pirates. And I'm not saying anybody is. I think fan sentiment has changed and will change once this deal becomes official, assuming it does. But, I mean, that's what you're doing this for. And you're making a very safe bet because you're betting on a really good kid to pan out. All right, we'll get this back to some phone calls. Chuck in Uniontown is hopefully on the line. What's up, Chuck? How are you?
Good morning, Mac.
Good morning.
Yeah. Mac, Connor Griffin got off to as good a start as you can. I mean, 1-for-1 drive RBI. There's one thing he's going to have, though, and that's the word that starts with R. It's called resiliency, because he's going to experience his down, his slumps like anybody else does. I mean, what the greatest ones do.
Yep.
But the fact that he's going to, like Kutch said for so many years, he's going to have to win the punch back battle, you know, and if he's as good as they say he is, I think he will. But that's what's going to sustain him as a long-term major league ball player. Because remember this, what Jim Leyland said years ago: getting to the major leagues is hard, but to sustain yourself as a great major league ball player is even harder, because you have to keep working all the time. it doesn't stop when you get to the big leagues the first time. That's only where it starts. But in general, Mac, I will tell you this. And I can't stay on too long because I have to work. But
Chuck, it's a Saturday. What are you working on?
Well, you know what time it is. You know me, and you know what time it is.
I know. You got taxes. That's all right.
Yes, anyway. But I will tell you this. This is my signature thing, and I will pound it again and again until it gets changed. 34 years, the only team that has not won the Central Division Championship. Do you need any more motivation than that?
It ends this year, Chuck.
Thanks.
Let's snap that streak, man. Have a good day. Hopefully you're done by 4 o'clock to watch some ball. The great Chuck in Uniontown. He's working. Chuck's got tax stuff to do. He's an accountant. I love it. Chuck's the man. Fan Text Line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia at Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. We're just getting started here on Bucko Talk. I'm Jason Mackey, Joel Nelson producing, going through yesterday, fan optimism, all that fun stuff. I want to talk about where you're at, and even if that was specifically at the ballpark yesterday, what you thought about it. Stephen Brault coming up at 10 o'clock to get into some pitching and baseball-related topics. Have an interview with bench coach Chris Negron coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. We'll go down on the farm, talk a little bit about that stuff as well. But your calls when we come back. Eric, Jeff, T.Y., hang on for me. Got to get to a break. Back after this on Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins are in action today. They'll take on Florida at 5 o'clock, and then they'll do it all again tomorrow at 3 from the arena. Pirates take on the Orioles today at 4:05, seeking their 4th win in a row. Carmen Majinski takes on former Pirate prospect Shane Boz. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, check out 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to.
Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show immediately after the final out. The Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and brought to you by Pillman Electric and Pella Windows. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And a happy Saturday morning to you. I am Jason Mackey. This is Bucko Talk. We are basking in the glow of one heck of a home opener for the Pirates. 5-4 against the Baltimore Orioles. Connor Griffin, obviously the biggest story to come out of this. We're talking a lot about Connor Griffin. Was looking at Twitter in between here, and I saw that Pony last night said he's going to be better than Derek Jeter. Of course he did. Not the least bit shocking. Connor Griffin, the youngest Pirates player with a hit in his MLB debut since... You know this one, Joel?
Andrew McCutchen?
Nah, Bill Mazeroski. Apparently a pretty good second baseman back in the day. Being facetious, of course. Maz was 19 years, 306 days. Connor Griffin, 19 years, 304 days. Maz obviously honored yesterday at PNC Park. Very cool. First-class job by the Pirates, of course. They created, I guess you would say, mowed Maz in the grass behind second base. Just incredible. That got my sort of emotions going. And also, I think you know this by now because it's been out there quite a bit, but the connection between Darren Mazeroski and Connor Griffin is something else. I actually wrote that story back in spring, hoping to get it ready to go whenever Griffin came up here, and then there's just been 920 things happening, and was finally able to put that out, 2 nights ago. But I talked to Griffin about that in spring, and Griffin was saying, I've never seen a scout so thorough, which was kind of funny to me. Like Darren was interviewing Connor's parents and his wife, Dendy, and doing this like legwork on him, and I'm thinking in the back of my head, like, you have you're the nicest human being on the planet. You have zero controversy surrounding you. What's he trying to find? But it's just diligence. It's just being a good scout and Maz's kid. Are you surprised? No, I'm not. So, all right, let's go back onto the phone. It's been a good conversation here in the first half of the 9 o'clock hour. Let's keep it going. Jeff and Jeanette wants to talk about Connor Griffin. What's up, Jeff?
Hi, Jace. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm actually going to the game today and tomorrow.
Beautiful.
so I'm looking forward to it. But,
Same.
No, I wanted to just remark on Griffin and highlight his poise. You know, like,
oh my gosh, yes, like the challenge yesterday.
Yeah,
who thinks to do that?
Yes, I mean that kind of like, I mean, the hit, you know, the double notwithstanding, and you know that prowess and everything, but the poise to stand there confidently like that at his young age and challenge that pitch, I think that speaks volumes.
Man, I've said this a bunch, and it's true every single time. It doesn't seem like you're talking to a 19-year-old kid when you're talking to him. Like it's like you're talking to a veteran. It's just, it's crazy.
I can imagine.
He's a special one, man. He's a special one. Appreciate the call. Let's go to Eric in Irwin. Let's talk about yesterday's game. Eric, were you in the house yesterday?
No, I wasn't, but a good friend of mine was. In fact, my neighbor was. He had his two little boys there and a whole family. But, hey, I just want to tell you, you hit on something I was going to talk about, Mazeroski. I watched Maz's boy play ball in high school at Hempfield. I'm from Irwin.
Nice.
I met Mazeroski years ago at his favorite bar hangout in Irwin, Fontana's. Elroy Face, all those guys used to come in there. But one thing about this Connor Griffin that I'm going to say, I was told he paid homage to Maz. When I yesterday tipped his hat at Maz's name on the field, went over to the shortstop. That there shows a class. He probably only met the guy maybe once, maybe twice since he's been in the Pirates organization. I'm speculating on that.
He actually hasn't met Maz, Eric, but that's okay. I mean, his son scouted him. I actually asked. Sorry.
I know Maz went to a lot of spring trainings and talked to people. So if he didn't, I'm sure Darren's telling him all about his dad, because his dad was one sports figure in Westmoreland County that always took time to go out and talk to the young kids. I know he spent many a time talking to us when we were growing up. I'm 68 years old, and believe me, when Maz came to our field, Funny League, Little League, anything, anytime Maz took a day and came and talked, we had a dream, and that dream was to be like Maz, represent the home, of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And let me tell you, Pittsburgh's in for a great time with this kid and Skeens. As long as they put players around him, I think O'Neal Cruz needs to get his head on his shoulders, because if not, he's going to cost him a few games. And I hate to see that come of it. But, Jason, let me tell you, you're a class man. I appreciate your time.
All right, Eric. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy. Unfortunately, Connor Griffin never got a chance to meet Bill Mazeroski. But I'm going to go back to my story here and read some of the quotes. I enjoyed them. I asked him this, and we had a conversation about, have you ever met Maz? Said no. But one of the things that he loved was going to PNC Park for the first time and walking past the Maz statue with Darren having scouted him. And Connor said, my first thought was, man, it would have been cool to play with him, to have the same impact that he did and try to bring a World Series to Pittsburgh like he did. Spoken very, very maturely. So one little tidbit to sort of build off of what Eric is saying, and I'm scrolling through my story at the same time, but it is that Bill Mazeroski always asked about Connor Griffin. He would say to Darren, because he followed Darren's scouting career, he's like, hey, what's going on with that tall shortstop? How's he doing? And he loved that he was a 6'4" shortstop. But anyway, just a neat connection. There's so much respect there from the Mazeroski family to the Griffins. And honestly, a similar amount of humility. I was always, my interactions with Maz, it made me laugh because, he was so humble and dismissive of praise. And Connor Griffin's not quite that same way, but it's that type of person that, you're a big deal, but you don't know that you're a big deal. Or if you know it, you don't show it. You don't want to act like it. And that's the way Connor Griffin carries himself. Just a tremendous amount of humility, and Maz was that same way. I think I'm going from memory here, but I think the last time he was at PNC was 2022, something like that. And I remember talking to Maz in the media room, or the area where there's a press conference room, and then the area where we eat next to it. He goes, I don't know why everybody wants to talk about this home run all the time. But Maz, come on, man. It was more than just one random home run, but they're two peas in a pod, I would say. The Mazeroski family, Bill Mazeroski, Darren Mazeroski, Connor Griffin, just Very, very cool. I think I shared this anecdote, and Lou, just give me 30 seconds here, man. I'll get to you. Sorry, kind of blabbing, but it opens up a valve for me because I think so highly of Connor Griffin and his family, and same for Maz too. But we were in Lakeland this year, and I don't think Kevin will mind sharing this because it's a good thing. But so we're in the press box at Lakeland covering a spring training game against the Tigers, and Kevin Griffin, Connor's dad, he's up in the press box, and we're thinking like, why is there a dad in the press box? Is this weird? Like, is he trying to meddle with something? Kevin Griffin literally wanted to come up there and thank the writers for keeping his family, friends, people in Mississippi connected with Connor Griffin and the Pirates. That was it. He didn't have any other agenda. He just wanted to say thank you and tell us how much he appreciated our work, because they read everything that we're doing and it makes him feel connected to his son, and said this, thank you so much for everything you do. And he walked out. That's it. Just wanted to say thank you. Like, genuinely nice. I don't want to say awkwardly nice, but like, it's just that type of person that you say, are you really that nice? And he is. All right, Lou, what's going on, man? How are you?
Great. You mentioned about the last year sell the team. We'll never know what caused Nutting to completely change how he operates the Pirate, but that may have been one of the moments that led to him acting like a real owner. Maybe it's schemes, maybe it's the league, but whatever happened, I have to acknowledge, I despise the man, but they did a great job. They absolutely will make the playoffs this year, and if they don't, it'll be a bitter disappointment. I mean, people complain about the defense, and I think a couple things could have been done differently, but overall, he has given this city a team that conceivably is going to make the playoffs. Last year you said you thought they gave them enough tools, blah, blah, blah. I never agreed with that. They absolutely have now. And Connor Griffin being drafted so late is like quite a testament to the Pirates organization, 1 point. 2 points, if he's here 9 years, we're likely going to have a kid who's in the MVP talk every year for 7-8 years. That's pretty freaking amazing.
Couldn't agree more, Lou. Appreciate it. Can you imagine Connor Griffin being in the MVP talk and Paul Skeens being in the Cy Young conversation? Like, that's not outside the realm of possibilities.
And a team like that usually makes the playoffs. It's a pretty amazing time, and I'm going to acknowledge that he turned it around, and it's a stunning. It's like George Costanza opposite day. He did everything the opposite, and it's going to pay off. Thank you.
You got it, man. I appreciate the call. It's like George Costanza. If my instinct is wrong, if I do the opposite, it's not that simple, though. Like, I can tell you why Bob Nutting did what he did. I can tell you why the Pirates look the way they look this year. And I'm going to do that after a break, because that's actually a pretty good cliffhanger tease, I believe. And I think that's how radio works. So I sat down with Bob Nutting yesterday to talk about that exact thing. It was the first question out of my mouth. It's been something I've said to Bob in passing, that I want to know this. And he said, when we talk, I will tell you. And so I will relay that conversation, that answer, and we'll talk about the different place that the Pirates are in right when we get back from this break. You're listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates today take on the Orioles for Game 2 of their series. It's Carmen Majinski up against former Pirate prospect Shane Baz. 4:05 is the first pitch, and coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Penguins also in action tonight. They'll take on the Panthers at 5 o'clock tonight, and then 3 o'clock tomorrow as well. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes, and Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. A happy Saturday morning to you. It is a legitimately happy Saturday morning. I'm not just saying that. After the Pirates' victory over the Orioles in their home opener, and just the trajectory of this team. Got a couple calls early in the 9 o'clock hour about how people's opinions have changed. And they're not totally sure why the Pirates are operating differently. That's where I'm here to kind of fill in the blanks and talk about that. I'll get to that in a second, but I did sit down with Bob Nutting yesterday to talk about that exact thing. Raising my hands and my voice gets high and asking, what happened? It's exactly what I asked Nutting. I'll explain his answer in about 30 seconds. First, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. So what are the Pirates doing? All of a sudden, people are complaining about them not spending money or them not prioritizing talent or them not winning or whatever it is. There's a lot of frustration. Now, we're in a place where the Pirates have a contending team. We're hearing about a contract extension for Connor Griffin, which, again, is not finalized. I feel pretty good about it happening, but not there. either way, the Pirates have gone from the penthouse to the outhouse, or the outhouse to the penthouse, I guess. I'm not sure of my houses. But anyway, so I sit down with Bob Nutting yesterday at PNC Park, and he did rounds of interviews with people to talk about this season and what's going on. And so I asked Bob, why are you here? Why did you not make seismic changes? What has led to the payroll increase? I believe they're up to 102. They were at roughly 87 last year. If the Griffin contract comes to fruition, depending on how that's structured, who knows? Maybe it's 15.5 this year and it goes up to 117.5 or something. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see how that is handed out. But either way, they're spending more on players. And basically what Nutting said, and these things are related, that at the end of last year, yes, everybody was frustrated. Fans were frustrated. The team was frustrated. They expected more of themselves. But he didn't think it was time to make a change. He thought it was more prudent to stay the course. He didn't want a completely new direction. He worried about making a change in terms of front office staff and how costly that would be, worrying about them setting themselves back. Nutting likened their situation to 11 and 12 prior to the 13 season, where they showed some signs. There was a lot there, and it's not always going to be exactly like it was, right? Like, you don't have the Pirates out to this really good start and they collapse late. That's not the exact script this group showed, but it's basically you see some signs in key parts of the organization that they've done things better and improved. And you have a choice. You either want to blow it up or you want to keep pushing forward and think that, okay, our deficiencies here, we can address them. We know what route the Pirates went. And for them, one of the important factors was identifying a clear need this offseason. In Nutting's mind, in the front office's mind, there was no concern about who their manager would be. And I do think that was, and this isn't on the record, this is me speculating a little bit, but look at the noise surrounding Derek Shelton at the end of 2 seasons ago. A lot of people, or does he come back? Did they not? Like, they're trying to figure out what they're doing. It's not as crystallized. This year, you go into the offseason, what Don Kelly did after taking over, there was no question whether Don Kelly would be this team's manager. That was happening all the way. They've been so impressed with the job Don Kelly has done, justifiably so. At the same time, you look at what this team has lacked, where it's strong, that was also crystal clear. You knew very early on this team needed offense. This team needed more hitters. And I understand, Matt Haig takes a lot of grief from the fan base, the hitting coach, of course. They say, why did they keep this guy? I think one of the counter arguments here is that they felt like they just didn't have enough talent. They didn't have the right players. And it doesn't matter what you do as a coach. If you don't have better players on the field, you're kind of powerless. And so the Pirates had a clear understanding that they need to go get better players. Some way, shape, or form. They need to add more offense. So we all remember what happened in December. Within the span of a week, they trade for Brandon Lau, Jake Mangum, Mason Montgomery was part of the deal as well. They give up a young, controllable starter. Joe Stinson Garcia was another important trade. He's more outfield depth and will come up here eventually. And then a couple days after the trade with Tampa, the three-way trade also involving the Houston Astros, they go out and they acquire Ryan O'Hearn, signing him to a 2-year, $29 million free agent deal, which I still believe is a hugely important part of what the Pirates are doing. O'Hearn has become such a really pleasant clubhouse leader. He's steady. He's exactly what you would want a veteran to be. Yesterday, needed to lift the ball and drive in a run, just a professional at bat. He gives you that. It's been off to a really strong start. I don't think he's been the least bit out of place in right field. I know there were some concerns about his defense, but anything I'm looking at defensively in the Pirates outfield, it's not because of Ryan O'Hearn's inability to play right field. I think it's more of a communication issue revolving around O'Neal Cruz. But the idea of what I'm talking about here is the Pirates having a clear identified need. And so why did Bob Nutting do what he's doing? Why are they spending more money? Now, I don't doubt that these other things on the periphery, one of the callers mentioned, I don't know whether it was because of a looming lockout, whether it was because of fan frustration. I'm sure they played a part. Like, you don't know what baseball's going to look like on the other side. There is a finite window. You do have Paul Skeens for probably 3 more years after this one, or even 2 if you decide to trade him before that 6th year of team control. Whatever. You know that your window is only so big. You need to go all in. You need to go for it. You also, Nutting's not unaware. The Pirates are not unaware that they've lacked progress. They're frustrated too. And you say, we have to fix this. That's actually what went into the Griffin decision. And I know that the contract extension is certainly a part of it. I tried to explain this with Pony and Muller the other day. I don't know if the message got through, but what they're doing, it's a baseball decision at its core. He helps them get better. He is the best available shortstop. Now, does this begat those other conversations? Does this help? Does Connor Griffin get a taste of PNC Park and want to play there and want to make that his home? Yeah, entirely possible. We saw it yesterday, man. If you're a player, you see that atmosphere, you say, I want more of that. I love that. His family loves Pittsburgh. They love the way they're treated. So that's part of it. And all along, again, I'm just sort of like touching on different things that all feed into the same discussion. If you're the Pirates, if you're Connor Griffin, does this deal make sense? And it does. It makes a lot of sense. The Pirates are getting value. They're getting a good player at a reasonable rate. Connor Griffin's going to get a whole bunch of guaranteed money no matter what else happens. Like if he winds up with $140 million, how do you turn that down as a 19-year-old kid? And also, you're going to be a free agent again at 28? And you're going to be able to have another bite at the apple in your prime with all of this stuff guaranteed to you in a city that you like, an organization that you really like playing for, an organization that gave you a chance at 19 to play in the major leagues. It all makes sense. And so for the Pirates, you say, we need more offense. We want to win. This has been there all along. We've played this process out, and it was slower than a lot of people would like, certainly. But it's also true that this stuff takes time. One of the things they've been mindful of, and again, I've disagreed some with their timeline. You've disagreed some with their timeline, but they want to build it out in a way that's sustainable, in a way that it doesn't go away. I do think there's a factor of 12, 13, 14, 15, they had this little flash and then it went away. You can criticize them for stuff that they did, and that's fine. You can disagree with how they handled themselves in 15, 16, 17, how they, that run of winning, it didn't sustain long enough and whatever. I'm not shying away from any of that. But what I'm saying is that the Pirates don't want that to happen again. They want to create this in a way that it's not just a flash in the pan. They want to create it in a way that they're able to win for more than 3 years. And by ponying up money now to Connor Griffin and to other guys, too, that they've signed to extensions, by the way, Mitch Keller, Brian Reynolds, etc., and by drafting well and by revamping processes, scouting, and, how they select players. Latin America is another area that's a continual focus. They haven't gotten enough out of their Latin American efforts for how much they spend, a fair criticism. But by readdressing all of these things, they're telling us they want to win now. They need to win now. It is time. The focus is on the field. They've been building toward this. And that was the genesis of Nutting's answer. Said, this is what we've been building toward. This is what we've been working toward. Now is, the time to focus on results. The goal is to be playing meaningful games in September, in October. And what Nutting didn't say, and I can say it kind of understanding the system a little bit, is just that it takes time. It takes time to get, a Mitch Keller and get him figured out, to extend Brian Reynolds, to get O'Neal Cruz figured out, which is still, an ongoing discussion. I certainly understand that. To get more offense out of Henry Davis. I'm just cherry picking random things to get a Bubba Chandler, to get a Paul Skeens, to accumulate this team that you're watching. This isn't the type of team that is just built overnight. It's been built over 5-6 years. But now that they have it, they can go out and spend on things where they're going to get, the cost is going to be justified. They're going to get bang for the buck. They're going to be spending money for a reason, because it's spending money to compete. And it's the same thing that I've maintained when asked about this team. Are they going to spend when the time is appropriate? My answer was yes. Did it take a little bit longer than I anticipated? Yes. Did it take a little bit longer than probably they wanted and certainly fans wanted? Yes. But now they're spending when it's appropriate. They had major league needs. I said all along they were going to spend when there are major league needs. And they have. And they've addressed them in a very good way. And now we're all getting to reap the benefits of that. There's a lot of fun baseball on the North Shore. There will be more fun baseball on the North Shore this afternoon. Looking forward to that. By the way, Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. All right, let's get to our last break this hour. When we come back, top of the hour, we'll have Stephen Brault, Pirates pregame, postgame analyst, former Pirates pitcher. Want to talk some pitching with Brault. Want to talk yesterday with Brault. Just one of the all-around good guys. I want to talk anything with Brault. Have not talked to him in a little while since I was back here in Pittsburgh hosting shows before spring training. We'll catch up with Stephen when we get back. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30-plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Are you exhausted fighting a garage door that just won't cooperate? Possibly your springs, rollers, or motors are shot. Maybe you've been looking for a new door featuring the latest colors, styles, materials, and options. Of course, you're looking for the best prices and service too. If that's you, call locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door. 1-844-345-4737. Precision is America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company with locations in over 90 cities. Visit the Precision showroom in Imperial and choose from their largest door selections ever. Need service? Expert Precision technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Visit Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA number 060566.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk here on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey, Joel Nelson producing. The great Bob Pompiani just walked into the studio and walked out. Went right over to the donuts. Bob abstained, though. Good job, Bob. All right, talking Pirates, Orioles, start to the season, vibes being high, all kinds of fun stuff. Let's go out to the fan hotline where we find Sportsnet Pittsburgh pregame, postgame host and former Pirates pitcher, Stephen Brault. Stephen, good morning. How are you?
I am doing well, Jason. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. That was some baseball game we saw yesterday, don't you think?
Oh, sure was, man. It's one of those games that I'm just so glad I was there. You know, it's funny because you get my first year, I got to cover Paul Skeens, his debut, got to be there for that. That's something that we're all going to be able to say we were there for. And then now we get the Connor Griffin debut this year. Man, talk about vibes being high. That was probably the most energy I've ever experienced in PNC Park. I wasn't there when they were in the playoffs in 13 through 15, so I can't say what that was like. I've heard amazing things, but that game yesterday, that was unique, man. It was quite an experience. It was super fun.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, where that atmosphere ranked in terms of baseball environments that you've seen. So you answered that question. Very high.
Yeah, there you go. Very, very high.
Very high.
It's hard
Number
to beat that
one,
I can tell you that.
Did you bring a cone yesterday?
No, but I think I'm going to have to go. And, you know, Michael McHenry already has a bat that is painted like a cone because I don't know how he does this. He just gets this stuff immediately. It's awesome. We're going to be showing it off in the studio here in the pregame, postgame show, probably today, but, you know, we'll see. We might save it for when we really need it.
Wait, so the world has not seen this yet? That McHenry has a cone bat?
Yet. He does. It was made by Swearingen Bats, a local guy that makes a bunch of really cool bats for Michael. This year already, we've gotten a Mazeroski bat. We got a Bob Gibson bat. Now we got a Hoist the Cone bat. I mean, it's amazing. It's incredible. Can't wait to use it. It's very bright orange. And now, this is what I'm saying to Michael. We got to convince one of the players for Players Weekend to do a Hoist the Cone bat. I think it's obvious that they got to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
Man, I think Jake Mangum would be very willing to do that.
Oh, yeah.
He's been the cone guy. He's been the cone.
I know. Actually, his mother, Stacy, she came by the studio yesterday before we started and she was so excited to be up in Pittsburgh. They're from down in Mississippi. They flew up with Connor Griffin's parents on the same flight. Just a really cool experience. They're happy to be here, and you can tell where he gets his positivity from. It was a great meeting.
Jake Mangum reminds me a little bit of you, Brault. One of these guys.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just like that personality. Like nothing phases him. He's you can tell like there's probably a media career on the other side. Like so well put together, friendly to everybody. It's nice. He's like the position player version of you.
I'll take that. He's also, I love the way he swings, so I'll take that. It reminds me of a young Stephen Brault, except he's doing it in the big leagues, and I did it in college. So,
right.
It's really cool.
Fair enough. All right, let's talk a little Connor Griffin, man. I mean, there's so much fuss, yesterday. I thought he handled it really, really well. You guys went through his performance, everything, pregame, postgame, talking about what he did, how he handled himself. As a former player, there's got to be a nice transition now to, like, today he just gets to play baseball. Like, he gets all that extra stuff out of the way yesterday, and now it's just a baseball game. That has to be nice.
It is, and it's different for him than it really is for most other players. You compare him to like a Paul Skeens or when Andrew McCutchen came up, for example, when their opening day is more so everything else than it is actually the baseball game, right? So today, Connor Griffin gets to get into the stadium at the time he wants. And go through his routine normally and not let anything impact that schedule. And so I think, I would say he probably didn't sleep very much, 2 nights ago. Maybe last night the adrenaline wore off at about 4 a.m. and he finally got a few hours of sleep. But it's going to be fun to see him settle in and become a player. Because I was talking to Michael about that. It's like, it's amazing that we got Paul Skeens, and we're very fortunate to have him on our team and get to watch him. But we watch him every 5-6 days. Connor Griffin's going to be a different experience. I mean, every day, that obviously he'll get a few days off here and there, but every day that guy's going to be in the lineup. He's going to be playing shortstop, and that just has such a big effect on fans, I'm sure on ticket sales, on everything. It really adds to that vibe. And not taking anything away from Paul Skeens, it's just the truth that position players are there every day. And so I'm really excited to see how he settles in and how the fans settle in. How long is watching Connor Griffin going to be the coolest thing at the ballgame? Probably a long time.
Talking to Stephen Brault of Sportsnet Pittsburgh here on Pirates, or Bucko Talk, I should say. I almost said Pirates pregame and postgame. Brault, you debuted in St. Louis, right?
Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm.
How did you handle that? Like the night before, did you sleep? And after it happened, did you sleep? Like, I mean, like life-wise.
I did not sleep the night before.
You did not?
Yeah, it was like maybe 2 hours here and there, waking up in a panic that I had, forgotten my glove or something. Oh, wait, I did forget my glove. It's one of those things that when you go through it, I always tell people, remember, anytime anybody makes a major league debut, give them a little bit of credit because they did not sleep the night before. They're running on pure adrenaline because it is one of the biggest moments of their life happening. And for that to happen to a 19-year-old kid, I was 24 and I still felt like I'm so young. I'm terrified. All of these veterans around. This kid's 19, but he carries himself already like a veteran, very similar to the way Paul Skeens was when he came up. So, I mean, if anybody could handle it, clearly it's Connor Griffin. He's meant for the big moment, and he definitely stepped up to the plate yesterday in the big moment. So, I mean, it's cool to see him already come through and kind of get some of that stuff out of the way immediately. And like you said, now just go play baseball.
Brault, I've got some pitching questions for you, if you'll indulge me, if you don't mind. Mitch Keller yesterday, another quality start. That's 2 for 2 in the quality start department, goes 6 strong innings. We're obsessed with velocity in baseball. Everybody's got to throw 100 miles an hour. Mitch is out there throwing 94, 95, a couple different pitches. Why is he able to get out so effectively? What's he doing out there that confuddles hitters?
So a lot of guys, as they get older, they have to refigure out how to pitch, right? As their velocity drops down, they have to kind of reconfigure the way that they attack hitters. With Mitch, it hasn't been something where it was a drop-off in velocity and now he has to figure it out. It's been a more gradual process for him as he settled into purposely not trying to throw 98, 99 miles an hour over the last, 2 years. We'll still see it every now and then, I'm sure, if Mitch really wants to get on a fastball. But the difference is now it seems like he's not just more mature, but he knows himself so much better. So it's like he chose to drop the velocity a little bit so that he could really spin the ball, so he can command a little bit better. And, yesterday, 4 walks, that doesn't scream great command. But for him, his pitches move so much that sometimes guys just aren't going to swing and you're going to walk a few guys. But I think we're seeing the best Mitch Keller that we've ever seen. And I think that that's going to continue throughout the season as he just gets more into it. I actually, in my notes this morning, getting ready for the pregame show today, one of the things I wrote was, all right, he's 2 for 2 on quality starts. We're going to keep a ticker. How many quality starts does Mitch end up with this year? Last year, he was, top 4 or 5 in quality starts over the last 3 seasons, starting in 2023, he's 5th in quality starts in all of Major League Baseball. There's only 4 pitchers who have had more quality starts since the beginning of 2023 than Mitch Keller. He's got 52 of them. That's crazy.
Wow.
I mean, this is what this guy does. He's consistent. But as this year goes on, I think we're going to see him even get better and more comfortable in this way of pitching. So I think it's the best version of him we've seen.
Mitch Keller was 7th in the majors last year with 17 quality starts and 32 outings. I caught that. I did not. Over the past 3 years, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right, so Carmen Mlodzinski goes today opposite Shane Baz. I want to talk about Carmen. He added a splitter, added a curveball. One, what have you thought about those pitches so far and what they've done for Carmen? But two, Steven, I wanted to ask this. Like, he keeps talking about those pitches create space for his fastball. I know a little bit about that, but can you translate that baseball lingo into, like, actual stuff? Like, what is he talking about? It creates space for his fastball.
Basically, creating space means you have more room for error, right? So if you have a 4-seam fastball and it's your best pitch and you use it all the time, guys are eventually going to get on it. Now, if you're Bubba Chandler, that's a different story. He's got an elite, top-of-the-line 4-seam fastball. Guys are never going to be comfortable hitting that pitch. It's just different. But Carmen, he's kind of more of a Mitch Keller type, where his pitch mix is going to mean more than any individual pitch. And so if you can keep guys from getting comfortable and being able to sit on the fastball, and then you're going to have a lot more opportunities to get away with pitches that you don't perfectly command. So that splitter, if he can throw that in a 2-0 count to a lefty, which is a fastball count, then he's going to be able to, maybe get a ground ball, get a swing and miss. Now that guy has to think about that pitch instead of just sitting on the fastball. So it just kind of gives you more room for error. And in the major leagues, if you are not a top of the line pitcher like Paul Skeens, pretty much the most important thing you can buy yourself is room for error, because that's what major league hitters are the best at, is hitting mistakes. So if you can buy yourself a little room for error with adding a few pitches, taking some miles an hour away, little adjustments, or like Carmen's done, which is use a splitter and a curveball that really goes away from the fastball. The splitter's going to dive away, even though it looks like a fastball. The curveball is going to play off that tunnel really well. You just buy yourself more space in that you give yourself more room for error. That's what he's saying there. That's why he's able to get 8 strikeouts and no walks in his first outing. He can be in the zone and not get damaged. That's really important for a starting pitcher, especially.
And that's why you see him on pregame and postgame. Steven Brault talking to former Pirates pitcher right now at Squid Brault on Twitter or X. One more pitching question for you, Steven. We've seen Dennis Santana and Gregory Soto almost be interchangeable in the 8th and 9th. I really like this bullpen setup, the way Don Kelly has managed it. What have your thoughts been about the bullpen and specifically those two, sort of one attacking leverage and the other maybe a pocket of lefties, and just how they've deployed them? What are your thoughts on that?
So this is the way that I'm starting to put this bullpen together, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly how it works. However, what I'm getting right now is that it seems like the bullpen is set up in pairs, guys that Donnie really likes to use with each other, next to each other, inning after inning, that sort of thing. Guys that play really well, their stuff is very different so that nobody can ever get a good read. So we've got Santana and Soto. They're going to be your 8th and 9th kind of flip-flopping, like you said, depending on situation. The fact that Santana came in the 8th yesterday means that there's a good chance we're going to see Santana in the 9th today, if that's the situation that arises. The other pair that I see so far is Matson and Lawrence. Those two guys, even though they're both right-handers, are very different. We've seen them go back-to-back a few times already, because if you're a hitter, those two guys could not be any more different. Matson's going to give you 4-seam fastballs. Lawrence is going to spin the ball and sink it in on your hands from the side, right? So it seems like there's a little bit of play on just making sure that nobody ever gets a good look at any of these pitchers. There's a few exceptions. Yohan Ramirez is going to be used earlier in the game, but in higher leverage situations earlier in the game, I think. At least he's bought himself that situation now. So, Santana and Soto, they just play off each other so well. Soto's got that nasty slider come from the left side, and Santana's he's just good. Everything he has is effective. And I think we're going to end up seeing both those guys probably, if they both stay healthy and, go throughout the year, hopefully everything stays the same, I think you could see them splitting, having pretty similar amounts of saves and pretty similar amounts of holds, and both being very effective because they play off each other so well.
Two hitting questions to wrap up with you, Steven. Marcell Ozuna has not gotten off to the greatest start. What's your level of concern there?
0. I mean, this guy's a veteran. He's going to be fine. It's so funny, man. Look, we can say whatever we want. It's been 7 games. This is not something that has to be a concern. A lot of time, every hitter is going to go through a 12, a 15 game stretch where they really just are not on their best game throughout a season. Unfortunately, yes, his is happening right now at the beginning. He seems a little bit caught in between, not really as aggressive as we've seen him in the past. When I faced him, that was the thing with him. It was always like, all right, this guy's going to swing. So you got to make sure that you get in on his hands a little bit or make sure that you get him out in front. I think he's just a little bit caught in between right now, but I would say for me, it's 0 concern. You just kind of keep running that guy out there, especially when the rest of the offense is picking up the slack, because he's going to be the one that's picking up the slack pretty soon for other guys who maybe fall off a little bit. So I'm not concerned.
Last one for you, Steven Brault. I lost my question. I'm working off of an iPad. The outfield,
unbelievable.
The outfield and defensive issues so far, man. You see the communication stuff between Reynolds, Cruz, O'Hearn. If you're Donnie Kelly, how do you address that?
Okay, so this is a fun one. Okay, ready for this?
I am.
Clearly, O'Neal Cruz has been told, go get the ball, right? And that's a good thing to tell a new center fielder who's the most athletic, the fastest guy in the outfield. Go get the ball. Everything else is going to be figured out around first getting him feeling comfortable and knowing that he can go get these balls. Now, I think he's starting to get to the point where he is starting to feel out the range and how far his corner outfielders need him to go, right? He got that play with Reynolds out in left center in New York. That didn't work, and now he's kind of starting to feel that, in Cincinnati. And now he did the same thing with O'Hearn out in right field. As a center fielder, you are the main guy in the outfield, but that doesn't mean you're the only guy in the outfield. So I think right now you want him to be more aggressive. You want to be sending him to make sure that he's not being hesitant on going to get balls in the gap. And as this goes forward a little bit, he starts to feel, okay, how far do I actually need to patrol here? Mm-hmm. And when can I let my corner outfielder make that play? I think this is more of we're figuring it out right now all together. And then very soon, we saw O'Hearn and Cruz having a great conversation after that play in the dugout yesterday. And that's what O'Hearn is telling him, like, hey, man, that's my ball. I'm camped underneath it. You have time on a high fly ball like that to look. You can look at me. Just take a glance. If I'm just sitting underneath it, calling it, go back behind me. Those are the kind of conversations that a new center fielder is going to have. And he has some great experience to learn from and those guys that are in the corners. And so I really don't think that that's an issue. I think it's more of you don't want him being scared to go get the ball, right? So you want to make sure you give him every opportunity to say, be athletic and go get it, and then we'll pull you back. And I think that's what's happening now. Now we can start pulling him back a little bit, and he can start understanding his positioning out there with the corner outfielders. But, I'd rather have him dead sprinting, go get the ball, right, as a pitcher, go get it, and then we'll pull it back a little bit. So I think that'll be the next step.
Steven Brault, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Jason. I'll see you later.
You got it. Steven Brault, former Pirates pitcher, current Pirates pregame, postgame analyst on Sportsnet Pittsburgh, does a great job. I love the way Brault broke that down. Those are things that I had not thought of with the O'Neal Cruz situation. We can sit here and watch it and say you've got to communicate better, which is true. Donnie Kelly said that, and players have admitted there has to be a little bit of improved communication. But how you navigate that with O'Neal Cruz is interesting. You want him to go get every ball. And it is a bit of a sensitive subject. That's not the right word. I'm looking for the right word. But so as a center fielder, you have priority. You want your center fielder to go get every ball that he can. It's not that O'Neal Cruz is you want him to go get these balls that he's running into Ryan O'Hearn and Brian Reynolds for. There's just a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And that's what the Pirates need to establish. It's very loud. Clearly, the communication has not been either loud enough or appropriate. Don Kelly talked last night about needing some nonverbal communication. Whatever they do, and if that's the strategy to have O'Neal Cruz get as many balls as possible and then sort of peel back a little bit, I think it's probably time to peel back a little bit. I agree with that. But it has to improve. All right, the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. When we come back, I want to go down on the farm, do a little segment about some stuff happening in the Pirates minor leagues. There was a player returning from injury of note that had a pretty strong game, and also one of the top Pirates prospects. Now that the top Pirates prospect is with the major league team, he debuted in affiliated ball last night. We'll talk about that and more on Bucko Talk here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 2 between the Pirates and Orioles is this afternoon at 4:05 from PNC Park. Carmen Mlodzinski against a familiar name, Shane Baz, former Pirates prospect for Baltimore. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan will begin at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Penguins later tonight are also in action. They'll take on Florida at 5 o'clock, and they'll also play again tomorrow at 3. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Crowley from The Fan. We're at the massive grand opening of Floor & Decor in Bethel Park. If you've got a home project, this is your new HQ at 3000 Oxford Drive. They're leading specialty retailers for a reason, offering the broadest in-stock selection of tile, wood, and stone at everyday low prices. Plus, if you're one of the first 200 people to sign up, you can enter for a chance to win $1 million in the Dice Roll Challenge. Come hang out with us till noon. See what Floor & Decor is all about.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry.
That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going now till the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. My pick is Michigan to win it all. Michigan, Connecticut are the two teams I like to play in the championship game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
1-2. Checks his swing on a slider, and he did indeed go around a 90-mile-an-hour slider. 1-2. Swings and misses at a sharp breaking ball. 0-1. Jack Seola swings and misses at the breaking ball to go down on strikes.
That was Seth Hernandez last night for the Bradenton Marauders. He made his affiliated ball debut, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Seth Hernandez is probably going to become the one now that we've seen Paul Skeens, Bubba Chandler, Connor Griffin all matriculate to the major leagues. Hunter Barco is there as well. Password, he's a top 5 prospect for the Pirates. He is in AAA, actually off to a bit of a slow start. Edward Florentino is injured, although coming back soon. Password, by the way, a little concerning, a 1-for-23 start after such a strong spring. But the idea here is Seth Hernandez. He was absolutely dominant last night in a 6-4 win over Dunedin. Goes 3 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, no walks, 8 strikeouts, throws 39 pitches, 30 for strikes. Not only that, let's talk about dominance here for a second. Dude had 8 whiffs on 10 swings. Dunedin hitters swung 10 times. 8 times they missed the baseball. That's pretty good. Again, that line, see if you hear anything that sounds a little funky. 3 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, no walks, 8 strikeouts. 3 innings, 3 outs per inning. That means he got 9 outs. 8 of them were via strikeouts. Yeah, I think he's going to be all right. Seth Hernandez is elite. We saw him in the spring breakout game at Lecom Park, talking about 102 velocity, some really nasty breaking stuff, an advanced feel for the changeup. If it sounds familiar, it probably should. Skeens has that. Braxton Ashcraft has that. Bubba Chandler has that. It's impressive. Now, he's still a ways away. Pirates drafted him as a high school kid. Not everybody debuts at 19, just a reminder, but definitely somebody to track now that he's in affiliated ball and making his way through the minors. That start, they'll get him moving quite a bit. Another outing to pinpoint in that Marauders game yesterday, Chris Davinsky, 1 2/3 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, and 1 strikeout. You may be listening and say, why is that notable? Chris Davinsky, why do I care? Chris Davinsky is the guy that got hit in the temple with the baseball in Lakeland. And he's back healthy pitching. So I don't care who you are. I was right there to see him get hit. I was right there to see him get carted off. And when he got out of a cart, and I mean, that's just scary stuff. That shook me. I mean, as somebody who I pitched in college and had a comebacker bust my knee in half and had to get 2 surgeries because of it. And obviously you can fix your knee. You can't fix your brain. Just scary. And so glad that Chris Davinsky is back healthy, pitching. Good all-around dude, and might be able to help the Pirates in their major league bullpen once he works his way back. In Altoona yesterday, tough one for the Curve. They lost. Harrisburg scored 4 runs in the top of the 10th. Believe that was 6-5. I wrote down the wrong final in my notes. Altoona scored 3 runs, but that was it. They actually had the tying run on third base when Harrisburg turned a game-ending double play and ended that. Mitch Jebb went 2 for 5 with a triple, 2 RBIs, and a run scored. Indianapolis won a wild one, 11-10 over the Columbus Clippers. Ronnie Simon, 3 hits, including a double and RBI, run scored. He's hitting .421. Alika Williams, how about this? The Pirates promoted the wrong shorts. No, I'm kidding. I can't even continue that bit, but had 4 hits yesterday. He's hitting .667. Alika Williams with a 1.706 OPS. Look out, Connor Griffin. Don't get too comfortable, buddy. Alika's on your heels. Evan Sisk goes 2 innings, 4 hits, an earned run, a walk, and 2 strikeouts in that 11-10 victory for the Indianapolis Indians. Today's pitching matchup, it's a good one. We talked to Stephen Brault about this. You've heard Joel in the updates talking about it. Shane Baz against Carmen Mlodzinski. Carmen Mlodzinski has low-key been one of the Pirates' more interesting starters this season. It feeds into another conversation that I'm going to get to in a little bit about just having a little bit of patience, but there was so much reaction to Carmen Mlodzinski as a starter in spring saying, oh no, what are the Pirates doing? How can they possibly give him another chance to start? Well, after one start, people are like, okay, I can kind of see the Carmen Mlodzinski starting experience and why this thing may work. It's worked because of what we talked about with Brault, adding the curveball, adding the splitter. And I'm glad that Steven explained that. He did it better than I ever could about giving your other pitches space. But, I mean, the dude literally picked up 2 pitches last season. He did not have them when he was a starter. Midway through the season, starts using the splitter, starts using the curveball. All of a sudden, when he comes back from AAA, and that's, of course, when Carmen Mlodzinski was really, really good, he had those 2 pitches. I'm not sure if it matters whether he's a reliever or a starter. He's just been a really good pitcher. So we'll see. Hasn't allowed a home run in 51 innings dating back to last July 6th. That's the second longest active streak in the majors. His last time out, he struck out a career-high 8, did not issue a walk over 4 1/3 innings in New York. A lot of intrigue there with Carmen Mlodzinski and how he's able to keep this rotation going. I didn't calculate the numbers based on Mitch Keller's start yesterday, but going into yesterday, the Pirates, since Paul Skeens' 2/3 of an inning, they had an ERA of 1.75. If you take right now their rotation, it's pretty good. Grab my other sheet here. I was going through some Pirates news and notes, but their ERA right now as a staff is 3.71, and that's considering Paul Skeens getting bombed for 2/3 of an inning, which obviously isn't representative of the type of pitcher he is, but they're still 13th in ERA. Batting average against 217, that's 7th, and a whip of 138, that's 21st. There has been, Joel and I were talking about some things with the Pirates that aren't quite where we want them. Walks is something that they need to cut down on. Again, it's not a big concern, but it's just something that as we're monitoring, what happens with Marcell Ozuna, how to balance third base, the communication in the outfield, the walks, there's always going to be something. But I'm not dragging down Carmen Mlodzinski's start. He's been very good. I want to see more of it. He's a vastly different pitcher than he was the last time he started. So I'm going to get to my argument here on patience a little bit, but Chris in Swissvale has been waiting patiently. Speaking of that, wants to talk about O'Neill Cruz in center field. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, as a former center fielder, I'm all for the center fielder being a ball hog, but you got to have situational awareness. That play yesterday in right field, there's a runner on second base. He's got to know as the center fielder, he's catching that ball running towards the right field line while his right fielder is camped under it, getting ready to move towards third base. You got to back off and let the right fielder take that ball. That's going to come for him, I think, but, he still doesn't seem to be able to slow the game down from out there and put himself in his outfielders, which is what they are now, in the best positions, to win. That is a play that the right fielder makes and makes that throw. He catches that ball, spins, does a 360 and makes the throw. You're never getting that throw there.
Yeah, Chris, I sort of agree with you. I mean, that play, I don't think that was a taggable play personally. And I agree with you that the O'Neill Cruz thing, like, he needs to get it more than he has. Like, I'm not disagreeing with that part, but I don't know, man. I want my center fielder going to get every ball. I'm not going to try to put reins on him. But I need him to communicate. I need him to talk to his outfielders, and he's not doing that.
No, he's like I said, he is still, the game is still moving fast out there. You can tell it is. And as soon as the ball comes off the bat, his first concern is, okay, where is it and can I get it to it? And everything else is just getting blacked out. And like I said, that got to come with time. Moving to center field, it's not an easy move, and I don't care how good a shortstop you are. I watched Griffin play some center field last year, and, he's a great athlete and a great defensive baseball player, and I watched him do some things in center field that I went, okay, yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
That needs to be cleaned up. So, like I said, I like Cruz, good kid, and immense physical abilities. But, yeah, the game needs to slow down for him a little more, and I'm glad to see his outfielders having conversations with him about what would be the best way to approach all that.
Yeah, Chris, very logical opinion on O'Neal Cruz, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Not being able to slow the game down, I couldn't agree more. I mean, that needs to happen. I think one of the things we lack with O'Neal Cruz, and I did a show last weekend from New York about, and it ended up really sparking a lot of frustration and debate, is Cruz and how he drives people crazy. And I understand why. And we all, cite our theories from Little League or whatever about what he needs to do. And mine is, and nobody died and made me the ultimate authority on things, but I want my center fielder going to get balls. I don't want to tell somebody, no. This situation, this is actually the right fielder's ball. I mean, you can use some feel out there, but by and large, I want him to go get everything that he can possibly get. There's less gray there, but there's also less gray if they're talking to one another. And it's not a controversial opinion. It's not slamming the Pirates by saying that needs to be better. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Like, he might be saying something. He needs to say it louder. There's also nonverbal communication among outfielders where you sort of read off of one another and you look around and you say, he's camped under it. He's not moving. He's not moving. He's not moving. And you have enough trust. And then you have a conversation after and say, look, man, when I'm calling for this, how do I get this so you're out of the way? Like, just that level of communication is not installed right now with those guys. So I get it. I get the frustration, but I don't know. I kind of bristle at the idea of O'Neal Cruz of trying to rein him in. That's why you have him out there. You have him out there for his range. And for better or worse, they're going to have to see this through. It doesn't do any good to pull the plug on him. It doesn't do any good to tell him, look, don't go after these balls. Be deferential to your right fielder and left fielder. No, don't be deferential. Go get the balls. Go be the player that we want you to be. That's why we put you out there. But there's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. Let's go to Rick in Pittsburgh. Wants to talk about Cruz. What's up, Rick?
Yeah, hey, it's good to talk to you, and I appreciate what you're saying. One thing that I think maybe your generation, the younger generation, forgets is about baseball.
I'm glad you think I'm younger, Rick. Appreciate it.
What's that?
I said I'm glad you think I'm younger. I'm 42. I don't feel young.
I apologize. And the guys that usually do the weekday shows, those are certainly the younger ones. But ball players used to have to go through D-ball, C-ball, B-ball, 2 levels of A-ball, double A, then triple A, then they'd make the majors. The difference is these kids were getting coached by people that have been in the game their whole life. These coaches today, and the Pirates are especially bad because they can't attract good coaches, because who wants to be in the Pirate organization? The best.
Whoa. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about the quality of coaching.
You don't know the quality of coaching, Rick. You're not in the meetings. You don't understand what information's being conveyed, why it's being retained. Okay. If it's not being retained, you have not been to one coaching meeting.
But do you think the Pirates are able to attract the same coaches as the Red Sox or the Dodgers or the Yankees? The answer is there aren't. And I was in that organization.
You didn't even let me answer the question. Okay. All right.
25 years ago, the PNC opened. Do you know they got rid of Cam Bonifay and replaced him with David Littlefield? Cam Bonifay left because the Pirates not only cut the major league budget, they cut the minor league budget, and they've never made it up again. therein lies the problem. So I think it's one, expectations, but two, it's a realization that we have to keep bringing in better people to coach these young kids. I'll cross games. Let's talk football. Broderick Jones.
All right. We're done here. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate the call. We're not talking about Broderick Jones on Bucko Talk, and I'm sorry. The O'Neal Cruz situation isn't because they haven't been able to attract quality coaches for whatever reason that Rick is alleging. I mean, no. I hesitate to levy an opinion on that stuff because I'm not in the meetings. I'm around the team every day. I don't know what is being conveyed, what's being retained, whatever. But, like, I can tell you that they're not coaching O'Neal Cruz to run into outfielders. And they have done a lot to try to get through to this kid. It's not because he's being undercoached. You can criticize the progress. You can criticize the production, all of it. Not defending it. But, like, the amount of oomph that they've put into it, or there's some, like, newfangled way that, you know, the Pirates are coaching on a poor man's budget over here, but the expensive ones would get through to O'Neal Cruz. I'm not going down that road. Come on. Pat in Allison Park. What's up, Pat?
How you doing this day?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fine. The problem I feel with Cruz is, and I agree with you, center fielder, I want mine to go get the ball too, but it's all about communication. Typically, you know, if you're going for the ball inside, outside, if it's a short fly or long fly. But that one yesterday was ridiculous because if you go back and you look at it, the right fielder called for the ball 3 times. He wasn't running. It wasn't a running play.
No, and he was camped. He was camped. I hear you.
He was camped and ready to go. So, I mean, that's the get the 101 basics. I think of it, like your other caller said previous or a couple before. He's got to get down to the basics, slow it down, but go 101. Start with the simple plays. Go after the ones you have to go to, but know the ones that you can relax on. So we got a lot of talent. Hopefully we got a lot of time. We can get him there.
Yep. All right, Pat. Appreciate it, man. Let's get to Tony in the North Hills. Wants to talk about Cruz. What's up, Tony?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm all right. He kind of stole my thunder there, but on the same line, I had to disagree with you. First of all, are you a Cruz apologist?
I am not.
Okay, because it sounds like it. Because you agree.
Anybody who tries to take a realistic look at O'Neal Cruz becomes a Cruz apologist.
No.
So if you want to call me a Cruz apologist because I'm going to take a realistic look at it, you go right ahead. I do not care.
Well, you agreeing that was no problem with him going over to right field to take that ball. It sounds like you're a Cruz apologist because you sound like it was okay with you for him to do that.
Do I want him going to get every ball? I do. I want him communicating with his.
No.
Okay, why don't you just yell at me?
He doesn't go get every ball. He gets it away. What if it had dropped it?
I'm going to answer when I'm allowed to talk.
I stopped talking. I'm listening to you.
I want him to go get every ball, and I want him to communicate with his fielders along the way. He did not do a good enough job communicating with his fielders. That was evident. That needs to be better. But I'm not going to stop the kid from going to try to get every ball. I'm not going to tell him, oh, if you see somebody close, don't go get it. To me, that causes problems.
Tell me that thing. The right fielder called him off 3 times, and he still went over. You don't think that's a problem?
I think it's a problem because he needs to be calling him, and the right fielder needs to understand that the center fielder's calling the ball. It's a center fielder's ball.
Well, that was the right fielder's ball all the way, pal.
All right, pal.
So he's definitely going to be dropping some.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. All right. That'll about do it. I'm going to leave you with an interview I did with Chris Negron. He's the Pirates bench coach, just to tease it a little bit. Very interesting background in this interview. We talk about his role as a bench coach on Don Kelly's staff, some of the optimism surrounding the Pirates right now, what he does, and how he's gotten to the point that he's gotten to. It was a fun conversation. I do have to get down to the ballpark for clubhouse opening, so that's why I am leaving you with this. Joel, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the hard work as always.
Thank you, Jason. Great show as always.
Looking forward to a lot of these Bucko Talks on Saturday mornings. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think next week's is going to be from Chicago. That'll also be entertaining. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-80s this afternoon. Let's go. Enjoy the conversation. I'm heading to the ballpark. Take care, everyone.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins are in action tonight as well. They're going to take on the Panthers at 5 o'clock this evening, and they'll play again tomorrow at 3. Pirates and Orioles game 2 of their series this afternoon is at 4:05 from PNC Park. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Carmen Majinski will take on Shane Boz. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak? Are cracked? They need repainting again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book your consultation today.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Jason Mackey here with bench coach Chris Negron here on Bucko Talk, and I want to talk a little bit about your role, Chris, and what a bench coach does. I know I get a lot from readers like, what is the role of a bench coach? So I have the opportunity now. What is the role of a bench coach?
It's a little bit of everything. Just got to be on your toes. Just try and be Donnie's main supporter. There's a lot of him and I go back and forth a lot on strategy, tactical type stuff in game. A lot of planning pre-game that just helps slow the game down because everything happens so quickly in the game. And just the support staff for everybody, for all the coaches to help everybody out, making sure we're staying on top of them, and just being a voice, a liaison between the players and the staff and everybody. Just kind of it's like a utility role. You kind of bounce around, do a little bit of everything. Obviously spring training, help planning out of spring training and the practice design, all that, working in collaboration with all the coaches. So spring training is a little bit more hectic. In season, it's a lot more kind of settles down into the more tactical side of it, working with Donnie and just kind of helpfully challenging him and his thought process throughout a game.
What do you like more? Do you like the scheduling? Do you like the touch points with all the different players? Do you like the tactical stuff? Maybe you like all of it?
I'd say a little bit of all of it.
Yeah.
It was my first time really diving into the schedule, which was it is a little bit more than I thought. But Sean Bowman, our field coordinator, really helped me out a ton, and he really shouldered a lot of it in spring training. In the daily here during season's a lot easier. You have your time blocks that you can do stuff in, so it makes it a lot more cookie cutter. But I love it all. It's all part of the role, the tactical side, the planning of it, and I just love working with people. So being able to bounce around and have multiple touch points with the players and the staff, I tend to think that I thrive in that situation.
You're listening to Bucko Talk. This is an interview with Christopher Negron here in Cincinnati. And last night, Chris, Donnie gets ejected, and you become the guy. What's going through your head at that point?
It's funny because when I accepted this role, a bunch of people reached out and said, "Hey, be ready to take control and manage a couple games because Donnie will be getting thrown out." So we were joking around with him, saying I didn't know if it was going to be Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, when it was going to be, but no, mentally I was ready. And again, we have a great support staff. Our staff is awesome. We work together nonstop. So it was more, I'd like to think of a seamless transaction because we're all on the same page communicating before the game. So when the game starts, we're locked and loaded. So when it did happen, just take a deep breath. Everybody knew their assignments. Things kind of shifted around a little bit in terms of who's going to be doing replay and all that type of stuff, since I won't be doing that. But no, everybody fell right into place, and it just felt really natural, felt good. And after the fact, we all just smiled and said it's probably going to happen again at some point. And it was a good little dry run.
So there's a player on the other side, in Eugenio Suarez, that you have a pretty good relationship with too. I think somebody that there was at least some rumors about him coming to Pittsburgh. He did not. Just what was your relationship like with him, and what's it like seeing him in a series here?
I love Gino. We go back. I remember when I was a player for the Reds, we were teammates in 2015, and we had a running joke. I was the backup shortstop utility guy, and when the starter, Zach Kozart, got hurt, my first thought, obviously, you don't want to see somebody get hurt, but that was my opportunity. I played well the year before in the big leagues in 14, so I thought I was going to start getting more reps as the starting shortstop. And then sure enough, they called up Gino, and he became everyday shortstop.
That's funny.
And I remained on the bench, so I always joke around with him, telling him that I was super excited to start playing, but then they brought him up. So that's a running joke, but I love Gino. He's a great person. His vibes are always high, and being able to be a teammate and then actually coach him in Seattle, for the one season and then half last year was pretty special.
Talking to Chris Negron, Pirates bench coach here on Bucko Talk, and we were talking about your role earlier. What do you feel like you've learned? I know it's very early in the season. Spring training's also a lot, but very early on in this journey, what do you feel like you've learned about being a bench coach?
I mean, there's always going to be something you're going to learn every day, whether it's a situation in game. You try and plan as much as you possibly can, but things just happen throughout a game. And it's just kind of just staying on top of everything. You're always going to learn. I don't have the answers to everything. There's going to be something that happens in a game or a conversation with a player that hadn't crossed my mind or I've never done before. But I think that's the beauty of it all. It's like you put yourselves in those situations and you just learn from it. You can be afraid of it. You can do this and that, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to learn from it. So might as well put yourselves in those situations and grow.
Your dad was in the Air Force. You've been to some very interesting places, I believe, like Japan, New Zealand, might be missing a few. Where's your favorite, craziest place? How did that help form you?
So the military aspect of it, I was born in New Jersey. When I was 2 months old, we moved to Japan. So we lived there for 5 years. And then we moved out to the Bay Area. We got stationed at Travis Air Force Base in Fairfield, California. And then my dad did most of the traveling from there. So we spreaded route right there between Fairfield and Vacaville, California, and Northern California. But he did tours, I think it was in Turkey, New Zealand, Antarctica. He bounced around a little bit, a couple months, a few months at a time, and then always came back home. But no, military is huge in our family. My dad actually this morning sent me a video of him waking up my kids to Reveille the song.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I have a funny video that I was showing Donnie earlier. But no, we're through and through military.
You've also had a pretty interesting path in the game as a player. You started out one place. I think it didn't go so well. Correct me if I'm wrong. Playing wise, you wind up somewhere else, sort of finding yourself in some maturity. What sort of lessons have you learned about what this game requires or what you have to do as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I went through a little bit of a struggle when I was in college. I was battling some anxiety and ended up transferring out of the UC Davis, the small division one that I was in, to a junior college, and it really opened my eyes to just being ready for anything. It was a tough situation, and I battled that for the majority of my playing career, and it wasn't until I actually started speaking about it that I started feeling better and better towards the latter part of my career. And I got traded a few times as a player. Blew out my knee, blew out my shoulder, was able to bounce back and get back to the big leagues as a player. But no, just adversity. Again, you can learn from everything. Obviously situations are not going to go your way, and you can either feel sorry for yourself, or you can just, strap them on and get ready to go.
How much do you think you're able to talk to guys, given your own experience? Is that relatable to players in here right now?
I would like to think so. I like to lean on a lot of my experiences that help shape me. I mean, I don't just come out and just, hey, when I was playing, like all this type of stuff, but no, if it comes up in conversation, especially I was a bench player, so I know what it's like trying to get ready for a game and stay ready and all that type, and I was a guy that got sent up and down all the time, so there's a lot of relatable things that people on a roster. So just having those conversations of how I dealt with it, if I can help them out just a little bit, then I'm all for it.
Chris DeGrom, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates are in action today. They'll take on the Orioles for Game 2 of their series. 4:05 this afternoon from PNC Park, where it's Carmen Majinski up against Shane Boz. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Also tonight, Penguins back in action. They'll take on the Panthers at 5 o'clock, and they will also play again tomorrow at 3. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thank you very much, Joel Nelson. Good morning, everyone, and welcome
The Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani here for the next couple of hours, and boy, do we have a lot to talk about, following up with Jason Mackey and Bucko Talk, which, of course, has dominated the last 24 hours, and why not? Some of the big goings-on there with Connor Griffin, KG, Connor's Corner. All these things erupt into one day after a wildly successful debut for him and the team as they now move to 4-3 with a sellout crowd. And a lot of optimism. There normally is optimism, but you can tell if it's legit or not. This year it is legit. So we're here to talk that with you. We got a lot of topics I'm going to get into with Joel Nelson here. You can always call the number, and love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. You can also hit me up on X at KDPump. But, you know, basically it's baseball season. It's also hockey playoff season coming up. We will get into the Pirates. I'm sure Jason covered just about all bases, but we'll still go back and talk to you about that and, you know, where they are in your mind. Can they compete? Can they get into the playoffs? Because if they do, their pitching seems to be good enough that it could be pretty dominant in a short series. 412-928-9370. I want to spend a lot of this first hour or so talking about the Penguins as well, because they have moved into a position where it looks like, unless something blows up completely, they're going to be in the playoffs. And what I'd like to do is talk to you about what lies ahead here. Back-to-back games with Florida this weekend, and back-to-back games with Washington next weekend. It also appears as if this is gaining steam that the Penguins and Flyers could be a first-round matchup. Not many people thought that a couple of weeks ago. However, Columbus has lost 5 straight games. New York Islanders have lost 4 of 5, and they lost again the other night. I don't know. They both are fading, which has opened the door for the Flyers. And you can, to some degree, say maybe the Capitals as well. Again, keeping in mind the Penguins have back-to-back with them next weekend. Caps are basically 7 behind the Penguins, but they're only 4 out of the 3rd place spot in the Metropolitan Division. So they can certainly move up into that. The Islanders and Columbus have been stagnant, which has opened the door for Philadelphia, which had won 9 of 11. They're 88 points suddenly, and they're just 1 point behind that spot. That's why it could very well be Pittsburgh and Philly. And then what you have to think about is home ice advantage if it gets down to this, and whether or not the Penguins could hold on to that. As again, I said, they have back-to-back games today and tomorrow, both at home. This is unusual against the Florida Panthers, a team which is not in the playoff hunt, and quite frankly is, I think, run out of steam. They've had just a 3-year run, which is great. Almost won it, then won it twice in a row, and now they just have the remnants of that. And I think the Penguins can understand when they won in 16 and 17, it's not easy to follow that up every single year with how much hockey you're playing. So it's taken a toll on them, no doubt. And they're out of the playoff picture. However, they have had a part in ruining some teams. They beat Ottawa. Before that, they've made some things with Buffalo that they're still out to play. And they're in a position where they can do some damage here with this team. Not all of their players are going to be in the lineup today. The recognizable ones anyway. You'll see some new guys there, but those guys are still motivated to play, and I think the Penguins certainly cannot afford to go out this weekend and get 0 points here. I would think 3 out of 4 is what you're looking at. Goaltending-wise, it's going to be Shelov's today, and Skinner was in goal the other day, did not have his best game, but they're going up and down with his goaltending situation. That's why I think goaltending in the playoffs is the most important thing. If you have somebody who can get in there and just do a big job in goal, it makes a big difference. With the Islanders, if they should still get in, Ilya Sorokin is still an elite goaltender. I know the Penguins put up 7 on him last week, but he's still elite. And if you had to give a check mark in any series involving him and the Penguins, for example, I would give him the check mark just because he's proven it more so than the combination of the Penguins. Although Skinner has gotten to back-to-back finals. He didn't win those things, but I think generally speaking, most people would look at that and say, okay, Sorokin would be advantaged. The Penguins have other advantages too, and one of them is named Igor Chinakhov. He's on a pace that's incredible. 17 goals since the Penguins acquired him, and that's just 38 or 9 games, whatever it is. That's a pretty good pace. A pace previously only held by Crosby, Malkin, and Jake Gensel. So if you pan it out over an entire season, that's what we're looking at there. So Igor Chinakhov has been terrific. I even think Elmer Soderblom has fit in nicely on the 4th line with the absence of Blake Lizotte. But the Penguins, in the last couple of games, and this is a concern, it's both power play and special teams shorthanded. These were elite marks early in the season. Lately, it's not been that way. They're operating at 11%, only 2 of their last 18 on the power play, and they've given up a lot of shorthanded goals, 5 since the beginning of March, 12 overall. That's second worst in the NHL. Those are things that were in their advantage early in the season, and it's kind of changed over the last several weeks. They got to get back to doing that as they go down the stretch. So, again, it's Florida here over the next 2 days. While that's going on, today we look around and we see that Columbus has Winnipeg at home. So, again, the Penguins have to be mindful that Columbus, with a win, would move just 2 points behind them over the Islanders as this headbanging continues. The Islanders will have Carolina, a Carolina team which is operating on all cylinders right now. It's a team motivated to win one. They've been, predicted to win the last couple of years, and they've fallen short. They have been on a rampage right now. Tomorrow, Boston and Philly. Boston, however, today will have a game against Tampa Bay in what could be a first-round playoff preview. So we have a lot going on there at 412-928-9370. I want to talk to you about that. And the Final Four, that'll be going on today. And there's a lot of interesting storylines in this one. Of course, Illinois versus UConn. A lot of people don't know a lot about Illinois, but they are a team. They're actually favored in this game by 1.5 points. And they have a size advantage over UConn, and they have a lot of players who you probably haven't heard of who can make a big difference in this game. Namely, Alex Karaban for UConn is the guy everybody talks about, but Keaton Wagner, he is a freshman point guard for Illinois, and he has been lighting it up, 18 points a game. Everything funnels through him. Karaban is, for UConn, a senior now, and one of the rare guys who stayed at one place for a while, and he's been at UConn. If they should win a national championship, it would be 3 and 4 years for him. That's a very interesting matchup. It'll be the first game tonight you see at 6:09. Following that, it's Arizona, Michigan. 2 teams that have won, on average, most of their first 4 games in this tournament handily by 20 points or more on average. So I still think Arizona is probably the best team in this. Michigan is on a roll, as all these teams are, really. But Illinois is a team to watch. Could be a Big Ten battle at the end here with Illinois versus Michigan in the final. Wouldn't that be something? Because they've had the best record of all the conferences here in the postseason. 412-928-9370, and then later in the program, call me with your pick for the Masters. That's next week. In fact, the first day of Masters Week is tomorrow. A lot of golfers trying to get in this week at the Texas Open. Robert McIntyre, the lefty, leads right now. He's at minus 14, 8 under over the last couple of days to move up. And so he's a lefty. He's looking to become one of the few lefties to go to the Masters and perhaps win it. So a lot to talk about. I want to remind you that the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the Fan Twitter site is South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, Joe, let's go to the phone lines. A lot of people want to talk. We got Greg in Youngstown, our leadoff hitter. What's up, Greg? How are you?
Hey, good. Real quick about the Pirates. Great atmosphere yesterday. Nice game. I want to talk about 3 players. Griffin, he's the real deal. The kid has great plate presence, beautiful swing. I mean, the guy's he's going to be a star. Towler, there's a reason why you didn't trade the guy, because the guy chews up innings. Skeens is our best pitcher, but I think Towler's the smartest pitcher in the team. I mean, he could pitch 7-8 innings every game. And Cruz, he needs to learn how to play the outfield. That play with the right fielder yesterday was garbage. That guy called the ball. He was underneath the ball, had his arm extended. Cruz never looks. If he would have crashed into the right fielder, and there would have been an injury. Again, Cruz got to use his head. Because the guy before you had the show before you was saying that Cruz was in the right. No, he's not. I played outfield for 30 years. Center fielder does not go after that ball.
Well, I think Ryan O'Hearn made it, I thought, very clear. And maybe Cruz wasn't paying attention to his body language and just trying to listen to him. I don't know. But he made it pretty clear it was his ball. He was under it. And I would agree. I think that in that case, O'Neal Cruz has to be – it's more of a communication issue than anything. Just be aware of what's going on out there.
Yeah, be aware of your surroundings. Because the center fielder, as a center – and I played center field – you let the corner guys get their balls. Your job as a center fielder in those situations are to back up the corner outfielder if he misses the ball. Your job's not supposed to be cutting in front of the guy. So, I think Cruz has gotten better as a hitter, but his fielding has to improve on that as a center fielder. But I think the team's looking good this year. They have a chance.
Yeah, they do. Thanks, Greg. I agree with all that. And I think when you have two cornerstone pieces like Skeens and like Connor Griffin, and again, we're putting a lot on Connor Griffin's plate here. Nationally, he's been through the pressure. He understands what a pressure cooker is because he's been in the spotlight, not unlike Sidney Crosby when he was a teenager moving up and everybody knew that he was going to be a special player. Well, he will be. I thought it was interesting when Hannah Mears was talking to their family up in their suite yesterday as they were overlooking this, and his father, Kevin, was going on into this great explanation of having this simulator that they've used down there in his hometown. I think it's called Hit Tracks Simulator, not unlike a golf simulator, where you can simulate what it's like to hit in all ballparks. And so even though it's not a live arm, you can crank it up to 100 miles an hour, whatever you want, different pitch locations, and he would routinely hit the balls into the so-called North Shore notch, and that now may be called Connor's Corner with a K on the corner. So I thought that was an interesting development there. But, yeah, the guy is, I think, very mature. More than anything else, you'll notice if you ever get a chance to talk to him, his maturity level and just how steady he is. He's a religious guy. He's faith-driven. He has he got married at 19 years old. High school sweetheart, and I think there's a lot to say about that. You know, it tells you that these two were together before he was Connor Griffin, the star baseball player. So made a commitment there. He strikes me as a very loyal, committed guy, and the fact that he's going to agree to this 9-year, $140 million deal is good for both sides. You know, I mean, the Pirates have taken a risk, certainly. If it doesn't work out, it's money they got to pay. It's guaranteed. For him, he's only 19. If he stays the entire time here, I mean, he's going to make $140 million, and then at age 28, he can go into free agency in the prime of his career. I mean, then you're talking about who knows how many millions of dollars by then. So, good deal for the Pirates. I would have liked to see them try that with Skeens at the very beginning. I don't know if he would have gone for it or not. I think it's too late to do that now. So, for the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to be all in. And I've said that for the last couple of years. Ever since Skeens was drafted here, you have to be all in. You know what he is. He's going to give you that kind of Cy Young performance, you would think, year in and year out. Build around it. And I don't think the Pirates did that when he was first drafted here. They waited a little too long. Now they did it this year. You need to do it even more. And that would mean, you know, being aggressive at certain points of the season, the trade deadline, if you're in it. You know, the Pirates have typically, moved things around, trying to get aspects of their organization they want to fine-tune. In the minors, this year I would be on the other side of that. I'd be looking to trade people to get what I need if I believe I'm in striking distance. 412-928-9370 is the number. Let's go out to Larry in Washington, who joins us here on the Fan Hotline. Hi, Larry. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Listen, I'm a little older than you, but I watched the first plate appearance by Connor Griffin yesterday, okay? It was, and when I saw him standing out on second base, I got this feeling of euphoria, and it flashed me back to Roberto Clemente's 3,000th hit. And just the symmetry of that 3,000th hit, not that I'm comparing him to Roberto Clemente, but seeing him standing out there on second base and feeling that euphoria. I'm a Pirate fan for the last 30 years, mostly suffering, but just want to know if you you feel that euphoria about the guy.
I don't know if euphoria is the right word. I feel optimistic, Larry. I feel like it's a team that has a lot of potential. And I don't want to overdo this because I think it's easy to just say, okay, they're going to be in the playoffs and they may win. Listen, they got to get there. There's a long way to go. There are some pretty good teams in the National League they're going to have to deal with. Right now, Milwaukee, a team which a lot of people thought might take a step back. I know it's early, but they're 5-1. So a lot of big matchups with the Cubs, with the Brewers, and then you get the Western teams coming in here. Padres are loaded, so are the Dodgers. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think pitching will go a long way. We've not talked so much about other guys. Bubba Chandler, with all of this news about Connor Griffin, he was the number 2 overall prospect last year. So he's here. We want to watch what he does, and if he could, dial it in and become a factor. You have Ashcraft. Majinski pitched today. He looked good the other day in his debut in New York. And I think when Jared Jones comes back, you got a lot of people, not to mention, I don't know if you saw last night. Joel, did you see this last night where Seth Hernandez, who was the Pirates' first-round pick last year, I believe he was 5 or 6 overall, but he's a 19 or 18-year-old kid, same as Connor Griffin, maybe a year young. I don't know his age, but he's a teenager, and he was down there with 8 strikeouts in 3 innings in his debut, and he can put it up there at 100 miles an hour. So therefore, you're going to have maybe in the last 3 years, the 3 best prospects in all of baseball drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates, from Paul Skeens to Connor Griffin and Seth Hernandez. That's a pretty good way to upgrade your system in a hurry at 412-928-9370. Let's go out to Leslie in Elwood City. Hello, Leslie. How are you on this Saturday?
Hey, Pomp. I'm doing euphoric like Larry. I have to say, it's beautiful weather. And I get to talk about Connor Griffin actually coming out with Pomp, who's also a huge advocate for the guy. I was wondering what your emotional response was, because I was overwhelmed. Like, the crowd, like the cheers, I was crying. And then when he hit that double, I was like putting myself in his mom's shoes. I was like weeping from joy. Well,
I mean, a lot of people have that reaction. Leslie, if you do, that's great. I'm not going to get that emotionally into it because I want to see a lot more here. This is a long season, and we have seen people, and listen, Connor Griffin's going to have his ups and downs, a lot of downs. That's what happens in this league. They're going to figure you out. You have to punch back and figure them out. It's not an easy thing to do. Look at O'Neal Cruz. He's had his ups and downs quite a bit. A very talented guy who people thought was going to be this 40-40 guy a couple of years ago. Now, the glimpses of superstardom are there, but also so are the other things. Although I have to tell you that I'm impressed with him that he has 4 hits off lefties already this year. That's a sign of some good things. But I'm going to let it settle back. I don't want to put so much on this guy's plate. He's 19 years old. He's a part of this, and I want to see how he handles it for the whole first year. I think the sky's the limit for him. He has all the potential in the world. He's here for 9 years. I wouldn't be surprised if he's competing for MVP status a couple of those years. So that's where I'll go with this for now, but it's all potential more than anything else. He's got to put up the production now.
Yeah, and if you give me one chance to be a Cruz apologist, I want to respond to Greg in Youngstown. I really like the passion and the enthusiasm, but I agree with you, Bob. I think it's a communication issue. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it is. To me, I mean, it's just he's not used to playing center field, although he's played it now a long enough time where he should be. Those are the little things in spring training you're supposed to be able to work out. Ryan O'Neal is certainly not an all-time outfield. He's a first baseman. I think he's fine out there, but, his strength defensively, I think, is at first base. So they're shifting some guys around. Communication obviously becomes a problem when that occurs. Leslie, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I hope you have more emotional days like that because that's what makes it fun. And I will say this. I think it was Penguins Jesus on X or Twitter last night who said that Pittsburgh is a sleeping giant when it comes to baseball fandom. And I've always agreed with that. I do. I think this town has not seen much success here in the last 34 years, like 3 playoff appearances in 34 years. We saw what happened back in the mid 2013, 14, 15 run. That was supercharged with energy just because people hadn't seen it. If somehow they get back there this year in October, win a series, look out. I think people are they really are anxious. They are starving for a playoff contending team in baseball. And that's mostly because the bar has been so low of late. And just to get over it, shouldn't take that much, but they've struggled. Now, this bar has been raised a little bit. If they get there, man, the fan response has been great. 412-928-9370. John is in Charleroi. Now he's on the Fan. Hey, John.
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, what's Kutch doing? Because we need to bring him back for DH. This guy we got DH, and I don't think he's going to do it.
I was a little bit surprised, John. He got booed pretty vociferously yesterday, and I know he started one for, I think, 23. Ozuna's not been very good at all. And I think a lot of that booing comes from the fact that he was the choice over McCutchen.
Yeah, I do too. I think he needs to improve his batting. His batting stance don't even look natural. So I think they need. That's the one spot they really need to make a change in. Thanks, Bob.
Well, they're not going to do it this year because they paid him $12 million, John. So he's going to be here, and he's a veteran. He's gone through this kind of stuff. I fully expect that he'll turn that around. To what degree, I don't know. All I do know is that they expect offense from him. One thing I would do if this continues, he's not my automatic cleanup hitter. He's been inserted there every single day. Again, this will work itself out. But if it really struggles, I don't know if I'm going to keep him in that spot every single day. I'm going to put someone who has more production in that spot every day, if it comes to that. But again, I think he's a veteran. He understands what happens, and he may be a slow starter. I don't know about his history, but he's had a lot of success in the majors as a DH. All right, one more before we go to break. That's Joe in Verona. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Hey, happy Easter, Bob.
Happy Easter to you, too.
Yeah, two things. Did they sign him for 9 yet, or is that still in
No,
process?
that's more of a technicality. He will, not yet.
Okay, because they need that. And one other thing, I know we're not like the Mets, the Yankees, the Dodgers, Chicago, big cities, but the word we're small market. We can use it all we want, but let's face it, Nutting has made a lot out of Pittsburgh, out of the fans. He's a billionaire now. He was a millionaire. Now he's a billionaire. He owes it to this city. They even add a little more. They should have went on and got more aggressive on third base. Triola shouldn't be in the majors. I'm sorry. He's a glove man, but they got a few weak links. We know that. So we're all hoping it doesn't fall apart. Kelly can keep this together, but Nutting owes us, Bob.
Well, I think what you've seen, and Joe, thank you for the call up against a break here, that what we saw in this offseason is an indication. Now, it's taken a while to get everybody on the same page here in terms of these prospects, but now there's some overlapping going on, which I like to see. When you have Chandler, Ashcraft, Connor Griffin, Skeens all here, and some more potentially on the way in this window of opportunity they have. Yes, Bob Nutting has not invested enough in the team over the last, and he got away from what was successful in 13, 14, and 15. And I think that's something that they don't want to see happen again. You're looking for an extended run here, and the best way to do that is have younger guys move up here very quickly and produce, and that's what they're hoping for Connor Griffin. There could be more on the way here. But I'll give them credit from this point of view. I didn't think they'd be willing to go this big on a contract right off the bat at 9 years, $140 million. But I think he realizes that in order to get what he needs to do, you got to start playing that game. And that game means risking some money, but the risk, if your scouting is right and you know the kid and you believe he's worth that risk, there could be a huge reward at the end of it. We have Justin and Carl coming up next, so don't go away. It's 412-928-9370. The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action. Youth Baseball Softball Showcase. Parents and coaches, all you have to do is send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com. Register your 12 and under team. 93.7 The Fan may take a stop on your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. What about the Penguins? I need some Penguin calls here. They got big weekend coming up against the Panthers today and tomorrow. They're in the driver's seat. What matchup is best for the Penguins if they should clinch a spot? Let me know what you think, because the Flyers all of a sudden become a realistic opportunity. Wouldn't that be interesting? First round, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. We'll continue that right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Bob Pompiani with Joel Nelson. We're back in a flash.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yeah, Penguins and Panthers tonight, 5 o'clock, and then tomorrow as well at 3. Pirates today take on the Orioles 4:05 in Game 2 of their series. It is Carmen Majinski up against Shane Baz, former Pirates prospect, on the mound for Baltimore. Coverage on The Fan will begin at 3 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
I need a little range. Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, And it's a #1 Cochrane Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochraneKia.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling easy and convenient. And right now, their Spring into Savings promotion means free installation on your remodel. And if you've always thought that tile was the only way to go to get a luxury bathroom, well, you can think again. West Shore Home's brand new modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look without the grout, the cracking, or the maintenance. Right now, get free installation and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule your free consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slapshot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back on what will be a warm weekend, and then later in the week, it's going to get back down to colder temperatures right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Today, game 2 of the series between the Pirates, and on the mound is Carmen Mlodzinski today. Is that correct, Joel?
Carmen Mlodzinski and Shane Baz.
Shane Baz, the former Pirate, #1 pick, who was part of that crazy deal with Chris Archer, and now he's here in Baltimore, so it'll be Mlodzinski against Shane Baz, and that'll take place today at 4 o'clock. And so 4:05, I think, is the official start time over at PNC Park. Game 2 of the Connor Griffin story. So that'll be coming up later today right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Another thing I wanted to throw out to you, just because this is interesting to me, the NCAA, which has its Final Four tonight. And by the way, these sites, like they have them in these big, massive arenas like you see in Indianapolis tonight. If you have some of the seats that are way up high in some of these sections, I have no idea what you're actually watching. You're going to be going there to watch television, essentially, because there's no way you can get a good look at what's going on down below. But they sell these tickets, and it's interesting to me that people will be willing to buy them just to say they're at the event. Fine, but you're so far away. It's crazy. But the NCAA is expected to finalize an expansion. Yes, you heard me right. An expansion of the men's and women's tournaments from 68 to 76 teams. And we'll probably hear about that after March Madness is over. So the proposal would add 8 games to the first 4, with 24 teams playing opening round before advancing to the second round. So my question to you is, are they ruining a good thing? 76. I mean, a lot of teams that were close would love to say, oh, sure, we like that because we'll get in. But still, 76, that's a lot. Now, television dictates a lot in this market. So if you can get people watching these games, I guess it's worth it. But, man, to me, it's just on its surface, it's kind of ruining a good thing. 412-928-9370. Carl is in New Kensington, and right now he's on the Fan. Hey, Carl, how are you?
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So my thing about – so I had 2 parts to this question here, but my first thing about O'Neal Cruz is I honestly think – I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday – the only place that even makes sense for him is first base on this team, because Horowitz really doesn't have the power that you want for a first baseman. And I don't think you could just put Cruz as a DH, because I think he just wouldn't even care at all. But
if you put him at first base, if you have problems with his defense in the outfield, I think you'll have problems over there as well. He doesn't strike me as someone at 6'7". It's a tough, a tough size to play shortstop, which he did before, and he had a lot of problems there defensively. I don't know. It seems like it would take a lot. And I'm okay with him staying out there if the offense gives me what I want out of him. I really am. He'll make some good plays. He's got a lot of range. He'll make some bad plays. You got to live with that.
And I guess the second part of my question is, would you trade like a Seth Hernandez for like a top tier offensive guy that's like either in the majors now or just coming up? Because he's like the 3rd best pitching prospect, I believe, already in Major League Pipeline.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think like with the window we have right now, like I'd rather have like almost like a Chase DeLauder type, or even like a Gunnar Henderson. Like if say the Orioles is completely fooled, like maybe try to trade him for like a Gunnar Henderson type guy or anything of that nature.
Yeah, Carl, I think you're onto something, but I don't know if I'd start with him. Pitching is such a big part of it. You get these arms like this, and he's already blown people away. He's their number 2 prospect and looks like one of the better draft picks. What I would do, however, is at the trade deadline, like I said, if they're in it, I would not be, and they already did this in the last offseason. They got rid of Mike Burrows, who's a pretty good pitcher. Johan Oviedo brought them stuff in return. So I think they're willing to do it. I don't know who would be next in line. It may be, someone like a Florentino, who's an outfielder, a young kid who's very high on their list as well. I wouldn't be opposed to that, though. I don't know about Seth Hernandez specifically, though.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, trade him if you're going to get, like, an elite guy like a Gunnar Henderson or somebody, like, that's way up there, I mean, in the upper echelon.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But I think it all depends on how this season rolls out.
And I guess the last thing I think of from another caller is I don't know what Eugenio Suarez's contract was with the Reds, but I don't know why. If theoretically we had enough money for Kyle Schwarber, I don't know why we just didn't pay to get him, because, 48, 49 home runs from the third base side over Triola. That would fix, like, the Pirates I think they're a good story, but, like, there's still so many holes in the lineup that they could have just fixed a little bit more.
I've been on that same bandwagon because I think, hey, Joel, can you do me a favor? Did he get a 1-year deal, Eugenio Suarez?
Yeah, it is a 1-year deal.
1 year, like $15 million? To me, that's easy for a guy. But I think ultimately, Carl, what happened was he wanted to be in Cincinnati. He was there before. He wanted to go back there. So if a guy has that, but still, I would have doubled that and make it 2 years. If it's money he wanted, I would have done it, just because I think that position does require more power, and he's a guy capable of it. And I know he's playing at PNC Park versus the Great American Ballpark. So that's probably the reason he wanted to go by there.
All right, that's all. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate the call at 412-928-9370. We're going to Mars right now, and that would be the home of Justin. Hello, Justin. What's going on?
Hey, Bob. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Listen, I just wanted to say, if a season of baseball doesn't make you emotional, you're not watching it right. And
the key word you said, season. We've gone through just a little bit of that season. So I still think, and I love passion. As I said, I think Pittsburgh is a sleeping giant, as Penguins Jesus wrote on Twitter. I agree with that for baseball. I think there's a large amount of people who would love to engage in this team, but they got to show it too.
So my whole family, our summer's scheduled around baseball. My wife knows the off days because she knows I'm gonna be forced to watch Bravo with her all night because the Pirates are off. She sits there and lets me suffer and commiserate all year long, and it's we're asked a lot as a baseball fan, 6 months, 161 games. I watch every game that I possibly can, not all, but every one I can. So it's an emotional thing. Secondly, Ozuna, when do we start to worry about Ozuna? I'm starting to get worried. Just because it's not only that I know he just looks bad at the plate. He looks bad at the plate to me. That's all I got. Thanks a lot.
I agree that there will come a time. I'm not going to do it right now. He's 1 for 23. He can go out today and hit 2 home runs, and you won't be worrying about this, just as Cruz did the other day after his terrible beginning in New York. So, Justin, it takes time, especially for veteran hitters. I'm willing to wait on that. But as I said, and thanks for the call, as I said, if this continues, what I would do is move him out of the cleanup spot. If he's really struggling to the point where that position, which is regarded as a big RBI position, if he can't get it done, then I may, temporarily tinker with the lineup in that regard. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Right now we're calling on Anthony in Oakland, who always brings his best. What's going on, Anthony?
Thank you, Bob, and happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter to you, too, and to all of our listeners out there.
Bob, I think the difference between Connor Griffin and Skeens on contract-wise, Skeens has Scott Boras. And Connor Griffin, who is married, by the way, also, he's 19 and married, has a wife and looking forward to family. So that money now, and I think his group is called the XL Group. Mm-hmm. He's had them since he was in high school or whatever. And so he, when you're married, you look at the world a little differently than if you're a single man and your girlfriend is a popular person too, and you got Scotty Burke. There's no way in the world Scott Burris is going to allow him to sign with the Pittsburgh Pirates. So
listen. What I understand that, but if he's representing you, he must listen to you. And if you want to be at a certain place, whatever the money would be, it's still your call. You're hiring him to represent you, and it has to be that. It has to be representing you. And if he wanted to be here for 9 years, and Scott Boras was his agent, yeah, it might be a difficult sell for the agent, but ultimately it's his call, is it not?
It sure is. But when you have the history of money making like Scott Boras, you're going to listen to Scott Boras. and he, like I said, he's not married. Also, you got to look at that too. This young man's mature.
He's mature, and he also realized the value of $140 million. If he's smart about it, he'll turn that into $300 million by the time it goes through in 40 years from now.
Since you said something about the NCAA, I have to comment on this if you don't mind, Bob.
Do you like that 68 to 76 teams?
I'm not bothered too much about that. What I am bothered by is President Trump interfering through executive order, trying to force these young men into rules and regulations that they don't want to. They're involved in the free market.
Right.
And this is
That's
the
what it's
NCAA.
become. And I would agree with that. I'm not a fan of any politician getting involved in anything sports related. I never have been, never will be. There are a lot of other things on his plate right now, so I would agree with that. And listen, this is a wide open situation at this point.
Well, Bob, they're going to court.
I know they are.
Going to go to court.
And that's where it ends up another wasting time and money, I think.
Yeah. Now, if the NCAA is concerned about this type of situation and player movement, then allow the players to unionize. That way you will do it legally through a collective bargaining agreement.
Don't you think that's eventually going to happen?
Well, that's what they need to that's what needs to happen. And then you can negotiate movement. And if I'm a player, and I'm not talking about the top-tier guys. Top-tier guys are always going to negotiate nicely. But the bottom-tier guys say, well, I don't have a future in the NFL, but give me 3 years of health care once my career is over in college. So they'll be able to negotiate that. But what you have now is plus Bob, and this is if I were representing these young men, I'd say we'll get them on two fronts. We can get them on discrimination also, because then the president's executive order is not upholding, telling coaches they have to abide by this rule, or people who work for the colleges. That's why I got kicked out in the first place by the courts, because they were putting rules on student athletes, but not on the general students at all. They could work. They could take money from family members, but a student athlete couldn't.
Exactly. And I can tell that you are a union guy. Every time you call, you bring up good points based on unions and what they can do for certain aspects of whatever we're talking about, whether it's sports or anything other than that. So.
Well, I did it for 40-something years, Bob.
I know. That's what I mean. I can tell.
And I always look out for the little guy. And look, for 100 years, these universities took advantage of these students. They always gave you that nonsense about they were going to, they room and board and all this. But there was some of those folks, they need room and board for thee, but my parents were getting ready to be evicted because we couldn't pay the rent. And, and I couldn't allow to get any help.
I mean, all the money being generated by these universities and their programs, and if you were a star on it, you were the reason they're bringing in money. Your likeness is being sold to different people, and you weren't benefiting by it at all. So, yeah, the pendulum had to come back the other way. Thanks, Anthony, for the call, man. I got to move along. Man. Appreciate it. Good points. Let's go to Steve Areno in the car, who's on the Bob Pompiani Show right now. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Bobby. How you doing? Happy Easter, buddy.
Happy Easter to you, too. What's up?
Oh, man. You guys getting the blood boiling a little bit here. I don't want to go Chief Jay Strongbow, that's for sure. It's too early. And I got Easter to celebrate tomorrow, and I'm trying to remain calm, buddy. But let me tell you, get started here. Because, oh, man, that guy was talking about the union. I used to be a union guy. I'd like to know where these union reps are when the Post-Gazette was, going under. There's a lot of things about the union today people don't know.
Yeah, I get that, and I don't want this to delve into a union talk about all these issues. That's not his point was brought up.
Let's go to a union. We'll go to a union baseball player. Let's go to, what's his name, Cruz.
Okay.
Bob, listen, we cannot have Cruz anymore. And let me explain why. I'm going to go back to game one. I respect what you said. It's one game, blah, blah, blah. But there's a domino effect when he does this all these years. Fly ball to center field. We don't need that cringy feeling. We need that antelope. He's going to run it down, snag it, no problem. That's what we need. What we're getting is when he does those errors and he cost those runs to Skeens, that messed up our bullpen in game two when Keller was throwing a gem. We fell short in extra innings. We could have been up 2-0. Instead, we were 0-2. That's why I got to say, people got to analyze that domino effect, Cruz's ears, and it's not just in the field or the scoreboard. It's also in the dugout.
Steve, I will say also there's a domino effect, and thanks for the call, for his offense. When he gets hitting, it's a big effect on the lineup as well. I'm just telling you, they've invested in him for this year. They want him to succeed. They're doing what they can. Hopefully he's more engaged. I saw something yesterday I didn't like again, which he's running and jogging out of the batter's box. I want to see that change. There are a lot of things I don't like, but a lot of things I do like. And I think they're going to keep him out there and see how this works out. But they're going to work with him, and he has to be ultimately responsible for this. And we'll find out if he does. One more call here, Joe, before we break, and that is DPJ. Interesting handle in Westwood. What's up, DPJ?
Hey, Bob. Always a pleasure to talk to you. I want to say shout out to your man behind the glass, Joel. I was chatting with him earlier, and we both have the same NHL final prediction of having the Dallas Stars versus the Tampa Bay Lightning, simply because goaltending is what's going to carry you in the playoffs. And I think that's the ideal situation for this Islanders collapse because, as you mentioned earlier, the last thing the Penguins need is to face a goaltender who could possibly stand on his head and steal a series. Because as much as I would love to exercise some demons against the Islanders, especially for, those demons back in 1993, I think playing somebody like the Flyers would be ideal because they don't have the best goaltending in the league. You can, expect the Penguins and Flyers to always bring a great series. And ultimately, I think the Penguins cap this year is really going to be making it to the second round, and playing somebody like the Flyers is going to get you there. But as much as I think Skinner's been a massive upgrade for us, the Penguins goaltending certainly has a ceiling. So I don't think Skinner's going to be the type of guy that's going to steal a series for you, but I think he's solid enough to at least win you one and make you competitive in the second round.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think, what else is going on here, DPJ, is if they sense, and this has been done before, that they really have an issue in goal, they can also bring up Murashov. He was good again last night. His save percentage is off the charts good. They won again last night at Wilkes-Barre Scranton. There's no reason to think that couldn't be in their future plans if things go awry. Now, you're right. Philly, not just because of goaltending, because Trevor Zegras can't take you apart in a shootout. You don't have to worry about that in the playoffs. So they have a good young team. They have some guys who are certainly on the way up. But I think that'd be a hell of a series, and both teams would have to rely on goaltending. Whoever has the best in that regard would advance. Thank you for the call. Appreciate that. We have a full board of calls here with Captain Jack coming up next, along with John, Kevin, Tom, and Jacob. I want to also remind you, though, that the fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. If you're looking to retire soon, let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. Today, sunny skies, temperatures in the 80s. That's crazy because we've gone from 80 to 20, back to 80, and apparently we're going to drop back into the 40s sometime next week. All right, we have more on the way. Call 412-928-9370. Want to hear from you about the Pirates, their opening, what you expect from them moving forward, the Penguins, and who's the best playoff matchup for them, and also this NCAA thing that may happen where the NCAA tournament will expand from 68 to 76 teams. Call, air your opinion. Do it right now at 412-928-9370. And I agree with the previous caller. Joel's the best. Joel's back there. He's an unsung hero. He just puts his nose to the grindstone every single day and makes the shows better. We'll be back with more right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Pirates today take on the Orioles at 4:05. Carmen Majinski up against Shane Baz. The pitching matchup today. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Penguins tonight take on the defending champion Florida Panthers at 5 o'clock tonight, and they'll play again tomorrow at 3 as well. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rolling right along here at 412-928-9370. Joel Nelson behind the glass taking your calls. Bob Pompiani here until 1 o'clock. Later today, it's the Pirates and the Orioles, game 2 of their series. And then at 5 o'clock today, it's the Penguins and Florida Panthers. You know, Florida's won 37 games. It's not like they can't win and be a factor here. They're out of the playoff race, yes. However, they still can be very pesky, and they have ruined some opportunities for teams in the wild card race this past week. So we'll see what happens today. Sheilaws will be in net today. I would imagine Skinner back at it tomorrow. Bobrovsky not in the net today, so that should make things interesting in this game. The Penguins, I think, got to get 3 out of 4 points. If they do that, I think they could pretty much be in position where they'd wrap things up next weekend against Washington and then look at potential playoff matchups. And if I were to ask you, which is the most inviting? Pittsburgh versus Philly, that to me is possibly going to happen now, whereas a few weeks ago it didn't look that way. But Rick Tockett's team has won 9 of 11, and they won again last night as they beat the Islanders, which have gone the other direction. They've lost 4 or 5, and then the Columbus Blue Jackets have lost 5 in a row, and they're home to Winnipeg tonight. 412-928-9370. Back to the lines. We have Captain Jack. We all like Captain Jack in Munhall. What's up?
Bob.
How you doing, Jack?
A Commonwealth Championship would be a great first round. That would be so much fun. I wouldn't be able to watch it, though. I'd be too nervous.
Well, first of all, that's always – I mean, I don't necessarily like this way this format is shaped up just because you get 2 versus 3 right off the bat. And likely 2 versus 3 in some of these divisions is actually could be a, final opportunity, a conference final matchup, but they play early. The Penguins in Washington, you might remember how many years ago, 2 best teams, I thought, going head-to-head right off the bat in the first round. Now, in this case of the Flyers team, they're up and coming. They got some really good young talent. I saw that Trevor Zegras got injured last night. I don't know if he returned or not. He's one of their better players. There is no shootout. You don't have to worry about that. But I think the Penguins would have an advantage. That's one team, to me, they'd have an advantage in goal over heading into a series.
That would be good. And as far as we continue in Philadelphia, Schwarber stayed there because the money, what I heard, was basically the same, but he just wanted to stay in Philly.
Well, I think that's true, too, of what you saw from Eugenio Suarez. I think he wanted to go back to Cincinnati, and again, he has to make that choice. $15 million seems very reasonable for 1 year for a guy who just hit 50 home runs or 49 home runs. I would have done that in a heartbeat. I would have upped it. I would have made it more money if he wanted to come here, but they didn't do that, so they move on.
And Bob, last thing, I can't believe Pitt finished 77th. We're the first team out. I thought for sure we'd be able to get in.
You mean when they move it to 76, they still won't make it? Listen, they lost like 3 guys already in the transfer portal. That's something I did not want to see, but, here they are.
We got 3 guys coming in.
I understand that, but they were counting on the guys who were here also,
Thanks, Bob.
All right,
Happy
man.
Easter.
You too, Captain Jack. Appreciate that. Let's go out to John, who joins us in the car, and now he's on the fan. Hey, John.
Hey, Bob, can you hear me all right? I'm on speakerphone.
Yeah, go right ahead.
All right, so I think I might be the only person in Southwest Pennsylvania who's willing to defend Jared Triolo because, look, this dude is a gold glover at the utility position. He came in when they traded away Brian Hayes last year, and he was a defensive upgrade at third base. I think he can win a gold glove at third base. So, this isn't last year when everyone on the team was batting sub 270, okay? This is a team where 7 of 9 roster spots are filled with professional hitters with power. If you want to use the 8 or the 9 spot on a dude who's an elite defensive third baseman, I'm okay with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you surround him with a lot of other hitters and then the expectations of his offense go down or stay the same, and they're just what they are, that's fine, I guess. But I think ultimately he's a better bench player, a jack of all trades who can play a lot of positions if you had a third baseman who could hit for more power. So, but yeah, in this lineup, if he plays, and I think Gonzalez will get some time over there as well because of his bat, you could, certainly have a guy like that on your team. To me, the longer he starts, the more I see offensive weaknesses. That's all. He's a very good player and a guy I want to have on my team. I just don't know if starting every day at third base is it.
Well, and you know what? And what I was taking Suarez over Triolo, sure. But, I mean, this is what it is, and I'm happy with it. And honestly, I think we saw yesterday when he's the one who brought in Griffin after that double, with a really nice hit to right field. I think, yeah, you put him lower in the order, he's going to get more pitches to hit, and I think he's going to be a 250 average guy. And if you're 250 average and you're a gold glover at third base, stopping runs from coming in at the hot corner, I'm cool with that.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I think, in this lineup, if these guys all hit, then it takes pressure off of a guy like Triolo, and he can just do what he does. So we'll see. I think also, not only did Triolo follow up, but Henry Davis followed up. I think hitting can be contagious sometimes. We saw that in that big inning that put the Pirates out to a 4-0 lead, but also saw the insurance run, which at the time you didn't think was going to be an insurance run, and it turned out to be a very big one. Back-to-back walks, then a wild pitch followed by a sac fly by Ryan O'Hearn. That's what a professional hitter can do for you. And that, at the time, made it 5-2. Turned out to be a very big run, and they sort of manufactured it. Let's go out to Kevin in Las Vegas, formerly of Hawaii. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, Bob. What's going on? So, a couple things. Hey, I forget. I've asked you a couple times. Have you been to the Masters?
Yes, and yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you know the uniqueness of it. I've been twice. I wish I was going this year. You asked for pick. I think you still got to go with Scotty. I mean, I got it. That's the easy pick, but he loves that course, and it fits him perfectly. So we'll see how he does.
But I don't know. He hasn't been playing his best so far. He always has a slow start to these tournaments this year. He is the betting favorite. I don't think there's any question about that. There are guys you're going to hear, but I'm looking at guys who are hot right now, too, You can say what you want about Ludwig Oberg. He blew one like a couple of weeks ago when he just did not have a good final round. But once again, he's up there this week at Texas Open. He's second place. He has a lot of potential and talent. He may be able to put it together down there, too. Or even one of the live guys. If John Rahm plays his game, he could win down there as well.
Yeah. Hey, for anybody that's listening, if you ever get the opportunity, and they do a draw every spring for next year. So anybody can get in, luck of the draw. It is the greatest sporting event that you will ever go to, bar none, and there's nothing close.
I agree with that, and you have to see it in person. And what you'll notice is that the hills, the topography is much more severe than you see on television. You don't realize it until you're walking around there. Some of those, like for example, number 9 going up the hill on the par, it's a big uphill. Number 10 going downhill. Number 18 going back up here. It's a lot more than you think.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. On 18, I think it's like 80 some feet, the elevation coming from the bottom up to the top. I mean, it's when you walk that course, they actually have tunnels that go under where they resupply all the drink stands and the food stands and memorabilia stands. That's why you don't see them run around on the grass up above, because there's a tunnel system. And the drainage down there. The rough down there is better than most of the fairways and greens I've been on in my entire life. That's how pristine that place is. Hey, I want to give you a proverbial pat on the back for being the only guy, I think outside of me and a few others, to pick the Penguins to make the playoffs and win a first-round series, unlike the rest of the naysayers on the fan.
Well, I just had a good feel. Again, it stems from conversations with certain people in that organization and what I felt they were going to do with it, and some young talent coming up. I didn't expect Ben Kindle to be like this, but I expected him to be someone who was a contributor. And as I said before many times, Kevin, you have a head coach who believes in him, and when he goes into a rut, he's not going to just say, no, you're not going to play anymore. He's going to keep riding him and work his way out of it.
Yeah, and what I've been encouraged with the last 4 or 5 games is it seems like the complaining, whatever you want to call it, or views and the team talking in NHL, the games have been called pretty straight up the last 4, which wasn't the case for the last few weeks before that. And so I think right now, really our only thing is make sure Tiger plays discipline. Hey, real quick on an earlier call, I got it. We don't want to talk politics. I would just say read the 6 points that are in there. And if Saban is part of it, I'm going to defer to Saban than callers. And the last thing I'll say is go research the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation when you're having the union conversations, and that's all I'll say.
All right.
There was
I'm sure Anthony's listening
early on. Yeah, there was a massive need for him early on. Back in the 20s and even in the 60s. If you want to see what a not well-run union can do, look at the government union that I did 32 years. That military, and it is amazing the negative impact that they have on the day-to-day work structure for our civilian employees, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, Kevin, thank you, and again, thank you for your service as well. 412-928-9370 is the number. We have Jacob, Wayne, Kai, you'll be first up, and Conrad, all coming up, but we're at the top of the hour, which means Joel Nelson has a headline for you right now.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here from The Fan live at the Floor & Decor Grand Opening Celebration. If you're looking for flooring designed for a busy household, you have to check out their exclusive Optimax Performance. This hybrid resilient wood-based flooring combines the best of laminate and vinyl with maximum scratch protection. It's tough, it's beautiful, it's only at Floor & Decor, where they offer free design services 7 days a week. Get down to 3000 Oxford Drive now. First 200 people in line to sign up get a shot at the $1 million Dice Roll Challenge. Here until noon. See you here.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it.
Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates in action today, 4:05. A first pitch from the North Shore. Carmen Majinski will take on Shane Boz. It's right here on the Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Penguins also in action tonight at 5 o'clock, taking on the defending champion Florida Panthers. Penguins and Florida also playing tomorrow at 3 as well. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 2 of the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Alongside Joel Nelson, Bob Pompiani here until 1 o'clock at 412-928-9370. On X, it's at KD Pomp. We have a lot of stuff that we've been covering. Want to hear from you. The future is now for the Pittsburgh Pirates as they bring up Connor Griffin. What a great debut. We've been talking a lot about that. And also, you know, it's funny, ABS Challenge System, the first successful one is done by Connor Griffin. And he had a good feel. It was the right call. It was a strike that was called. He turned it into a ball, and he won that challenge. So it was a good day from him all the way around. And now with Skeens 2 years ago, Griffin last year, and Seth Hernandez this year in the draft, they could have the 3 best players in each of those drafts moving forward. On this, the 25th anniversary of PNC Park. So it was a raucous atmosphere yesterday, and you may get that more as the team goes. I'd love to see it late in the year, boy. That would be interesting. As I said, this fan base is dying for that. And they'll do it this year with the 23rd highest payroll. That's something to me that has to continue to move upward. Even teams like Milwaukee currently spend about $30 million more on average. Now, they went out and they signed players, but I think there could have been more there. They probably left some meat on the bone when it comes to spending and free agency, knowing, again, the whole point of this is you have generational players on your team, and with that, you should be able to make some commitments, and I think at least the Pirates have recognized that this past offseason and went in that direction. Today at 4 o'clock, it's Pirates-Orioles Game 2 as Carmen Majinski makes his second start of the season. He looked good in his first outing in New York. And then at 5 o'clock today, it's the first of back-to-back home games, both at home against the Florida Panthers. And the Panthers are they're looking to spoil things for teams they play. They've done so already this week with some wins against teams that are looking for wild card status. And they'd love to do that to the Penguins. It's a dangerous team in that they've been, one of those teams that knows how to win. They've won back-to-back championships. And even though they're out of the playoffs this year, they are a team that can still do things to you in terms of their talent. And you will not see Sergei Bobrovsky, I don't think, tonight. Instead, it's going to be Daniil Tarasov in goal, and he's actually been decent, not great. They have a lot of players who may not play in this, some of the big regulars that you know, but they still have enough quality that they can be formidable, and the Penguins have got to take care of business at home. Back-to-back with Florida, next weekend back-to-back with Washington. So my question to you is, which of these teams would you like the Penguins to play in the first round of the playoffs? Because quite frankly, there are a lot involved, and it looks like Philadelphia could be the choice right now. If you look at the current situation, it'd be Penguins and Islanders, but the Islanders own just a 1-point lead over the Flyers and Columbus. Columbus has lost 5 in a row. They've fallen apart. They'll take on Winnipeg today. Other series would include Carolina against the second wild card, which would be Ottawa. And Carolina has a lot on the line because their expectations are pretty high. The winner of that series and the winner of the Penguins series would go head-to-head. And the other side of it, you have Tampa Bay and Boston, which will be a first-round game, and Buffalo, Montreal. Buffalo's a real good team. Talk about all that and the NCAA tournament whatever you'd like to talk about is fine with us. Let's go out to Kai, who joins us in Arizona. What's up, Kai?
Hey, Bob. How's it going?
Good. What's going on with you?
Nothing much, but I just wanted to play a little bit of devil's advocate, too, with the Pirates a little bit. I mean, you talked about it earlier. Seth Hernandez, a young guy, hidden gem, too, in the organization. Connor Griffin getting brought up. Paul Skeens. It's a team whose young core has spoken for themselves, and granted the salary and how much they spend is something that needs to go up. But I like where this team is at right now. This is a team that is building slowly with the young guys that hasn't really needed to dip too much money into it. But I also agree with you in the fact that the offense is a thing that needs to turn out a little bit more for guys like Triello to start playing a little bit more defense than offensive ball. This is a team that I think has a lot of expectations, and I don't think it's crazy to say this is a squad that we could wind up seeing in a wild card spot by the end of this year.
Yeah, or division. I mean, I'm not going to rule that out. I think Chicago's still the team to beat. Milwaukee will certainly have a say, as they always do, even though they lose players every year. They seem to retool. But I think that the wild card is now not a one-game series. It's a best of three. Granted, whoever has the home field gets all three games. But I would love, in a short series, I would take the Pirate pitching over just about anyone right now. So I think that's the goal. Get there and then see what happens when you get there.
Of course. I mean, it's one of the most underrated pitching rotations right now in the league. I think it rivals even one like Seattle with Logan Gilbert, George Kirby over there. Now, too, with the Pirates trying to get back Jared Jones. Mitch Keller's looked great, too. Who knows how, Connor looks after today. Maybe he goes on a run this year, too, and possibly see Seth Hernandez up by the end of this season, too.
Well, I don't think that's in the cards. I think Jared Jones more of a – I put the brakes on that. He's got a long way to go, but he'll be here – sooner. It won't be this year, but Jared Jones is a key. Thanks, Kai, for the call, too. I appreciate your interest out in Arizona. That, if he comes back to what he was before his injury, man, your rotation could be really good. And this would maybe move Mlodzinski to the bullpen, or, maybe they start Jared Jones in the bullpen whenever that, day comes. I think they'll take it easy with him, not put too much on his plate until they're absolutely sure that injury is better than it was. Conrad is in Bethel Park, and now he joins us here on The Fan. Hello, Conrad. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Later show, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Bob. I was going to talk about O'Neill Cruz, but I thought I'd keep it on the positive side. I was down at Peanut Heaven yesterday, sitting right probably below where you guys were sitting in the press boxes. I just wanted to mention what a great game it was. What a great feeling. When Griffin hit that double, the place went wild. I couldn't even see it because everyone had their cameras on him. They were trained on him. It was great. It was great. It was just a great feeling. It's great to see him.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations were big, and for him to come up with that kind of hit right off the bat, and he really was the lightning rod of that 4-run inning. And right after that, Triolo drives him in. Davis gets an RBI. Cruz, I get Cruz and the frustration that comes with him playing center field. I certainly get that. And can it be problematic? Sure, it could in a close game. But the offense is what they're trying to harvest out of this guy. They want the offense. He's shown you what he can do when he gets on a roll. So is he going to be bad all year out there? I don't think bad. I think he's going to be relatively inconsistent. And the one thing that has to change is the communication between outfielders when he's involved.
I think as well he needs to mature, but it'll come.
I agree with that,
like
too.
Everything.
I agree with that, too. He has to. And I'd like to see him run everything out. Again, too much jogging for my liking. And I saw on the one ground out to second base he had yesterday, he did that. I don't want to see that anymore. Thanks, man.
Exactly.
Appreciate the call at 412-928-9370. Top of the board, we have Jacob in Greensburg. Hello, Jacob. How are you?
Hello, yeah. I just wanted to talk about O'Neill Cruz, and I think that they should bench Ozuna and just DH O'Neill Cruz.
They're not going to do that. They put a $12 million investment in Ozuna, and they're going to stick with him as they should. He's 1 for 23. I get it. He's the guy who took over for Andrew McCutchen. I get it. But he's also a guy they gave money to, and he has a history of hitting. So I'm gonna defer to that for now. But I wouldn't bat him in a cleanup if this continues. If this is how it's going to be, I'd move him down to get him going, whatever the case.
Yeah, maybe not now, but you wouldn't at any point in the season?
Well, it depends. Again, it depends on how things go. You made it sound like you'd like to do it right now.
Yeah, like this situation, it's in August, and O'Neill Cruz, we're battling for a wild card spot or even the division, and O'Neill Cruz has costed us maybe 4 or 5 games. And
well, how many will he win for you? How many will he win with his bat? You know, that's the thing they're trying to get out.
Yeah.
And listen, down the road they have defensive replacements. Mangum is that guy to play center field.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say because Mangum's a good fielder, and I think he can hit a little bit. Maybe not for power, but I think he can be a guy that gets on base and Griffin or O'Neill Cruz drives them in. I'm just saying what if. I'm not saying do it now, but because it is only how many games into the season, and baseball is a 162-game season. But
right.
I'm just glad that they have a lot of options.
Options are good. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Jacob, yeah, you want to have options, and they do. I don't want to become an option-based team, however, which is to say platooning everybody at different positions and playing out of position. I'm a big believer in that a lineup should be fairly similar each and every day. Sure, you have rest days for guys, but I mean, you know where you bat when you show up. You're the second hitter. You're the third hitter. You're a guy batting fifth. You know it. You're not batting first one day, eighth the next, and fourth after that. So I think they're trying to achieve that, and that also is a work in progress. Wayne is in Carnegie, and now he's on the Fan as Joel Nelson has just left the building, and we welcome in Charlie Bourgeois. Hello, Charlie. Go ahead. Wayne.
Are you ready, Bob?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Bob?
What's up, man?
Thanks for taking the call. You know, I mean, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse now, but I just wanted to say the excitement about the Pirates is great right now. You know, they've made some moves and done everything everybody's complaining about. They're trying to change that. And as far as O'Neill Cruz, everyone wants to get rid of him. He's a generational athlete. You have to at least admit that. He just needs like a mentor, I think, or something. It's all about his attitude, maybe his work ethic. I'm not sure, but he has the ability, I believe.
No question. I mean, you can put him in that category if he ever realizes it. You put him, Skeens, and Connor Griffin, those three, and you continue to add to the core. I thought Ozuna was one of those guys to be sort of a confidant, and maybe he still will be.
Might be.
Now, he's worked in the offseason with Kevin Killmeyer, who's pretty good at what he did, the former Ray player. And, you know, we'll see. I want to see this go on. I'm not going to just immediately, like I said with Ben Kindle, not that I'm comparing these two at all, because Kindle at 18 seems to be more mature. What I'm saying to you is sometimes you can't just back off a guy. You got to just work with him, continue to work with him, and I think that's what they're doing with O'Neill Cruz. So I'm not going to waste his talent. I'm not going to just say, oh, no, you're not going to play anymore. No, you're going to play. Just get it better. Go out there and work harder. And that's what I would base it.
I guarantee you, he's not lacking proper coaching. There's no way that's not happening.
Well, I think I think they're working on that. It's a day-to-day thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you have to approach it.
Kudos to your call for the Penguins with making the playoffs. It's been a pretty awesome season.
It really has been, and the way they're playing and combining the veterans with the young players, and there seems to be a real genuine like in that locker room for each. And I think a guy like Stuart Skinner was a great trade because he's a galvanizer. You know, he strikes me as a guy who knows how to keep everyone together. You know, he's got a great personality. He's a fun guy from what I understand. And you need people like that. Adding in, and Dubas has done a hell of a job bringing in his offseason was terrific. And then he goes and pries Chinakhov away, and Chinakhov's operating at a 37 goal per year pace. He has 17 since he was acquired. And even a guy like Elmer Soderblom, he's come here and done better in a short time than he did with his previous team. So the bottom line is they're getting production out of people that not a lot of people thought would. Wotherspoon, we never talk about him, but we should. He's been a tremendous add to this team. And again, a signing that went under the radar, but man, what an impact he has been. And whatever Dubas has done with Carlson, he's freed him up. You hear that hashtag a lot, free Carlson. Well, they freed him up. And he's been what he has to be. He knows his responsibility. I think he has been the galvanizing force of this team, and he would be my choice for team MVP. Do you agree, Charlie?
I would agree, and it's this is going to sound weird, but I'm going to give a little bit of credit to Chris Letang. He's kind of taken a step back and let Carlson be who he has always been in the NHL. I mean, if you look at Erik Karlsson in Ottawa, when he was the guy, he was putting up 60, 70, 80 points winning the Norris. He goes to San Jose, and he's with Brent Burns on that right side.
Yeah.
He had a terrible year in San Jose, for like a terrible couple years after the big trade. Brent Burns leaves, then he has a 100-point season. And
I agree.
The first couple years with Letang, it's been kind of, who's the guy on the right side? and neither of them have really taken that step or been who they were. Letang has had a bad year, but he's kind of like taking a step back in how many minutes he's getting. And Carlson has been like, all right, I'm the guy now. I'm the guy again. And he's back to
and he's playing like that,
being who he was in Ottawa.
Absolutely, I agree. And I think that's good. It's a good point you brought with Chris Letang. He's deferred some of those responsibilities, especially on special teams, to Erik Karlsson. Let's go out to Zava in Pittsburgh. Did I say that right? Is it Zava?
Sava here.
Sava.
Come on, Pom. Buccos are making the playoff. 90 wins. Connor Griffin's electric. Paul Skeens is electric. Ozuna's not electric yet, but he's going to be electric at some point. And we're going to make the playoffs. We're going to be a dark horse because our pitching is sick. And let's go, Pom. And then the Pens are winning the cup, too.
Oh, man. Zava's getting an injection of optimism and everything else that comes with it, man. Hey, listen.
Oh, yeah, and I'm sick of the haters. I'm sick of the people that overreact about Cruz. He makes a couple bad plays. You know it happens, whatever. My boy Dushy, biggest hater I know. Cruz is awesome. Now he's hitting 300 and he's hitting missiles.
Well, listen, they got a long way to go. It's going to be a fun season, though. That's all I want. Me as a consumer of sports, especially local sports, I want teams to be good and compete every single year. It gives you storylines, things to talk about, and that's been the problem with the Pirates over the last decade. They have been kind of irrelevant once you get into June and July, and you don't want that. You want to have interest. You want this to go into August, September, and then October, if possible. That's when everything becomes, and that's when you talk about memories and you talk about things we talk about in future years. You know, there's not much in the last 10 years. If I were to tell you, okay, give me some Pirate big headlines over the last 10 years, there aren't much. But if you compete and you're in big games, that's when those memories become real. Let's go out to Ryan in New Jersey. Hello, Ryan. What's going on?
Hey, you boys with an interesting Letang take. I'm with Mueller on this one. I don't think he took a step back. I think he lost the step. But whatever. That's not what
I think, though, in fairness to him, he was the incumbent guy there. And when you bring in somebody like that, you have to be willing to adjust a little bit. And I think he has adjusted.
Yeah, he's 39.
And I won't disagree that he's not the same player he was, but a lot of guys are in that same boat.
Yeah, I got you. So I'll take Morikawa for the Masters because I've been predicting it forever, and eventually I'll be right.
That's why I'm sticking with Oberg. Yeah. I'm sticking with the same guy.
Oberg. Yeah, you've been talking about Oberg for a few years. So the reason I was calling is I'm not a Pirates fan, but I'm really encouraged and I'm happy for all the fans of any Pittsburgh team because when you're a billionaire in life, you're smart, but you're also lucky. You've had a lot of luck given your way, but either by birth or along the way. So when you have $1 billion and you have a sports team and you're in a community, spend a little bit of the money and give the people around you something to watch. So the fact that they're bringing, that they brought Griffin up, and I don't know if that deal's inked, but it sounds like it's in the bag. Give people something to watch. Give people a reason to be happy, and then concentrate on something else as opposed to all the menial day-to-day things. So interested to see how the Buccos do. As far as the Pens go, I think they're going to get the Flyers. I really wanted the Caps, and it's crazy because they're down, but if they had not laid an egg against Charlie's Devils the other night in Newark, they would have been 1 point behind, and they have a ton of regulation wins. So that's the tiebreaker. So if they ended up in a knot with Seabus and the Isles and the Flyers, they would get the tiebreaker. So the Caps really screwed themselves the other day.
But they have head-to-head with the Penguins coming up. If they sweep those two, things can change.
I mean, you got to be careful about this. It depends. This Florida, don't sleep. They're gonna need to win these games, or at least get like 3 points, like you said, because you don't want to bring the other guys back to the pack. I mean, the Isles are at Carolina, and I think Columbus plays somebody good.
They got Winnipeg at home.
Oh, they have Winnipeg. I was thinking they had Boston.
Yeah, but they've lost 5 in a row, so there's no guarantee for any of those.
The wheels have fallen off there. So, I really think it's going to end up being Flyers as the 2-3, which would be amazing, and I'll take it with the age of the Stars. And you want to throw me one of the classic rivalry teams, I'll take it any day of the week. 2 things about the Pens that are encouraging.
Okay, make it quick, Brian.
Real quick, is their 5-on-5 play and their depth scoring up and down the lineup. That's what gets you into the playoffs.
Totally agree with that one. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, 5-on-5, they're very good. It's the overtime and shootouts that's giving them problems. And as far as depth scoring, yes, indeed. And they're getting it from the 4th line, from the 3rd line. We've talked a lot about Mantha. Another guy we should be talking about is Ryan Shea. I believe he's unrestricted or restricted. He's a free agent at the end of the year in one of those 2 categories. Restricted or unrestricted?
I'm pretty sure he's a unrestricted.
Okay, he's important to them. He really is. He's been playing well. I hope Jack St. Ivany gets back. It's another guy I like. All right, back to the lines. We got Al in Uniontown who joins us now. Hello, Al. What's going on?
Hey, Bob. Comment and a quick, stupid question. These are exciting times in Pittsburgh. I mean, you got the Pirates playing good. You got the Penguins going to the playoffs. You got the NFL draft coming. When's the last time there's been this much excitement around town?
It's been a while, and the draft is something that's going to be here in just a couple of weeks. So, I mean, you're going to see a lot of people coming into town. It would be interesting. Now, I don't know what the playoff situation would be like for the Penguins, but if they get first a home ice situation, the first 2 games would be here, and that would not be in conflict with the draft. However, if they don't get home ice, I think their 2 games would overlap, or at least be in that mix of those days, right?
If they don't get home ice advantage,
right,
they would conflict.
They would conflict, yes. So, that's going to be interesting to see how and the league may have to say, wait, we're going to move some things around here in terms of when those
Gary
games are
Bettman
played.
has already said, the NHL has already said that we will not adjust our plans according
They're
to...
not going to adjust their plans.
That's
but
what they've said.
Okay.
But what they've said and what they are going to have to do are 2 totally different things.
Right. All right. One more call before we go to break. We have a lot of people on. Jake, Doug, Martin, but right now we're going to Mike in Murraysville. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just one quick comment about you. I think you're like the top guy in this whole area. But I want to talk about Cruz.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it. I just try to work hard and do the best I can. That's it.
No, you're actually the best. You really are.
Thank
I
you.
want to talk about Cruz. I played D1 ball, and I played outfield. Cruz's problem is not just outfield. Cruz is a low IQ ball player. He makes horrible mistakes on the bases, and that not running it out is one of them. But he takes extra bases when he should, and he got thrown out I don't know how many times last year. And in the outfield, he takes horrible angles at the balls. Then when guys are camped under the ball, I understand that everybody wants him to go get everything, but a guy's camped under the ball and he has a better angle of the throw, he has to know that that's not his ball, okay? He's just a very low IQ player, and I'm worried, and I'm very excited about the Pirates, don't get me wrong. I'm so psyched. But I'm very worried that I don't think he has it in his head to get it straight. And I mean, you almost need, I don't know if you need a shrink or you need somebody there to...
I'll give him credit for working. He's hired some people in the offseason to work with him. And again, we'll see how this goes. I think communication is a big issue when you're in the outfield. I think we've seen too many examples of that to support what you're saying. But I'm not going to just stop playing him. They have a lot invested. They see what potential could be there. The bat is a lively bat. It could produce a lot of power. Those things have been in short supply for the Pirates, so I'm not going to give up on him. I'm just going to have him work harder. He better work harder. He needs to understand that, and they need to figure out their communication problems in the outfield. Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the Twitter site is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the night before, which is the night before the NFL draft, that's why it's called the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Prophet, April 22nd at Rivers Casino. And this is going to be a great time. Aldean is really good at what he does. Don't miss ticket drops this week at the following locations: King's Jewelry, Route 19 in Cranberry on April 6th from 5 to 6 p.m., Lowry's Western Shop, Henderson Avenue, Washington, PA on April 7th from 5 to 6 p.m., and then AAA in Wexford, Perry Highway in Wexford from April 8th, 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. So it's the night before with Jason Aldean, what should be an unbelievable week of activity here in Pittsburgh. We got Gage, Doug, Martin, and Herb. You'll be coming up next right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins and Panthers today from PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop scheduled at 5 o'clock. And then for some reason, they play the Panthers again tomorrow at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop will be scheduled for 7 o'clock tomorrow night. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling easy and convenient. And right now, their Spring into Savings promotion means free installation on your remodel. And if you've always thought that tile was the only way to go to get a luxury bathroom, well, you can think again. West Shore Home's brand new modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look without the grout, the cracking, or the maintenance. Right now, get free installation and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule your free consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, live betting through all your favorite games, dark mode, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup. Score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back with more, heading to 1 o'clock here, and we got a big doubleheader of games. Bucks and Pucks today. The Pirates at 4, the Penguins at 5. First of 2 against Florida. And Charlie, I want to ask you about Florida because if you look at their record, they have won a lot of games, regulation games. The NHL system brings into question who really are playoff teams and who aren't. If you go out west, the Los Angeles Kings have how many regulation wins, Charlie? Because I know it's a low number.
19.
So they have 19, and they're in the playoff picture at this moment.
They are currently tied for the last wild card spot.
And that is the
Western
lowest.
Conference.
That's almost like Vancouver.
Vancouver has 15. The next highest is the Los Angeles Kings.
Let's talk about the Florida Panthers. They have how many wins in regulation?
The Panthers have 29 regulation wins, which is more than the Devils, the Flyers,
Islanders.
the Blue Jackets, the Islanders, and as many as the Detroit Red Wings. Every team that we just said is above the Florida Panthers.
That's what makes the Florida Panthers dangerous. They've won regulation games. It's almost like it's a point gathering system. I get that in the NHL, but maybe they have to reassess how they, give out the points, because the one thing about the Kings, 19 overtime or shootout losses, 19, and they've gotten 19 points for those. Whereas they lost those games. Those are 19 losses, and yet they got 19 points out of them.
I'm working on a special project for you here.
It's about point distribution?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me 4 minutes.
That's all right. I'll go to the lines, and you can tell me what you do at 412-928-9370. You have Doug in Daytona Beach. Doug is on the line right now. What's up, Doug? How are you?
Okay there, Bob, and happy Easter to you and your listeners.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. Did you by chance watch the NCAA women's game?
Yes, and I saw what happened with Gino R.M. afterwards and Don Staley.
Yeah, if that coach for South Carolina was a man, he would have slugged her.
Well, first of all, Gino's a whiner anymore. He's had a lot of success, but he's just miserable all the time, she probably gives you the same look, on the sideline. Now, his claim is that she was using all sorts of profanity with the officials that she got away with and he didn't. I don't know. And also a handshake that reportedly never happened before the game, but there was video of a handshake before the game. I don't know what's going on with that, but the bottom line is Staley outcoached Ariema. That's the bottom line.
You're right. South Carolina's defense won the game. That's what I think.
Yeah, UConn couldn't make shots when they needed to. They only scored 48 points.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And but I didn't like the way ESPN broadcasted it. They went on commercials would come. They just turned it off, and all you saw was a picture of the court. Or else you can go to the other ESPN station and had 4 women yakking like The View.
All right, Doug. The sideline antics there are pretty interesting. Charlie, I mean, Gino R.M. has had a lot of success, but boy, he just looks like a grumpy old man right now, doesn't he? And I hate to see that because he's well established as one of the best coaches ever.
I had this conversation with, I think, Donnie the other day when it came to college basketball coaches of all time. And my question was, why doesn't Gino Auriemma get more credit or more recognition for being one of the best? It's always, it's John Wood and Coach K, one of those guys. But when you look at Gino Auriemma, he's been in the NCAA tournament every year since even before I was born. The only times he's missed the tournament was his first 2 years at UConn. He's been into more Final Fours, more championships, won more championships than anybody ever. But I guess because I don't want this to come off badly, but I guess because it's women's basketball, it doesn't get taken as seriously as men's basketball.
Yeah, whatever the case. I mean, that team he had last night was 38-0 coming into that game. He got outcoached, plain and simple. I think that's the source of his frustration. He should internalize it. Let's go out to Gage in Castle Shannon. Hello, Gage. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Can you hear me?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Hey, first off, happy Easter again. And I just wanted to talk about, I'm just tuning in, so I don't know if anybody's brought it up, but I was at the game yesterday, and I have chills just talking about it again. When Connor Griffin went up to bat and all 60,000 people were on their feet.
60?
You could hear a pin drop in there, and then he hit a double.
60,000? Wait a minute. I know, but there weren't 60,000 people there. I mean, it felt like that.
Oh, well, I guess I don't know what the PNC holds. 38,000? Well, it felt like 60,000, and I'm telling you, when he hit that, I was watching grown men cry, and I had a tear in my eye. But it just makes me. I'll leave you with the question. You got Ozuna batting like 5%, and I agree with the earlier caller with Cruz being a low IQ ball player. Like, do you think Mangum should just be center fielder, and then whoever's got the hot bat between Cruz and Ozuna should be DH?
No, not yet. I'm not going to go there. And thanks for the call, Gage. I just think that they've had a lot invested in the development of this guy. It's taken longer than they thought from a defensive point of view. But keep in mind, he came up, he was originally playing shortstop, and he's adjusted out there. You're going to see some flashy plays by him, and you're also going to see some boneheaded plays. But you will also notice his bat speed and what he can do offensively for your team. Keep in mind, I mean, what did he have last year? Like 38 stolen bases? He gets on base, he can do some things. He has the kind of offense that you would absolutely covet if you're in the majors, because you don't get a lot of it from certain positions. So they're not going to move on from him right now. I think give it some time, and we'll reassess this whole thing a month from now and find out how it goes. Martin in Uniontown, you're up right now. Martin, how are you today?
Fine, Bob. I want to wish you a happy Easter, and
Thank you.
I hope the Pirates can do good. As I saw Bob Nutting on television yesterday, and I'm glad they spent some money, but I hope it all works out for them real good this time around.
Well, we'll find out.
I hope the pitching staff can keep their heads above water, and I just hope they can keep going. And I think the Penguins have a good shot of making the playoffs, but they got to try to win these next two games. I hope they can, because they're at home, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Martin, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Penguins have it right there. They're in the driver's seat. I think if you go 3-3, you get into the playoffs. You might even do it at 2-4, depending on how the other teams around them are collapsing, which is interesting to me because not too long ago, Columbus was the team surging, and now they're going in the opposite direction. The Islanders, I think the Penguin win against them really took a lot out of them. I think it had an effect on the Islanders, and they haven't recouped since. Guy's in California, and now he's on the Fan. Hello, Guy. What's going on?
Beautiful day for hockey, Bob.
Yes,
Beautiful
sir.
holiday weekend. I'll be quick here. A lot of baseball talk, a lot of union talk, but my talk is about hockey. Hey, if you had told me at the beginning of the NHL season, the Stanley Cup winner, Florida, wouldn't be in the playoffs. The President's Cup winner, Winnipeg, at most points, wouldn't be in the playoffs. U.S. hockey, both the men's and women's team would have won Olympic gold. The Pens would be in the second place in the Metro. Tortorella would be coaching the Las Vegas Knights the last 8 games. And on the subject of Italian, the Italian soccer team wouldn't qualify for the World Cup for the third time in a row. They lost to Bosnia, and then 4 years ago they lost to North Macedonia. But anyways, I would have accused you, Bob, of having gone with Aaron Rodgers for ayahuasca.
A little ayahuasca retreat. Yeah, I probably would have agreed with you there. But isn't that the beauty of sports? You really don't know. To your point, even Edmonton. Edmonton's a team that a lot of people thought would do it this year, and I don't know. To me, they look very flimsy. They have goaltending issues still. There are a lot of things that happen in the course of a sports season, and that's why Vegas makes a lot of money, because you can bet one way and it can be opposite completely the rest. So, yeah, that's it's really fascinating to see how things do turn out, and that's why it's never guaranteed. When you get in the playoffs, you just want to get there, and that's what the Steelers have kind of believed. Just get there. But when they get there, they got to do better than they've done. All right, one more call before we go to break, and that would be Matt in Greensburg. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
How you doing?
Hey, good. Hey, I asked Dan last night after the game about the 8th and 9th pitching matchups, and someone asked Kelly about it, and he kind of said it was matchup based, but Santana came in versus 3 lefties in the 8th, and then Soto came in 3 out of 4 righties in the 9th, and I was, I like Kelly. I thought he had a feel for the game, but like between that and then Wednesday, the last game against the Reds, trying to win a series against the basically your 1v1 in division, and he benches O'Hearn and Lowe with a day off the next day. I'm just, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and have that feel, but those and both worked out because Santana went clean 3, and the home run versus Gunnar meant nothing really. But and they won the game against the Reds. But I'm questioning those two moves exactly.
Well, listen, I understand the first one because, Matt, as you said, it was a day off following, and they were early in the season. I would have expected. Now, there was a lefty on the mound, and sometimes those guys look into matchups, and the matchups will dictate that this Ryan O'Hearn or Brandon Lau don't do well against whoever's on the mound. I don't know how much of that played a role, but, yeah, early in the season, I want to see my best players. With regard to yesterday, he must have had a feeling. He also wanted to avoid Gunnar Henderson coming up against a righty. I think that was part of that plan. And I'll tell you what, Santana has been as good as anybody since his acquisition here. That dude is putting up numbers that we didn't see from Bednar, we didn't see from any of the guys who were in that closer role before him. So good for him. And Soto's capable too. You get into the Matson, Soto, and Santana range. I think you have a chance to close a lot of those games.
Yeah,
out.
Santana was lights out. I just thought I think it was 10 or 11 pitches. I assumed he was going to come out for the 9th, and then Soto had to face eventually 3 righties, which was and he gives up the home run left on left, which is weird. But yeah, I just thought it worked out. I just thought it was curious.
All right, man. Thank you for the call. Appreciate that. 412-928-9370.
I have your surprise.
Here's my surprise. It's hockey related and point distribution because, as we said, in case you missed it, a team like the LA Kings only has 19 regulation wins, and they're in the playoffs. And there are other teams in the Western Conference who have more than that by far and are outside looking in because of the points. 19 overtime losses for the Kings. Okay.
So this is for the Eastern Conference.
Okay.
If the NHL went to a 3-2-1-0 system, meaning
3 for regulation wins.
Correct.
2 for overtime.
Yep.
Wins.
1 point for a shootout.
1 point for a shootout.
0 points for any losses of any kind.
So in other words, if you won a shootout that night, you'd get 1 point.
You only get 1 point.
That's it.
And the other team gets nothing.
Okay.
Basically, if you win, you get a point. It just matters when you win.
Okay.
And in the Eastern Conference, the Atlantic Division would stay the same right now. Tampa Bay would have 128 points. They're in first. Sabres in second. Canadians in third. This is where things get interesting if you're a Penguins fan. In the Metro Division, the 3 teams would go as follows. The Carolina Hurricanes would have 126 points. The New York Islanders would have 108 points and be in second. And the Washington Capitals would be in third place with 106 points. The 2 wildcard teams would be the Boston Bruins with 113 points because of the whole 3 teams in the division and then 2 wildcards. And the last wildcard spot would be the Ottawa Senators with 108 points. The Pittsburgh Penguins would be on the outside looking in.
They have the same as the Kings do because they have too many overtime and
too many overtime losses.
Right. Those losses in that system that you're describing would kill you. You have to win in regulation. Now, the Penguins do have a lot of regulations win, don't they, over some of these teams when
31.
It comes to tiebreakers. So that's more than most. The problem
they would be 2 points out of a playoff spot in this system.
Interesting. All right.
The Los Angeles Kings would be in 29th place in the entirety of the NHL. Right now they're tied for a playoff spot because Gary Bettman doesn't know how to do anything.
That's an interesting breakdown, but it does put an emphasis on regulation wins. And don't go deep into shootouts. You'll only get a point, and then you may get none. Interesting. All right, Charlie, that'll be the bourgeois, the Charlie Borges point distribution system that Gary Bettman will adopt in the NHL. 412-928-9370. Terry on the Butler. Hang on. We're going to get to your call after we take a quick break. It's the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins host the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, but the Panthers are pretty much out of a playoff spot. If they lose in any fashion today, they are eliminated from playoff contention. But the Penguins currently sit in second place in the Metro Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, And it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. To get started, that's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going now till the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. My pick is Michigan to win it all. Michigan, Connecticut are the two teams I like to play in the championship game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. You know, Charlie, the other thing, when you look at these Western Conference, you see a team like Anaheim and San Jose in there. Macklin Celebrini is just a 19-year-old player who's on the verge of doing what Gretzky has done early in his career. Just a tremendous player. And
100 points already.
Well, yeah, and again, he was outstanding in the Olympics as well. They got Cutter Gauthier on that team. They have Leo Carlson, another great player on that team. Seneca, who's a good player.
I think Seneca leads the league in points for a rookie.
Yeah, he's been really good.
But he won't get
But they also, Anaheim brought in Chris Kreider. He's had a big impact on that. So going to be interesting, these NHL playoffs. Terry in Butler's been waiting. Let's go to you, Terry, right now on the Fan Hotline. How are you?
Good, Bob. Hey, thanks for taking my call, first off. For all you guys in that area, all have a happy and safe Easter.
You too.
Secondly, in that there, I look at, for the Pirates in that, I believe that they're at least an 88 to 90 win team. Reason being, I think that for teams playing against them, it's going to be very difficult for teams to pitch around them as teams could do last year and years past, because they could bypass Reynolds or whatever and get to whomever, but now they're a very difficult team to pitch around. Secondly, with O'Neill Cruz, this will probably come off pretty funny, but with O'Neill Cruz, in my mind, he's like the Geno Malkin of baseball, because as great as a player as he could be, man, he drives you nuts with some of the stuff he does.
Yeah, I get that. You do the same. Well, if he can have the same kind of careers of Evgeny Malkin, I'll take that, because it's a Hall of Fame career. So, yeah, Pirates, a lot of legit optimism, anxious to see each and every, and I hope all these games. In the summer, it's nothing better than seeing some summertime baseball when you have first place on the line or playoff positioning down the road. It's all going to be good. Today, they got the Baltimore Orioles, game 2 of that series, and Carmen Majitsky on mound for the Pirates. Also at 5 today, it's the Penguins and Florida Panthers. And Florida would like nothing more than to ruin the Penguins' chances. Penguins can get and make up a lot of ground. They have certainly benefited by the fact that the Islanders and Columbus have collapsed. However, Philadelphia is hot on their heels, and we could be seeing a Penguins-Flyers first-round series. It's going to be wild here in April with the draft coming into town, playoffs, and the Pirates and a hot start. That's going to do it for our program. Fathom Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. Sunny skies, temperatures in the 80s today. Later in the week, it's going to drop into the 40s. That's how it goes around here in springtime. That's going to do it for us again. Remember, later today, it's the Pirates and Orioles right here on your home for Pirate Baseball, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. So for Charlie Borges, I'm Bob Pompiani. Have a great rest of your afternoon, and happy Easter, everyone. Hope it's a blessed holiday.
Building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See Club for details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show immediately after the final out. The Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and brought to you by Pellman Electric and Pella Windows. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for Holloway services. From single bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins host the Florida Panthers today at PBG Pants Arena. Puck drop scheduled for 5 o'clock. From Oregon on 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Kyle Bradish of the Orioles comes set. At the pitch. Griffin toward the gap. This ball is down. It's extra bases for Connor Griffin. O'Hearn is coming home. Griffin doubles them in. Pirates up 1-0. A teenager has doubled in a run in his first plate appearance in the major leagues. Connor Griffin of the Pirates. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Hey! Struck him out. The Pirates prevail. They win the opener 5-4 over the Orioles. Welcome to Pittsburgh, Connor Griffin. And welcome to winning baseball again. The Pirates are over 500.
You make a grown man cry. If only we could play that song by the Rolling Stones. Start me up, Connor Griffin. Start me up, Buccos. Over 500 for the first time. He debuts yesterday. RBI double, gets the Pirates on the board, begins a 4-run inning against the Orioles, and oh my word, you could see the future unfolding at PNC Park. Austin Bechtold with Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Charlie Borges behind the glass producing. I will admit, when I went back and watched the highlights again this morning, a couple of tears came to my eyes. A couple of tears came to my eyes. Why? Hope, joy, the fact that finally the diamond, the gold star that other teams have had, other teams in your own division. Chris Bryant for the Cubs years ago, Pujols, Yachty, all the above that the Cardinals have had. Look at how the Brewers have been able to develop talent. The Reds, Ellie De La Cruz. The Pirates have their superstar for the next decade. and it's Connor Griffin. It wasn't going to matter how he started the game, but to receive a standing ovation, which I'd said to Bob Walk, and I think I even said to his dad when we interviewed his dad, Kevin, before the game when he was gracious enough to stop by, and we met Connor's family, his mom, his brother, extended family was there walking around outside Federal Street as well when we were there broadcasting for Pomp and Joe with Joe back and Donnie there as well. This was the start of something special. Griffin coming up lengthens their lineup. It makes them a better team defensively, with Griffin playing at shortstop and played it fairly well yesterday. Jared Triolo now bumps over to third, who can bounce back and forth between him and Nick Gonzalez playing. Triolo had a couple of hits. He drove in Connor Griffin and a ball hit to the other side of the infield. Yesterday was about celebration of a 19-year-old that will be the face of this franchise by the time September comes around. And you might say, Austin, that's absolute nonsense. How can Connor Griffin be the face of this team over Paul Skeens at any point in time while they're on the roster together? Griffin plays every day. He's a polarizing prospect who clearly, and by all accounts, does everything the way that should be done by a baseball player at 35. Not at 19 and in about 3 weeks, turning 20. There is superstar five-tool potential where we had Jonathan Mayo on yesterday from MLB Pipeline, lives here in Pittsburgh, who said, don't put a ceiling on Connor Griffin. I said, Jonathan, 20 home runs? Is that right in the range, 20, 25? He said, don't be surprised if Connor Griffin becomes a 30 to 35, maybe even a 40 home run per year hitter. And Ben Cherington found him. And Ben Cherington deserves his flowers on this one. They have potentially drafted in the last 3 drafts the best prospect, the best player in the last 3. Obviously Skeens, Connor Griffin in 24, Seth Hernandez in 2025 that's already out throwing 102 miles an hour in the spring breakout game. He made his debut yesterday in the Pirates minor leagues. So I don't know about you, but as I watched the game, as I went back and watched the highlights again, Pirates fans have gone through a lot, to say the least. They've been drugged through the mud, taken to hell and back. The last 10 years since that 2015 season of 98 wins, it's been a long time coming for a season like this. That, yes, I know it's April 4th. But remember how 2014 was a walk-off Neil Walker home run, and you just knew at the start of that year, okay, this team's going to be really good. The 15 team didn't get off to the best start, but you knew that was the best team that they had of that run. This team, who I projected to win 85 games, get into the wild card, and win a wild card series, not one-game wild card anymore, it's a 3-game wild card series, and move on to the divisional, which would be their first playoff series victory since 79. Yeah, 90, 91, 92, you went right to the NLCS, and if you didn't win, you were done. There was no NL wild card. There was no NLDS until just a couple years later when they restructured the playoffs after the strike, the lockout. Seeing the reception, seeing the environment, being a part of the environment last night as I watched the game with Donnie and Crowley and Doran and Callis out in the outfield, it made me remember. It made me feel again why this is such a great baseball town. And that it just needed a couple of players to bring it back to life, to rejuvenate it again. And Griffin, because of his personality, because of his potential, because it's still just a reported deal. We don't know the full ins and outs of it yet. But as Buster Olney reported the day that Griffin, it was being announced that he was getting called up on Thursday, the announcement was 9 years, $140 million. Some things are still being finalized. That's going to be a huge part of this. Does that turn into 8 in a club option or 8 in a player option, a mutual option? What's the structure of the money? Stuff like that. There are some things that still need to be ironed out, but it looks like it's going to be 9 years and Connor Griffin will be here for a decade. He'll hit free agency when he turns 28. He can go right back into the market. It buys out 3 years of free agency. And he's committing to you. He's committing to this city. That family, talking to them, they love Pittsburgh already, and Pittsburgh damn well is going to love them. So I wanted to start the show today tugging at the heartstrings because that's what yesterday did to me. Because a lot of people try to make the assertion, maybe it's a national one, is Pittsburgh really a baseball town? Is this a town that truly cares about baseball? Obviously, there's great history, Clemente, Stargell, Maz, Honus Wagner. The list goes on and on. Steve Blass, who we had on yesterday as well. But the Steelers have been more successful. The Penguins have been more successful. This is a football town now, but there's no reason that it can't be a 1A, 1B football, baseball. We know how great of a hockey town it is, too. Considering, look at the Olympic hockey ratings every year. Pittsburgh was in the top 5 for some cases for Team USA games, number 2 behind like Buffalo. Like, this is a great baseball market. This is a great sports market. It's a great hockey market. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. But I think Connor Griffin coming up as early as he did, committing to the Bucs with this extension that isn't done yet, but Buster Olney is a 30-year vet in the business. He's not throwing this out there if it's not happening. When Rosenthal puts it out there, when Buster Olney puts it out there, when Passan puts it out there, unless there's a huge mea culpa, or however you pronounce that word, like what happened with Max Crosby and the Ravens, failing a physical, which is just not the same occurrence here, he's going to sign. They wanted to get the PPI pick, so we needed to play at least one game. Wouldn't have surprised me if he signed the deal last night or when he goes to the ballpark today, there's a contract right outside Connor Griffin's locker and says, hey, you are going to be the highest paid Pirate of all time and break Brian Reynolds' own teammates record, $107 million, for a guy who hadn't debuted yet when the contract was reported. And I was fine with them batting him 7th. I would have rather it have been 6th, maybe even 5th, but I was fine with it. You let him settle into the game. You let him have a little bit of lineup protection around him and bat after Ryan O'Hearn, who's a really professional hitter and Pirates fans should love. He just does all the little things right and should be making catches in right field, but his center fielder ran in front of him. We'll get into that in a little bit. But I don't know, guys and girls. I watched that game yesterday and was pumped for what's to come for this season. Just excited. And maybe it's not the best sports talk radio to lead and say, look at this baseball team. This is awesome. It's really cool. It's not a huge, breathtaking opinion that I'm giving that Connor Griffin is awesome and this could be the start of something special for this team. Because as Joe put it yesterday, they have their Crosby and Malkin with Skeens and Griffin. That's what this is. They have their franchise cornerstones, their arcs. And Griffin said in his press conference yesterday, which we're going to listen to in full coming up later this hour, that he just wants to be a part of this puzzle. Well, Connor, you're either a large corner piece of the puzzle as a main cornerstone, or you're the giant piece right in the middle where all the pieces around you aren't as large and your impact is felt significantly more than any other. 412-928-9370. How did you feel about yesterday? Because for me, it's one I will remember for a long time. Here is Boston Dave in West Mifflin. Hello, Boston Dave.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Boston Dave. Are you nicknamed Boston Dave like Boston Rob on Survivor? Except I think he was actually from Boston.
Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, sir, I got the nickname from Chris Muller. I called in one day and I won a beer thing from the beer thing in Carnegie, and I was at the time I was talking about Eric Bedard on the mound and Pedro Alvarez, comparing him to Big Poppy because they're both power hitters. But I want to make a good comparison. I'm not going to say I'm jumping off the stage.
You sound like you're from Boston, Dave.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually from Salem, but I married a beautiful Slovak girl from West Mifflin.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah, New England guy.
That's a good thing. Yeah, I'm not a Patriots fan, though. We're good there, buddy. But here's my question for you.
Yeah.
I think that this guy, similar position when Nomar came up. Nomar Garciaparra.
Yeah, in the infield.
He was the shortstop. Everybody was looking at him, and, everybody was happy. And then we got Poppy, Ortiz, and then Manny, and then we went on to break the curse. But long story short, I think you can build around this guy. I think maybe he's going to be a 310 hitter, kind of like Kevin Youkilis. He'll give you 35, 40 dingers, $110 RBIs, about that. But you got to build a team around him. And you guys got a great Pittsburgh is a wicked great baseball city like Boston, but except Pittsburgh's very more inviting and a lot more lovable than Boston.
Was trading Nomar Garciaparra the reason why that Red Sox team was able to break through?
Yes, because we got, Orlando Cabrera from the Expos with the Doug Mankiewicz deal, if you remember that, back in 2004.
Yeah, I was only 3 years old, but I've watched the documentary. That's why I was curious, Boston Dave.
Yeah, and Big Poppy is my Yankee killer because I'll school you on this, bro, not school you to sound. The thing is, buddy, is that I was around for the Bucky Up and Den game in 1978. So I'll never forget that game as long as I live. But we broke the curse by beating the Yankees, which is really great.
Yeah. Thanks, Boston Dave. Good talking to you. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Connor Griffin excitement running rampant in Pittsburgh. He comes up, first at bat, doubles into the left field gap, bounces off the bullpen chain link fence out there, able to score Ryan O'Hearn. Next at bat, he walks. And also, kind of an interesting footnote that'll be remembered for a while, Connor Griffin with the first ever successful ABS challenge in Pirates history. Because, of course, he's the one to do it. 412-928-9370. Joe is in Verona. Hi, Joe. Good morning. Or good afternoon, I should say.
Good. How you doing, my brother?
Good, man.
Good. Listen, you're right. I'm 82, so I went to my first game in Forbes Field in 49, and this is a baseball town. Nutting owes us big time, and it's too bad, Josh, that he didn't. When Schemes came here, he's a billionaire now from a millionaire. So at this small market, we can't compete, we know, with the Yankees and the Dodgers, but we can do better than what he's done. And the thing is, too bad he didn't give Schemes 8 for 320 or 10 for 400, and Schemes might have thought about that. But, he owes us. And Griffith, we need more than that. I mean, everybody's pumped up, but we had Clemente, Starger, we had Oliver. I mean, them guys, Oliver has 2,800 hits, and he's still in the Hall of Fame.
Oliver, yeah. It should be.
So we're all excited, but we need more. Like Trevello, he shouldn't even, I hate to say it, he shouldn't be here. I don't like to condemn anybody, but his utility and...
Well, he should be on the bench, Joe. Like his best spot is as a super utility type of player, 26 man on your roster that comes in as a defensive replacement. That should be his role.
He keeps him in there, and it's, he had a couple hits, but it just ain't going to work.
Yeah.
But Cruz... Either he's going to DH in the end, and we're going to have someone in center before he kills somebody. And Alusha, I hope he starts hitting. He's got one hit, I think, right? In 20
Yeah, Zuna, just one hit.
Well, we'll wait and see, but we're all excited. But like I say, 49, so I've seen some good. I seen the rinky-dinks, 112 losses in 52, and, that's where you die and you live. But I'm excited, but I'm just putting the brakes on a little bit because it's up to Nutting to really. He screwed us in 215. We could have got a 216 and been great added on. No, he cut, and cut. He can't do that. So that's all I get to say, Josh, and I appreciate you letting me vent, brother.
Thank you, Joe. I'm not Josh Roundtree, but... Did he think I was Josh Roundtree there, Charlie? Instead of
entirely
Austin
possible.
City Limits, Bechtold? He said Josh twice, and the first time I thought it was just a slip-up. Somebody who knows who I am. Troy on the mount. Troy.
What up?
What up, brother?
So if you remember, this was a while back. I called in and talked to you. I didn't end up getting through with Joe, but we were talking Pirates, and it was probably about a month or so ago. And I said, and I went on the record in the morning show many a times, this is the most important season in Pirates history. In the history of the franchise.
And I push back on that, Troy. Most important ever. That's a big statement, man.
When you let's say that the Pirates in the next 2 or 3 years are going to be a good team, that we're going to be contending to be in the World Series. And let's just say, because we're talking, let's say that they win a World Series or they get to a World Series. Every person in history, once we get 20 years down the line or 10 years down the line or however far down the line like we do now with Mazeroski and these other moments, we will say that this is the year where it started, where we got our future guy, where Paul Skeens led us, where we have the O'Hearn, the Lau. Everyone was signed this year. And it just seems like watching and feeling the energy of the city and the energy of the Pirates, and even how ESPN and the national platforms are kind of looking at it like, dang, they might be pretty good this year. They might be pretty good for the future. It just feels like this moment is the one moment that sets this season into the history books as the most important in Pirates history.
That's a good take, Troy, and I appreciate the call. That's a good argument. And I would tend to agree with it for a different reason. Next season, there's an impending lockout. And sure, you could say they'll find a way. They'll play the season. They'll do whatever it takes to make this thing work. I'm distracted by Neil Shipley right now, up the swing at the Valero Texas Open right now on 6. Shipley's a really good guy. You ever met Neil Shipley before? Charlie, no? He's good friends with some of my buddies that went to Central with him. I digress. It's important because, let's say hypothetically, the season next year is like 60 games, just like the COVID year was. You're talking about what happens with service time. Last time around that happened in 2020, it did count as a full year of service for guys. Would it be the same case this year? And if that's the case, you only get Paul Skeens in that occurrence for, 8 starts? And it would be a shortened season. Let's say you'd win it that year. People put an asterisk on the Dodgers winning the World Series in 2020. Now we know what they've done ever since then. But you're taking away what could be another full year of Paul Skeens in this city, where currently, after this year, there's just 3 left on the deal. So this year is so important because of the investments that you've made in the roster, the development from Connor Griffin at such a rapid pace, the health, knock on wood, of this rotation, with Skeens, of course, fronting it. Mitch Keller, 2 really good starts so far, including yesterday. 6 strong innings. Another quality start for him to add onto his ledger. Braxton Ashcraft has high upside potential as a 2 or a 3. I think he could reach a 2. Jared Jones coming back in June. Carmen Majinski, first start was good. Let's see how he fares when he starts today. And a bullpen that has a bunch of names that maybe you didn't really know about coming into this season. But it's 7 games, just a week. So far, so good. Tony is in Moon. Hello, Tony.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I just want to kind of see what your guys' opinion on yesterday was. I mean, the atmosphere was insane being at the game. But, I mean, pitching-wise, what are we going to do whenever Jared Jones comes up? Are we sending Lozinski to the bullpen? What are we going to do?
Well, honestly, Tony, I would put Jones in the bullpen as like a super reliever type of guy. That would be something. Okay. I mean, I think it would make more sense later in the season, especially if you made the playoffs and, starters will come out of the bullpen and throw 2 innings or so, just whether it's, 4th, 5th inning, depending on just how the game's going. I feel like Jones...
Interesting take.
Well, I think Jones is an Andrew Miller 2.0 type of player when Cleveland was really good in the mid-2010s and going to the World Series against the Cubs in 2016. And he was a guy they got from Baltimore that was just lights out. And I see similar upside, especially a guy in Jones throwing 98, 99. What they'll probably do is he goes to the rotation. If Hunter Barco hasn't earned it, which he hasn't in the bullpen yet, or Majinski starts to falter because third time through the order is just not good for him, he is probably the placeholder right now for Jones, but I would at least explore that other avenue that I brought up.
Now that you say that, I don't mind that, mainly because we haven't had much of Jared Jones, honestly, in the last 2 years because of injuries.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind having him in the bullpen. I like that. Good take.
And I think that would help with his injury risk moving down the line as well, too.
For sure. Well, it was good to see you guys yesterday. Austin, always good to talk to you.
Always good to talk to you, Tony. 412-928-9370. Art is in the car. What's up, Art?
Austin City Limits. It's wonderful to speak to you on this beautiful Pittsburgh day.
Incredible day, Art. What's on your mind, man?
Okay, I'm thinking the whole possibility of a lockout makes contracts a little murky.
Yeah.
And if there would be a lockout and new contract rules were to come into place, could the Pirates then re-sign Paul Skeens for a maximum contract where he wouldn't be like $500 million to lock him down?
Well, Art, he might still cost you around $500 million, but if you get a cap floor system and there's increased revenue sharing and the Pirates have to say, let's say it's a minimum of $140 million, there's your money right there from 105 right now, depending on, what's added in with the Griffin contract. There's your additional 35, 40 million, whatever it's going to be a year for Paul Skeens. Right there. Now, would they want to give one player that huge amount of money instead of, let's say, 2 at 20 million to get to 40? Maybe not. But it's at least something that I would strongly consider that they do. Now, that's also a huge if, like all capital letters in bold, that a lockout would make a cap floor system happen, and there would be that added money that the Pirates have to spend and maybe added revenue sharing money that they get. Look, they're not poor. Like, they're not short on cash here. They could spend more. They just don't feel comfortable with it. If the system changes and they do get a little bit more from Major League Baseball, but it requires them to pay more out of their own pocket too, I think all of it's good for baseball, and it could mean that Skeens could stay. It's a big if. Like, they have to win. He's not staying here if the year before free agency they're 71 and 91 again. But if they're winning, they're good. There's more of a shot at that, because what does every baseball player want? Money. What's the 1B to that? Maybe you want to flip them either or, depending on who you're talking about. Winning. If you win here and the money's good, Skeens would stay, I think. Like, I don't think he's I have to play for the Dodgers.
His girlfriend wants to be famous, though.
She already is famous.
In Pittsburgh, though? She wants to be in L.A. Okay, Limits, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No problem, man. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation. Texter saying we still haven't even talked about Bubba Chandler. No, I left him out of that equation. And obviously, he is the number 2 pitching prospect in all of baseball. You got to give Ben Cherington one of these. Pat on the back. This is year 7. I thought after 5, it was probably time to go for him and the manager. After year 6, still time to go. Give him credit. He made the right decision with Paul Skeens, drafting him over Dylan Cruz, who started the year in AAA. Do you imagine our conversation right now? Dylan Cruz was on the Pirates, and it was the Washington Nationals ace, Paul Skeens. They're trying to build around. Connor Griffin was the 9th pick. It's not like they had the number 1 pick. He was the number 1 high school guy taken. And when they missed on J.J. Weatherholt, I was like, man, this Connor Griffin guy, high upside. J.J. Weatherholt was right there. But the Cardinals took him 2 picks before. Connor Griffin should make everyone believe in the Bucs again. One player can change the course of a franchise forever. Andrew McCutchen coming up. It took a while. It took Walker getting here and Alvarez getting here and the pitching with Burnett and Liriano and those guys to really round it into form. But you have the makings of what could be a top 5 rotation. You have the makings of an actual competent lineup. Connor Griffin batting 7th. Now, eventually he'll move up. Maybe it's leadoff. Maybe he eventually bats 3rd. He's probably a 3-hole hitter for the next decade in Pittsburgh. Like that's his upside and potential. 25 home runs, 85 RBIs this year makes a lot of sense with 40 steals. He stole 65 bags last year. I'm excited. Is this the most excited you've been for the Pirates since 2015 at 412-928-9370? I made a proclamation yesterday. The last 48 hours, the day that Griffin signed the deal, or reportedly agreed to the deal. Nothing's officially signed yet. And opening day at PNC Park. Just combine those 2 days into one. Let's just call it a 48-hour window. I think it was the most exciting for a Pirates fan since the 2013 wildcard. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia. In Peters Township, visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Back in a moment, Austin Bechtold with you. It's a Saturday on 93.7 The Fan. Your calls at 412-928-9370. We hear from Donnie Kelly and Connor Griffin up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Orioles game 2 of their 3-game set at PNC Bank. Not PNC Bank. Wow.
PNC Bank Park.
The New Jersey came out in me. We have a PNC Bank Art Center.
Wow.
PNC Park. I apologize. PNC Park. Carmen Majinski will start for the Pirates. First pitch scheduled for 4:05. North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin at 3. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in a $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. 4, $6, and $8 biggie deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Don't miss the ultimate night paying tribute to your favorite rock bands. That Arena Rock Show returns to Jurgles on April 17th, playing all your favorite hits louder than ever. Kiss, Motley Crue, Van Halen, Queen, and so many more. That Arena Rock Show, Friday, April 17th, with special guest Space Fraley at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at Jurgles.com, another Drusky Entertainment event.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Well, the yelling that I did at the game yesterday and excitement for Connor Griffin definitely has not helped my voice today. But the fan in the 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email. youthsports@937thefan.com. That's youthsports@937thefan.com. To register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details, 937thefan.com. Pre-game for the Buccos and Orioles. Game 2 today is brought to you by our good friends at Keystone Custom Apparel, who dropped off some awesome Bucco cone shirts yesterday, right at the very end of our broadcast, and for the PM team too, that I was sporting underneath my Willie Stargell jersey, which was awesome. 412-928-9370. Connor Griffin debuts yesterday. Base hit, first at bat, doubles in a run in a 4-run second inning for the Bucks. Griffin finished the day 1 for 3 with a run scored on the base hit the Trillo had to follow. The RBI, of course, Brandon O'Hearn, a walk, and also a strikeout. Brandon Lau doubled. Henry Davis doubled in a run. So you got to wonder, is Henry Davis going to ultimately find it? Jared Trillo had 2 hits. I'm not holding my breath on Trillo. But it was a good day all around at the ballpark. The pitching for Mitch Keller, 6 strong innings, allowed 2, don't like the 4 walks. Walks have been a problem for Pirates pitchers this year. Why? Maybe because it's early. But we saw Bubba Chandler strike out 6 and walk 6 in his outing. Skeens in his first start struggled with walks. Keller, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Now they've been able to get away with it for a couple of games so far. But eventually that's going to catch up to you if you can't slow it down. Mason Montgomery was able to come in and clean up the mess for Johan Ramirez. Dennis Santana pitched the 8th as they went matchup based. And I think what Donnie Kelly was intending to do was have Gregory Soto face Gunnar Henderson, try to get out Gunnar Henderson, not have him hit a ball 400 feet. But Soto, the save, his first as a Pirate, records 3 strikeouts. 412-928-9370. Eric's in Sarver. What's up, Eric?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Good, man.
Good. Hey, it's not really a question, but yesterday, I was at the home opener at the game, which was my 32nd year straight of home opener.
That's awesome.
Through thick and thin, but let me tell you, the energy, the excitement, and the promise that one player brought to that stadium was it was unreal, and it made me a believer that they're going to do something good this year. And I just hope they do to give the fans all that much more to cheer about. But yesterday was electric, man. For one kid, 19 years old, that can do that with that amount of people, it's wonderful.
Well, and the other thing about it too, Eric, is when Skeens came up, the team wasn't good. Like, there was excitement and buzz around Skeens, and okay, what can this generational potential greatest of all time, like that's his ceiling, pitcher do for us to change around the fortunes of Pirates baseball? And as we've seen, pitching only every 5 days and not as an everyday player like Griffin is, it's hard to significantly impact the team when you can't score any runs. Now, right. When you have Connor Griffin coming up, who plays every day, who can be a major contributor in your order, who plays a premier defensive position, it's a different conversation. And, keeping Skeens out of it a little bit, it's the most excited I've been since the years they've went to the playoffs. And maybe that's because I think they're going to go back again this year, and that would be awesome. And we get to see Pony get the Pirate logo tattooed on his ass. Like, that would be hilarious.
That would be great, for one. But the last time that I was the only time, I was at 91 with Doug Drabeck when they clinched the ALC.
Yeah.
That was a very big moment. But then so was the last time they made the playoffs was huge. But it was very nice to see yesterday the fans and the young kids that were excited for this one young fella, and he lived up to his hype yesterday, and I just hope he can continue and bring good to the Buccos for however long we have them.
He did. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. We'll continue to take your calls as well. What was fascinating to see on Twitter was some of the reaction from Pirates players in the clubhouse talking to the media afterwards. Jason Mackey, Pirates Insider, tweeting, Brandon Lau, quote, I wasn't sure how Pirates fans really were. I haven't had a lot of games here. They showed out today. That was incredible. The atmosphere, the rowdiness, they were into the game. It was great to see. Dennis Santana from Noah Hiles. I've been here for 3 years, and I've played here plenty before that. I've never seen the park like it was today. It was bleeping crazy. Mitch Keller, from our own Jeff Athorn, said this about the atmosphere.
I took a moment before the game just to kind of look around, take it all in. It kind of felt like playoff baseball crowd, honestly. It's just kind of something we strive for, and when I walk in with Henry from the bullpen, I was like, hey man, this is what we play for. Let's go. Let's have some fun, and we'll revisit this crowd in October when we're here.
We'll revisit this crowd in October when we're here. I'll take the Field of Dreams reference. If you build it, they will come. Now, people obviously always go to opening day. It's a celebration. It's a holiday practically. But the way that crowd was so engaged, and you could just tell, it didn't feel like another game. It felt different. It felt special. It felt like one where people will remember saying, I was at the Connor Griffin debut. I was at that opener in 26 when that team that just jump-started what could be a new era, a new Pirate generation, and everybody shouts, this was the start. Dave is in Texas. That was a great voice crack. Hello, Dave.
Hey, Dave. Austin, long-time listener, first-time caller. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Appreciate you calling.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm a long-time Buck fan, but what we're not even realizing that Sherrington also drafted Seth Hernandez last year, and you saw what he did last night. This team has got the foundation. I think we need, one more hitter. I was going to ask you if we need to get one more hitter, or is Vasquez that guy for us? So
Esmeralyn Valdez, you're talking about the outfielder?
Yes.
Where's he going to play, Dave?
DH, Ozuna. He's struggling. I think Ozuna needs to be moved down a little bit, take the pressure off him.
I would agree.
But again, we need one more hitter, I believe.
Thanks for calling, Dave. Hope you call again soon. Marcell Ozuna, 1 hit in 23 at-bats. He had a walk yesterday. His OPS is 228. That's like Jared Triolo's batting average. It's been bad for Marcell Ozuna. Now, maybe it's just a very slow start for him. A guy who a year ago was dealing with a really bad hip injury, played 145 games, 21 homers, 68 RBIs. Year before that, 39 bombs, 104 driven in, 40 home runs, 100 RBIs in 2023. Like, he is a guy who is going to consistently drive in runs for you, as long as he's healthy. And that might be the big caveat. Was last year the beginning of the end for Marcell Ozuna? He should probably either move down in the order or maybe get a couple of days off just to get off his feet and get himself rolling again, to be able to just find his swing. You know, and it could change by today. We had this conversation a couple of days ago about O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds. It was, all right, we're 4 games in. Brian Reynolds can't hit anything. O'Neal Cruz, his swings and his at-bats just look poor. He obviously had the defensive errors, and you wondered how much did that factor in. And then in Cincinnati, last 2 games of the series, he hits 3 home runs in 2 games. Brian Reynolds homers in back-to-back games. They figured it out. At least you'd hope that they figured it out. That hasn't happened yet for Marcell Ozuna. So you have to move him down in the order and move Griffin up. Herb is in Washington. Hello, Herb.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, man.
Good. So, little different perspective on KG. I just tuned in, so I don't know if anybody else has ever brought this up. But first of all, I'd like to say his first at-bat yesterday really had me nervous, only because I wasn't expecting much out of his first at-bat.
What's that?
I can only imagine what his nerves were like, especially after all the interviews and whatnot. But he went chasing, and then he finally caught one. And I went, oh, thank God.
Well, it was the same pitch. Bradish kept throwing in the same slider, or sweeper, whatever, over and over and over again. He eventually adjusted, fouled one off to stay alive, and then in a very similar location, it probably, if you're going to challenge it on ABS and let's say it was called a ball or whatever, it more than likely would have been a strike. But for Griffin to be able to adjust to that, get really good contact on it to drive it to the left field gap.
Well,
just a good professional at bat.
What assured me of some things was the second at bat. The second at bat, he walked.
Yeah, correct.
So that proves that he has the eyes.
Well, and that was one of the things that people were kind of poking him for in spring training too. Hey, Connor Griffin never walks. Like, maybe his approach just isn't patient enough.
And that's you know, and I get that. You know, so after that first at bat where he was chasing, then he walks. Boy, that makes me feel a lot better. But the one thing about him, if he can come out and he can actually come out hot, what that's going to do is that's going to add a spark for everybody who's slumping right now.
Right. And
you know, your younger guys are going to want to compete, and your older guys are going to go, oh man, this rook over here is making me look bad. And I think it's naturally going to add a spark to everybody, even Ozuna. I mean, so in a few games, if he can actually come out hot, we'll see what happens. But you know, if he actually gets hot here in the next few games, and keeps it that way for a few games, I think you're going to see a major spark in the offense.
Agreed. Thanks, Herb. And he was hitting over 400 in his 1 week in AAA. So some of the questions, Connor Griffin has a knack of doing this in just a very short time in this organization. There were questions coming out of the draft. Okay, he has a little bit of a hitch in his swing. And, okay, he's a fine defender at short, but he might be a center fielder in the future. Well, his defense is pretty good at short. And the adjustments that he's needed to make, whatever they were, last year, the beginning of this year, seems like he's a quick fix at the plate. He takes advice, whatever he needs to do, and he's just kind of one of those alpha, one of those players that have it, like Mahomes, like Josh Allen, like McCutcheon did. They just have it. You can't explain it. You can't really put it into words. But he's a five-tool guy that understands the game. He's already married at 19. He is mature and is, I think, capable of holding the weight of this franchise on his shoulders already due to all those factors. Dan is in Fox Chapel. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Austin. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, how about the Bucks, huh?
Pretty good time to be a Pirate fan, huh, Dan?
Yes, it has. Been a fan for a long time. Can remember back in the 70s when, you just said, hey, they could have won the World Series every year and people wouldn't have laughed at you. But as far as, I think they got Griffin down now. Now, they got to get skins. They got to get, everybody complained about, Ohtani made all this money. They paid that contract back. They got to go after him. Maybe make a trade for Scooble. Market these guys. People are coming down to the park. People are buying shirts.
But Detroit's not going to trade Scooble, Dan. They have one of the best rotations in all of baseball.
He's going to be a free agent.
Right, but they're going to be a free agent. They're going to be a good team this year. They're going to make a run. They're not going to be in a position to trade Scooble.
Right, but he's going to be a free agent after this year then. If you want to play with the big boys, you got to start, trying to get good players.
If they're going to add another piece, thanks, Dan, it's got to be at third. I can't watch Jared Trillo go up there and hit 5 times a week, or 5 out of 7 games, I should say. Nick Gonzalez will play a lot too. And feel great about the team. I'm good with their outfield right now. Reynolds, Cruz. I don't like Cruz's defense. Let's talk about the Cruz and O'Hearn thing real quick before we get back to your calls at 412-928-9370. They keep coming on in, and we're going to keep taking them. Talking Buccos with you all day long. Colin Beasley will join us in 15 minutes from the ballpark. Oneil Cruz was not in the wrong when Brian Reynolds and him collided. That was Oneil Cruz's ball. Brian Reynolds needs to let the center fielder make that play. When you're running into the left center field gap, both players are making an effort on it. There was enough time to be able to call the ball and know whose ball it could be. That was on Brian Reynolds. Oneil Cruz, what the hell are you doing out and right? Ryan O'Hearn is camped under the ball. He is basically waiting a couple of seconds. You can put the pitch clock out there on Ryan O'Hearn. That's how much time he had to wait for that ball to drop into his glove. And here comes Oneil Cruz just sprinting on over, making his way to just take the ball from O'Hearn. And they talked about it afterwards, and I'm sure O'Hearn was like, dude, what the heck are you doing? That was odd. I didn't understand that, why that happened. Oneil Cruz, again, just trying to do too much. Did have an RBI base hit yesterday, and he's now hitting 296. So maybe Reynolds hasn't fully figured it out yet, still hitting 200. Oneil Cruz, good at-bats over the last 3 games. Here is Bob. Bob is in Arizona. Hello, Bob.
Hey, how are you, Austin? Listen, I want everybody to just enjoy this moment. I think this team is going to be really good.
Yeah, it's a jubilant day, Bob. There are things that we can harp on and go to the negative, and we can bash Marcell Ozuna all we want, but I'm just not in the mood to do that today.
No, and there are some nice pieces still in the minors. This kid Garcia they got for Oviedo, I think that kid's a hitter, and he's in the pipeline. And this kid, the Hernandez, they drafted last year.
Seth Hernandez, the pitcher.
He's played 2 months, and he's sort of the number 29 prospect in baseball. But I want to also, let's just give Cruz a little bit more time in center field. And let's acknowledge he's a better hitter this year. He's hit 2 balls already to left field, not 200 miles an hour, about 70 miles an hour to an open spot and driven in runs. And he didn't do that last year or the year before. And this kid Griffin is kind of a game changer.
He's a franchise changer.
I was with you about Cherington. I was ready to dump him. And if you look at his record, I'd love to see somebody compare first 7 years of Huntington versus first 6 of Cherington. Yeah. It's no comparison in Huntington's favor.
Correct.
But the foundation that we have right now, I heard people talk about the 14 and 15 team. we didn't have that strong a foundation as we have now. I really like
Really?
But more than
you think the foundation of this year's team is better than it was in 13, 14, 15? I don't know if I agree with that.
I really do. Pedro Alvarez at first base. I mean, come on.
Well, he was leading the league in home runs, though, Bob. He drove in 100 one year and hit 36 bombs.
1 year. 1 year he was leading league's home runs. I just, they didn't sign Russell Martin. Cervelli was a compromise. I think Henry Davis is going to get better. I think Cruz is going to get better. Connor Griffin is going to get better. This pitching staff, the pitching staff right now is better than that pitching staff was. And I'd like to see people in Pittsburgh embrace this team. I grew up a Mets fan, by the way, and this team, with what we got in the minors, it reminds me of the 84 Mets, not the 86 Mets, where you could see the potential coming to greatness. And it may not be this year, but I don't think it's too far away where this team is really – I think they could win the division, but there's a lot of negativity still. I get it. A lot of people have been burned through all the years.
Yeah.
I got to Pittsburgh in 2006, so I saw 3 years of good baseball. But I love this team. I'm a season ticket holder, but I'm in Arizona. My buddies were out there, and they compared it to the Cueto game in 13 in terms of electricity yesterday. So, and that was – I was at the 86 Buckner game. I was at the 94 Ranger playoff game 7. That Cueto game was one of the most electric atmospheres I've ever been to. And we can get that back. If this team plays the way I think it will, we're going to get that back at PNC this year.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Here is someone called Portland in Wexford. Hello, Portland.
Hey, Austin. How you doing?
I'm good. That's a unique name. There's a nickname.
Man, thanks. I was there yesterday, and kind of just walking in, there was just a different anticipation for a game.
Yeah.
And I'm young. I'm 23. I kind of barely remember the 13 and 15 runs. Man, it was.
But that's what you grew up on, right? Like, that's what I grew up on, just turning 25 a couple weeks ago. Like, those were my teams. That's what made me love baseball.
Yeah, and I was able to go and with my dad and my brother, and seeing that place just all rise to their feet when he came up to bat, and when he knocked that into left field, man, it was just something that I looked at my brother whenever he came into home plate, and it was just like I was almost in tears, man. It was something I will truly never ever forget. And going back to what that last guy said, I mean, this team is not even close to where that 15 team was, at least not yet.
Not yet. I mean, it's a long season. That team, I believe, if it wasn't a wild card game and they played the Cubs two more games, it's an actual wild card series. They win, and I'll take it to my grave, think they win the World Series that year.
I 100% agree with that. And I've gotten in so many different conversations about it. Is that team was so deep. That team was that pitching staff was as underrated as it is.
The bullpen was phenomenal.
The best out of that run.
Yeah, it was.
3-year run.
That 15 team was the best team out of the 3. I don't think there's 100%. Much doubt when you win 98 games. Thanks, Portland.
Not even close.
Thanks, Portland. Appreciate it. Here's Ben in Bethel Park. Hi, Ben.
Hey, what's going on, Austin?
Doing well today.
What was that?
Doing well.
Yeah, so I was there yesterday, and I can't liken it to the 13 wild card game because I wasn't there, but I was at the 2 St. Louis games, and I'll tell you that first St. Louis game, it had that feeling. It had the feeling of a legit playoff game.
When McCutchen hit the walk-off in the 14th.
What was that?
When McCutchen hit the walk-off home run in the 14th?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was incredible.
So those 2 back-to-back days, there was a better crowd for that second game, but the energy of that first crowd was unbelievable. And yesterday, that's all I could think about. Yep. And it was great. And I'm like you, I don't want to sit here and bash Marcell Ozuna, but you know what? You put him in the 9th hole or fire him into the sun, because I can't think of anything better than 1-in-23 coming home. And I knew as soon as that Mets series was done, I said it on the PM team, I said, he's going to join the long line of like Rowdy Tellez, Tommy Pham, and Austin Hedges to come to home openers and get booed because of how bad he's hit.
Yeah, but Ben, he has a much better track record of his history in baseball than those guys did.
He does. That's why I think he'll turn it around. But my God, we paid $12 million for him, and people are saying, you got to respect him. He's almost – well, we respected him with that contract, signing the contract. It's time for him to hold up the end of the deal. But I didn't call in to complain about Ozuna. It's a great day. It's a perfect week to be a Buccos fan, and I've been waiting for it forever.
No doubt, man. Thanks, Ben. Here is Jack and DuBois. What's up, Jack?
Hey, Austin. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, man.
Hey, Neil. The Cruz thing. I agree with you about Reynolds. That was his fault. But for crying out loud, if you're in the minor leagues, little leagues, high school, or college, I can see the things that, he's doing right now. But on that opening day, the sun's out, wear sunglasses. Yesterday, I agree with you there.
Common sense. Wear sunglasses. It's sunny.
A can of corn. Pump the brakes a little bit. I got a suggestion. Bring in Andy Van Slyke and coach him up. I don't think he's listening to – I don't think he's understanding the English these coaches are telling him,
So what will Andy Van Slyke be? Andy Van Slyke doesn't speak Spanish. How would that work, Jack? They had Kevin Kiermaier work with him, who's a Gold Glove outfielder in the past with Tampa Bay.
Something's not connecting. I know he's got the arm and he's got the legs, but the catching and his positions out there, something's got to be done.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Thanks, Jack. Here is Steve in Aliquippa. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Austin. How are you?
I'm good, man. Good to talk to you.
Hey, first thing I want to say is you and Starkey, the banter from 10 to 2 during the week got me cracking up all the time.
Yeah, I love our show, Steve. Appreciate your support.
And I wanted to ask a question. So Connor Griffin's married. Did you see his wife and his mother? You couldn't tell.
I met his mother. I did meet his mom. I met his mom and I met his dad. His dad came on the air with us. I don't believe that his wife was walking around with them because when Kevin Griffin, Connor's dad, introduced us to everyone, I don't believe she was there. We met Connor's brother, who's going to be a really good athlete, good basketball player. And
younger than him.
Yeah, younger brother. He is, I believe, 2 younger brothers.
Nice. I was just saying, I saw a picture of the mom and the girlfriend, or the wife. You couldn't tell the difference. They both looked like they were 25 years old.
That's good genes. That's good blood there, Steve. And now it's translating to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Thanks. And good genes and good blood that is going to hopefully take the Pirates far this season. And I think he's going to win Rookie of the Year and win multiple MVPs with the Pirates.
Limits. Joe Verona called back. He wanted to apologize for calling you Josh.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Oh, good.
He said that he went to the radio.
No worries.
Or he went to the phone before the radio and thought it was Josh.
Gotcha. No problems, Joe. It's a happy day. It's a celebratory day. And we're going to talk to Colin Beasley, who's down at the ballpark before Game 2 of Pirates, Orioles. Where will Connor Griffin be in the lineup today? Could you imagine if they bench him and he's just not in the lineup today? Yeah, we decided just to give him a day off. Nah, that would be insane. He should play. Maybe he bats 6. Maybe they move him up. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies, temperatures in the mid-80s this afternoon. Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette joins next. Austin Bechtel with you on the Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins host the Florida Panthers today at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop scheduled for 5 o'clock. And then for some reason, they play the Panthers again tomorrow at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop for tomorrow will be 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Lenseek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you, with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg, servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Orioles game 2 at PNC Park. Almost did it again. First pitch scheduled for 4:05. Carmen Majinski gets the start for the Buccos. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Live and local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Radish of the Orioles comes set. The pitch.
Griffin toward the gap. This ball is down. It's extra bases for Connor Griffin. O'Hearn is coming home. Griffin doubles them in. Pirates up 1-0. A teenager has doubled in a run in his first plate appearance in the major leagues. Connor Griffin of the Pirates.
Joe Block just soaking it all in. I might listen to that another 12 times today as Connor Griffin in his first at-bat doubled into the left field gap to get the scoring started for the Bucks. 1-0, it was. And now we have Colin Beasley joining us. Is that your music, Colin, that's playing?
Yeah, I'm in the club level and there's a little bit of music in the background. I don't know if it's, hopefully it's not too annoying, but
no, I
couldn't find somewhere too quiet.
What? That's a good song. All right. I digress. What was it like yesterday, Colin? Colin Beasley joining us from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I was at the game. I was in the outfield hanging out with a lot of the guys from the Fan. It was, for me, one of the most memorable games as a Pirates fan and in just at PNC Park that I've witnessed. What was it like for you to cover it, experience it, and talk to Connor Griffin about it?
Yeah, well, first of all, our friend Jack Hillgrove said you weren't responding to his texts after the game, so he told me to bring that up with you. He's a little upset about it.
He's a little upset about that. All right, I'll have to text him now.
I'm sure you can handle that with him.
I will.
No, yesterday was awesome. Like, it was a really, really cool baseball game. Seeing the environment from Pirates fans, seeing the excitement in the crowd, the excitement in the stands, the excitement on the field. It was a good baseball game, and obviously Connor Griffin was the star of the show. He had his RBI double, and he kind of had his moment in his debut there. And it was just a really good day at the ballpark. Is probably the easiest way to put it. Obviously, in the baseball season, there's going to be highs, there's going to be lows, but yesterday is a high and one that I'm sure anyone who was at the ballpark will remember for a long time.
So there's been a lot of talk about what this contract is ultimately going to look like, Colin, and Buster only put out the report, 9 years, $140 million. Do you think they were just waiting for the PPI pick incentive to be able to kick in and that the contract will be announced at some point today or tomorrow?
My understanding is there is not a contract that's been completed.
Oh.
Like that's my understanding. It could end up near that number. It might not, but my understanding is nothing's been signed and nothing's officially done. I will say, when I saw those first reports, I was surprised, assuming that it would get confirmed, which it hasn't to this point. I didn't expect the Pirates to make a move or to sign a contract before his actual debut because of PPI, like you mentioned.
Right.
Now that the debut has obviously happened, I think that's back in the ballpark again, and I think that it's something that could get done in the near future, but my understanding is that nothing is complete yet.
What do you think the best tool is that Connor Griffin has at his disposal? Like, his speed is obviously elite. He could be a 30 home run type of guy, maybe not this year, but just overall in his career by the time he gets to, I don't know, maybe 22 years old. Like, what type of player are the Pirates getting in him?
I mean, he could be really, really good. He has all five tools, like you mentioned. There's not really a weakness in his game that we know of at this point. He's got the speed, the glove, the power. Like, there's a lot to get excited about. For me right now, and I don't know what he'll look like in 3 years. I'm excited to see it, for one, but right now I'm just excited to see more of the glove. That's something that I don't think is going to need time to develop. I think that he'll be he looked like a capable major league defender yesterday. I expect him to continue looking like that, and I'm excited to see him in the field over these next couple months.
What was the reaction in the clubhouse afterwards to Griffin's debut?
I think the biggest reaction was not necessarily to Griffin's debut, but just the atmosphere yesterday. Yeah. Like, everyone we spoke to, whether like Noah spoke to Dennis Santana, who couldn't, like, he said it was incredible. Mitch Keller said it was incredible. Paul Skeens was understated, but he was excited about what the crowd looked like too. It was something where everyone kind of realized, like, yesterday was a special day with the home opener, with Griffin's debut, and just a really, really exciting day at the ballpark. And the players certainly notice the atmosphere.
Do you think he will consistently bat, or at least to start, right around the bottom of the order? They had him 7th yesterday. Maybe they bat him 7th again today. Maybe it's 6th. Like, how long do you think it will take for him to kind of rise up the order?
I think they're going to be patient with him is my expectation. I think that they'll continue batting him around 6th or 7th or even 8th in some days. And just because, yes, this is the top prospect. This is a guy who can be a game changer, and we saw a little bit of that yesterday. But he is 19. He is someone that has a total of less than 30 games above high A. This is someone that is not necessarily a finished product yet. So the Pirates don't want to place the expectation on him of being a finished product. Yes, at one day he will be. Could even be as soon as this season. Like it's something where he could light the world on fire and all of a sudden be up at the top of the order. But for me, like he's a 19-year-old. I expect them to try to minimize pressure on him at least early and have him batting at the bottom of the order. Once he's ready, which we'll know when he's ready, then they can move him up.
What do you make of the bullpen throughout the first week of the season? So we saw Soto give up a home run to Henderson, but other than that, Yohan Ramirez allowed a run. I think Mason Montgomery is maybe turning a corner, didn't have a good start to the year. What do you see from him on the mound?
With Montgomery or with the bullpen?
Let's go Montgomery first, and then we'll go big picture.
Yeah, I was impressed by him yesterday. With such a small sample size, especially with the bullpen in general, you don't really want to read too much into one bad start or one bad outing or anything like that.
Yeah.
But the bullpen ERAs are so difficult to figure out because you have one outing and that can skew your entire season. But Montgomery, he's someone that I think he kind of is what he is, where he's got the incredible stuff, incredible velocity, and when he's on like he was yesterday, it's incredible to watch. Obviously, he's had some struggles with control early. I'm not quite ready to say that yesterday was him turning a corner, but I will say that his stuff is electric, and when it's on, he's certainly a weapon.
Bullpen in general, do you feel like this could be a bullpen that ranks right around top 5 in the National League when it's all said and done, like those 13, 14, 15 teams did?
Yeah, I think so. I think it can certainly be in the top half of baseball and be around top 5 or so. There's a lot of guys in that bullpen that have really good stuff, like Montgomery, like Soto, like Santana, like Isaac Mattson. There's a lot of guys who you can get excited about who just haven't necessarily had the consistency. Justin Lawrence has to be mentioned in there as well. I think that it's something where I don't know if they're necessarily going to have the consistency in order to be like the best bullpen in baseball, like the Padres are or something like that. But when they're clicking like they have early and when they're not put into bad situations, I think starting pitching is a huge part of it. When they're put into situations where they're just covering the 7th, 8th, and 9th, they're going to look really, really good. So I think it's something that can be a strength of the Pirates. I wouldn't be that shocked if they end up being one of the better pens in the National League.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Talking to Colin Beasley live from the ballpark from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Another quality start for Mitch Keller. Do you think this is the year that Keller finally puts it together for a full season? He typically starts off well, but Colin, once you get to August and September, it starts to his numbers trend down and the ERA goes up.
Yeah, that's certainly the narrative around Mitch Keller, and it's one that he knows that's been a weakness of his game. That's something that he's worked to get better at. I think this offseason, if I'm remembering correctly, this was when Jason Mackey was at the Post-Gazette. I believe he wrote a story about how Mitch was doing Pilates, I want to say. And that it might have been yoga. It was something in that realm. And Mitch felt pretty good about what he'd done this offseason and what it had been doing for him. So obviously this is something that we won't necessarily get an answer on until July or August or even into September, but it's certainly something that Mitch Keller is aware of and working to improve on.
Who is going to be the new leader of hoisting the cone with Billy Cook in the minor leagues?
I asked Nick York about this at the door just flew open. That wasn't something I was expecting.
Look at the wind. Look at the wind blowing through your hair right now, Colin.
This is crazy. I'm inside. Like there's doors right here, and these doors just blew open. Anyways, your question about hoisting the cone. I asked Nick York if he was going to be the guy. He was going to be the bench guy now that Billy Cook is in Indianapolis, and he said that he'll do whatever the team needs him to do. If that involves hoisting the cone, so be it. He'll be the one to hoist the cone. But he also said that he thinks Jake Mangum should be the guy who hoists the cone because Mangum is the one who brought the cone into the clubhouse on that fateful day in Cincinnati, and by that fateful day, I mean Tuesday. But I think that it's probably going to be a collective effort. I think there will be times when Mangum hoists it. I think there'll be times when York hoists it. I think that the cone doesn't discriminate. It'll be hoisted by whoever, whenever, and whenever something good happens, it'll be in the air. It doesn't matter who's lifting it up.
Great job getting Bob Nutting yesterday one-on-one. What was the big takeaway from that conversation?
Yeah, I was most interested in hearing why now. Like why should payroll go up now? Why now as opposed to previous years, will it continue? And he said that the Pirates Foundation is something that they've been working to set over the last couple of years, and he feels really good about the foundation they have, the people they have in place. He specifically mentioned Donnie Kelly, and he said that yes, while extensions to Brian Reynolds and Mitch Keller have been key, they wanted something where if they went in and they spent and they brought in an O'Hearn and brought in a Lau and brought in guys like that, it would have an impact and it would be enough. And he believes that the core was in place and now was the time to add to it. And obviously there's been some optimism. He noted that. I think that that's something that certainly doesn't go unnoticed, and he's enjoying the early results of what this team looks like.
Yeah, I like the question you asked about payroll. He said both, where you asked, is this something that will continue after the season, or was this the perfect time to invest and go all in? Do you buy that? Do you think that payroll will go up moving forward?
I don't really want to speculate on whether it will or won't. I will say if the Griffin deal gets done, then that's a couple of pieces who are there for long term. And with Griffin and Reynolds and Keller, obviously the Keller was the subject of trade conversation for a while. But if you have those three guys and you continue to have a couple guys around, like that's something where the payroll will be higher than it is from previous years. However, I don't want to say that he's for sure going to continue at this level of spending or change anything. And obviously 2027 in the CDA is something that plays into this as well. So I don't want to speculate on exactly where it will be, but what they've done this offseason is a positive step.
You asked him about the contract too, man. If this thing actually doesn't get done or get announced in the next couple of days, what a disaster that's going to end up being for them. Man, that would be
absolutely.
That would be very wild and interesting. But
yeah, I will say I do expect a deal to get done. I think that there's interest on both sides, so I think that they'll be able to find something that works for both sides. But yeah, as of right now, I don't believe that anything is currently done.
Lineup is out for the game. Where do you think Connor Griffin is batting?
Well, let's find out. I've got Twitter notifications.
Well, no, I know where it is. I was asking you to guess. I know. I have it in front of me.
You're asking me to guess?
Yes. Where do you think he's batting today?
I see it, so I unfortunately ruined your game. But why did they highlight his name?
Maybe because he's in the picture, walking onto the field.
You know, that would be a good point. But yeah, Connor Griffin batting sixth. That makes sense. I think that 6th, 7th, 8th, like right in there, I think that that's something is probably where we'll see a lot of Connor Griffin, at least until he has success consistently, which I certainly think will happen at some point.
What's your level of concern with Marcell Ozuna, just one hit and 23 at-bats?
Yeah, so I am a little bit concerned about it, mainly because one of the big things coming as part of the scouting report out of Atlanta was just that he's not a streaky hitter. He's not someone like an O'Neal Cruz who can light the world on fire for a month and then struggle for a month. He's someone that's generally consistent. We asked Don Kelly about this today, and he said that Ozuna was in the batting cage after last night's game. That obviously incredible atmosphere, long game, but Ozuna didn't perform well and wasn't happy about it. So he went to the batting cage and got that extra work in after the game. I expect him to be better. That said, he certainly looks like he's been in between and certainly has been struggling.
A few more minutes with Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette. They moved him down a spot in the order to 5th, so I wonder if that is just trying to, I mean, it's just one spot in the order, but if that's any type of adjustment for them. Gonzalez is at 3rd, batting 8th today. Do you think he's going to end up being like a 50-50 timeshare between Triolo and Gonzalez at 3rd?
Yeah, maybe not necessarily 50-50, but I wouldn't be that shocked if it ends up being a platoon type of situation because Triolo really struggles against right-handers and hits left-handers well. So, yes, they're both right-handed, but Nick Gonzalez is someone who's performed better against right-handers. Triolo's performed well against left-handers. I think that's a way that you could keep Triolo's glove in the lineup if you want to have him there. I know that Pirates fans obviously want to see a ton of Nick Gonzalez, and there's a high level of belief in him, but given what Triolo adds defensively, I don't think they're going to completely shut him out or have Gonzalez be the 100% guy.
Carmen Mlodzinski goes today. 5 innings, 4 innings for Mlodzinski, and then do you think they piggyback with Urquidy?
I think that's certainly possible. It's been a couple days since we've seen Urquidy, so I think that's certainly a possibility there. Don Kelly didn't say that Mlodzinski will go exactly what his pitch count will be or how many innings it will be, but I don't expect him to throw 100 pitches. I think that it'll be probably a relatively similar length to his first start in New York, but obviously if he's not striking out as many guys as he was in that first start, he can probably be a little more efficient and go a little deeper into the game.
More impactful hitter for this lineup, Brandon Lau or Ryan O'Hearn?
Honestly, they're both kind of equally impactful, honestly.
Yeah.
Where I don't necessarily know that I can pick one because they're both just proven quality major league hitters and guys who bring some thump and bring some they're thoroughly professional hitters and guys who opposing pitchers really have to worry about. So they're both very, very good. What I will say is in the clubhouse today, the Pirates on their TVs, they always have like highlights of various guys in their team performing well against the opposing pitchers. And for about 10 minutes, it was just Brandon Lau against the Baltimore Orioles. It was him against Zach Eflin and Chris Bassett a ton. And it was just Lau homer after Lau homer after Lau homer. It was honestly hilarious because it just went on and on and on and on and on. Brandon Lau is certainly someone who has had a lot of success against not only the Baltimore Orioles, but the entire AL East over the last couple of years. So looking forward to seeing that. Looking forward to seeing Bassett versus Lau tomorrow. That's the guy he's performed really well against in his career.
Colin, really appreciate the time. Enjoyed the game down at the ballpark today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Text Jack back.
Will do. I'll make sure of it. That's Colin Beasley live at PNC Park before today's game, Pirates and Orioles, game 2 of the 3-game series, where Connor Griffin will bat 6th in the order. He moves up 1 spot. Here's your Pirate lineup. O'Neal Cruz will lead it off and play in center. Lau at 2nd. Reynolds in left. O'Hearn in right, and we'll do the cleanup work. Ozuna dropped down to 5th. Still just 1 hit this year. Connor Griffin will bat 6th and play at short. Spencer Horwitz at 1st. Gonzalez plays 3rd. Joey Bart catches. Carmen Mlodzinski. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Up next, we're going to hear from Connor Griffin. We're going to hear from Don Kelly after the game, what they said about the moment. Also, what Connor Griffin had to say at his press conference before the game, getting called up to the bigs. Austin Bechtold with you up until 3 o'clock when Dan Zangrelli takes over for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show will be at 3 o'clock, so just over a half hour away with Dan Zangrelli. Carmen Mlodzinski starts for the Pirates' first pitch scheduled for 4:05. For Morgan 93.7thefan.com, fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going now till the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. My pick is Michigan to win it all. Michigan, Connecticut are the two teams I like to play in the championship game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slap shot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What is that, you might ask? That was a great video taken by Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette in the stands for Connor Griffin's first big league hit. That was the sound. That was the reaction. Just an awesome, awesome video captured by Noah that you can see on his Twitter that has gotten over 50,000 views. And I wanted to play the audio for you because that's the sound of a crowd that loves its baseball team again. Here is the sound of Connor Griffin after the game and what this meant to him.
Was it everything you wanted it to be and more?
Yeah, it was awesome, and getting a win as well, like just a cherry on top. Like that was hands down one of the best days of my life.
Connor, they talked about what an electric atmosphere it was, but there was a hush that fell over the crowd when you came to bat. What was that like to have your first major league bat in almost silence?
I mean, I was up there trying to compete. Like, I feel like that's the goal, to kind of make it sound like that every time you get in the box. Just focus on the pitcher and go compete. So I didn't really hear like the silence, but man, it was special walking up to the plate, hearing the fans go crazy. That was awesome.
That was wild, and I'm glad that Pittsburgh gave him a standing ovation. I expected nothing less from our great city, but for it to get so quiet as if he was taking a golf shot. And just the anticipation from people just ready to explode, just like in that 2013 wild card, not comparing the two. But just the excitement that people felt, this just felt like a landmark day for the franchise.
How did it feel once you reached second base and you got to take it all in? How did that feel?
Yeah, that was special. Got to hoist the cone, celebration. And this team's awesome. We're going to do a lot of great things, and glad to be a part of it.
This hoist the cone thing is going to be around all year. Like, this is not a week thing or a 2-week thing. Hoist the cone. I saw people yesterday wearing T-shirts that had Hoist the Cone on it. That was the misprint, or even if you want to call it a misprint, maybe Fanatics did this intentionally. And there was a purpose behind it. I don't know. But the fact how it's taken off and now it's become like the Pirates rallying cry, like the Sultan Z or the sword celebration. Hoisting a traffic cone. Whatever works.
Did you feel a sense of relief once you got the first one out of the way?
I would say for sure. The goal is to just compete every AB and control what you can control. But getting that first one out of the way, now we can just go play baseball and continue to stack them.
How you handled the plate discipline aspect, not only that at bat, but the success of 2?
Yeah. I felt comfortable. I felt like I was seeing the ball well. Just got to continue to get the pitches in my zone that I can handle, and then good things will continue to happen.
How close were you to not challenging?
I was pretty sure it was below the zone, but it was a lot closer than I thought. But I'm glad it went our way.
First challenge ever won in Pirate history, and earlier, Brian Reynolds challenged a pitch and didn't win it. I think it was in the first inning. So that would have been their last challenge. A little gutsy by the rookie to do that, but it paid off. It's got a good feel for the zone.
You mentioned wanting to soak it in during the anthem. What was going through your head as you were preparing to take the field for the first time?
Yeah, just everything in general was just amazing. Running onto the field, hearing my name called. I tried to just be present. Couldn't really feel my feet much, but just tried to just be where my feet were and enjoy the moment.
What a difference a year makes. Last year's home opener, I took a picture of a guy that went viral, absolutely viral, that was wearing a Paul Skeens Yankees jersey, like a custom-made Yankees jersey with Skeens' name on the back of it, which shows you it wouldn't have been an actual Yankee jersey because they don't do that on pinstripes. There was a banner playing to sell the team, Bob. The chant during the home opener, sell the team, Bob, as they're getting destroyed by the Yankees. It was ugly last year. I think it really was a day of reckoning by this fan base against the owner, and that the owner took notice of it and realized, at least I hope, hey, we got to invest in this roster. We got to build around Paul Skeens. We need to add offense. This team has some pieces. Cruz and Reynolds are, they're not elite, but they're very good bats. At least they have the potential to be very good bats. Brandon Lau, 30 home run hitter. I like Ryan O'Hearn more than most. I think Marcelo Zuna will eventually figure it out, but now you add in Connor Griffin, who's batting 6th. If this was the last 5 years, Connor Griffin would immediately have to bat 3rd because their lineup sucked. Now they have some actual length. They have competent major league hitters. Where Henry Davis can bat 9th, then you're okay with it. Nick Gonzalez batting 8th. There were games last year he was batting 5th. The pieces are being put together.
Go ahead.
MLB posted that your mom shared. It was from you from 4th grade, and you were basically being an MLB. You're making your debut. What would you tell that kid now?
Just keep going. This journey is so fun. It can be really hard at times, but just keep playing like you're a kid and treating it like you're playing wiffle ball in the backyard. That's the goal. If we can keep it that simple, I know it's a job and it can be more serious at times, but just trying to keep that little kid happy in my heart that's been chasing this dream for a long time.
Connor Griffin, big wiffle ball guy. That was something that was really funny when we were talking to his dad, Kevin, and Joe was doing some research just to find some great topics to talk about. And AI said that they played wolf ball. Wolf ball. The Griffin family played wolf ball. AI was wrong. It was wiffle ball. And Joe went on to explain to Connor Griffin's dad, and then I did too, the Baldwin Wiffle Ball League. Didn't expect that to come up yesterday.
Connor, your dad was interviewed during the game on the broadcast. He said where you hit your double is something that you guys call Connor's Corner. I guess you have a simulator that looks like PNC Park. What can you tell us about that? And do fans need to start referencing that location as Connor's Corner?
Yeah, it's we hit back home all the time in the off season and try to use a hit track so you can pull up whatever field you want. So I always, obviously pull up PNC, and that corner's tough. You got to poke it way out there, but I love calling it my corner and trying to conquer the corner, and that corner's going to be special if I can keep hitting balls into the corner, keep running.
I went down a rabbit hole about, I'd like to say 2 or 3 weeks ago, regarding Griffin day in the life videos. And I asked his dad about this. The work, the prep that he puts in, it's legit. And he has all the makings to be an elite star for a very, very, very long time. And part of that was captured in the day of the life video, the simulator that he hits on and trying to hit towards left center, trying to obviously hit for power in PNC Park, which is not easy to do for a right-handed hitter. But you got 38,986 yesterday, a sellout, that went to watch Connor Griffin make his debut and to watch the Pirates at the home opener put on a show. And you really cannot ask for more than what we got yesterday. Here's Donnie Kelly's thoughts.
How about that atmosphere today? Geez, I mean, that's the most electric that I've heard PNC, and just a credit to the fans for the atmosphere, the electricity. It was unbelievable.
Has to be the most electric atmosphere Don Kelly's ever experienced as a coach for the Pirates, whether it was him as the bench coach for Derek Shelton or as the manager in his short time, just not even technically a year. He hasn't managed 162 games yet as a Pirates manager after taking over for Shelton last year.
Pittsburgh guy, I mean, what did this entire day mean to you, the way that they showed up to support?
Yeah, I get emotional about that, because being from here and to see PNC Park like that, the energy, I mean, even before we took the field, the chance when we're on the line, that's what it's all about, and we need to continue to earn that back.
And then to compare it, obviously, those good vibes weren't here a year ago at the home opener. How proud are you to now see the city kind of rallying around you guys right now?
Yeah, it's really cool, and like I said, we need to keep it up, continue to earn that, and go out there and play good baseball every single day. The guys, even during the pitching change, were talking about it, the electricity and how awesome it was, and it was really good baseball game and really good atmosphere.
One correction to make, the challenge that Griffin successfully won for the Pirates, that was the first ABS challenge won in PNC Park history. Thank you to a texter for pointing that out and wanted to make sure I got that correction out there. Here's more from DK.
No shocker, but Connor's debut. What did you think? What you saw?
Wasn't that bad? And his first at bat to drive a double like that after, the first 2 curveballs, and to stay with it, and just so mature as a 19-year-old. We talked about it before the game, but for the ability to stay on that and drive the baseball, and then to follow that up with, base hit after base hit, and ultimately that's how we're going to score runs. Yes, the home runs are great, but we got to continue to stack at bats together and score runs that way. It was really great.
What were your conversations like with him pregame?
With Connor?
Yeah.
It was awesome. I mean, him coming in, and it's brief when he comes in, to say hi. And then I honestly didn't talk to him all that much. I just told, same thing, be yourself, go out and have fun. You can, with that atmosphere, it would be easy to get really nervous and get, anxious and everything. And he was cool, calm, and collected. It was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he is just somebody who is poised, has all the traits, all the tools, whatever you want to call it. Griffin has the upside, the potential, the ability to be something that has not been seen here since Bonds. I think he'll be the most successful Pirates position player since Barry Bonds. Andrew McCutchen won an MVP, Silver Sluggers, a Gold Glove. I think he will be better than McCutchen and the best since Bonds, who won MVP in 90 and also in 92. The night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit, is on April 22nd at Rivers Casino. Don't miss ticket drops this week at the following locations. King's Jewelry on Route 19 in Cranberry Township on April 6th. That's from 5 to 6 p.m. Lowry's Western Shop on Henderson Avenue in Washington. That is on April 7th from 5 to 6 p.m. The AAA Wexford location on Perry Highway in Wexford on April 8th from 11:30 to 12:30 p.m. So those are your next chances for tickets for the night before with Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit will also be there. That's April 22nd at Rivers. King's Jewelry, April 6th, 5 to 6 p.m. Lowry's Western Shop in Washington, April 7th from 5 to 6 p.m. AAA in Wexford, April 8th from 11:30 to 12:30 p.m. Penguins will also play a game today. And, Charlie, it's very odd and strange and weird that they're playing the Panthers in back-to-back games at home. Very weird scheduling quirk that was designed by who knows who. 5 o'clock game today at PPG is the Penguins play at 5, the Pirates play at 4. Good day to be a Pittsburgh sports fan today.
It's a beautiful day.
It's a wonderful day.
And I am in here.
Yeah. They'll probably get another 30,000 at the park today.
Not a bad number.
You sound very sad, Charlie.
Yeah, because I want to be outside. But you can't push all the buttons back here when you're outside.
What time are you here till?
Till the end of postgame.
What do the Penguins need to do today in order to continue their strong standing in the playoff race?
Win.
All right, well, maybe not today. What should they do over these next 2 games? Take 2 points? Is that good enough?
Minimum.
Florida's also very, very injured. Isn't like Marchand done for the year? Bennett's done.
Pretty much all their teams.
They've shut down everyone.
Yeah. I think they said all but one guy is like able to come back this year, and that one dude is.
And what's the point?
Like a depth role player.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to win at least. You have to get definitely 2 points. If you lose back to back, you're in trouble. But if we're looking at the standings right now and everything else that's going on in the league, the Ottawa Senators currently losing to the Minnesota Wild 3-0, and the New York Rangers are up 3-0 over the Detroit Red Wings right now.
Wow.
So the last wild card spot is currently in a 4-way tie between the Senators, Red Wings, Blue Jackets, and Flyers.
That's unbelievable.
All teams have 88 points, and the Senators and Red Wings both are down 3-0 today.
It'd be stunning if the Penguins don't get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
At this point. With what is there?
The Penguins
6 games
have
left?
6 games left. The Islanders have 5 games left, and you have a 3-point lead on them.
Yeah.
And then
Columbus at 76.
After these 2 games, Ottawa, Detroit, Columbus, and the Flyers all have 6 games left remaining as well. Tonight, other games, the Capitals will be playing the Sabres. The Islanders will be playing the Carolina Hurricanes, which is a big matchup for them.
Very.
Carolina's
the only team to clinch in the East.
Yep. And the Columbus Blue Jackets will be playing the Winnipeg Jets, who are towards the bottom of the NHL. So a good get-right game for the Blue Jackets. And they've kind of cooled off a little bit, losing their last 2, going 4-5-1 in their last 10.
Then they play at your New Jersey Devils Thursday.
Mm-hmm. The Devils aren't out of it.
The Devils are not out of it. The Devils have been trying to make a charge here.
Jack Hughes has led the NHL in points since the Olympic break.
7 out of their last 10 they've won. And he's dating Tate McRae.
Not a bad year for Mr. Jack Hughes.
Say it with me. Congratulations on all your success. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-80s this afternoon. Let's go! Dan Zangarilli coming up next. North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Dan will be live from PNC Park. Connor Griffin batting 6th for the Pirates today. Carmen Majinski on the mound. A familiar face goes for the Orioles. Shane Baz will pitch for them. How will Connor Griffin fare today after recording his first career hit yesterday in his first MLB at-bat? Thanks to Colin Beasley. Thanks to Charlie Borges. Austin Bechtel signing off. Talk to you Monday on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins will be playing the Panthers tonight, 5 o'clock, so 2+ hours away from puck drop at PPG Paints Arena. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hi, I'm Jansen.
And I'm Michelle.
And we're a Henny couple. From the moment I walked into Henny, I felt so welcome. There wasn't any pressure, and sales associate Debbie's top priority was to find the perfect ring for Michelle that was in my budget. Once I had the ring, I proposed earlier than I planned because I was too excited to wait.
Jansen proposed in front of our closest friends on a day that is incredibly important to me.
I'm thankful to Henny for the experience and how special they made us feel.
Check out Henny Jewelers online at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I know a couple of people on GLP-1s, and I get why people are now starting to add Awaken 180 into their program. Because at first, great, appetite's down, you're losing weight, now it feels like, all right, here we go. But for some people, it can turn into, oh man, I thought this would go faster. My results have stalled. My stomach's off. I don't feel great. Now what? And honestly, that makes sense. If you didn't really change what you eat, just the amount of it, That's only going to take you so far. And trust me, I get why people go on GLP-1s. I'm not anti-GLP-1. What I'm saying is if you're on the meds and you want to feel better, keep the results moving, and teach you how to keep the weight off after, talk to Awaken 180. You've already got momentum. You took a step to get healthy. Now add in the part that helps you finish the job while enjoying the ride. Free support for life with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Get ready to laugh until it hurts. Colin Mockery and Brad Sherwood, the legendary improvisers from Whose Line Is It Anyway, are bringing their wildly unpredictable, totally improvised comedy show to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, April 9th. Every scene is made up on the spot, driven by your suggestions, and guaranteed to keep you rolling in the aisles. Tickets are on sale now. Grab yours today at librarymusichall.com. Colin Mockery and Brad Sherwood. One night, infinite laughs. Another Dresky Entertainment event.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spitzer Toyota, 2 Minute Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Tello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Beautiful night at PNC Park it will be, and another great crowd is expected as the Pirates welcome in the Orioles for the second of a 3-game series on the heels of one of the more memorable opening days that we've had here at PNC Park. Home opener going the Buccos' way 5-4 over the Baltimore Orioles. It marked the debut of Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old, first Bucco to debut since 1998 as a teenager, and he had paid immediate dividends, being the catalyst to start a 4-run second inning that powered the Pirates to their 3rd straight win. They look for a 4th in a row as they also look to be 2 games over 500 going back to August 2024. It hasn't happened in quite some time. So that's the backdrop and the storyline. Many of them actually that will unfold on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Dan Zang really live at the ballpark. Pirates are 4-3, a game and a half back in the National League Central Division, along with Cincinnati and St. Louis. Milwaukee is in first place with a 5-1 record, and Chicago is in the basement of the division. The Cubs off to a 3-4 start. Meanwhile, The Orioles, they're in third place, 3 back in the American League East, a 3-win, 4-loss record as we take a look at the standings, brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Plenty on tap for today's show, and we hope you could stick around because Don Kelly spoke to reporters at length. Among the topics, well, Carmen Mlodzinski, what does he need to do as he gets the ball as today's starter opposite of former Bucco first-round pick Shane Boz? We'll dive into that pitching matchup coming up a little bit later on. Plus, Marcell Ozuna, his struggles in the early going. He's been dropped in the lineup one spot. Connor Griffin has been elevated. We'll tell you the entire starting 9 for both the Bucks and the O's. And the cone frenzy. We'll take a deep dive into that. The skipper was asked about it, and he went into what it actually can mean to a club that has some pretty good vibes around it right now and is looking to, turn a corner and do some special things in 2026. We saw in years past that there have been a few galvanizing culture moments, if you will, to bring a team together, and maybe a parking cone can be just that. And it all, of course, if you're unaware of the genesis of it, will get you caught up to speed. Also, Pirates bullpen, how they went about the 8th and 9th inning was a little bit unusual, or at least compared to what they had been going with the second half of 2025 after David Bednar was dealt away to the Yankees. Dennis Santana assumed the closer position. He hasn't exactly lost the job, but he also isn't necessarily the closer in name. And, of course, Santana has done nothing to cede the position. It was Gregory Soto, however, yesterday that got the final 3 outs in the 9th inning. The left-hander, who was last year with the New York Mets, signed to a big 1-year free agent deal. So Soto got the final 3 outs. If the Pirates get a lead today, well, who would get the 9th inning? I'm not sure Don Kelly knows that answer, but he does have a rhyme and reason as to how he is going to go about the 8th and 9th innings. I asked him about it. You'll hear about what he has to say. So that's all what's on tap in a jam-packed pregame show. What's on tap presented by Hampton Beer Outlet, where this weekend you'll get Iron City and Icy Light 30-pack cans for just $22.99. So head to Route 8 in Hampton, where you drive a little to save a lot. So stand by. We've got plenty coming up. We'll get all into it on our North Shore Tavern leadoff show as the Pirates look for a 4th straight win and look to get to 2 games over 500 for the first time since early August of 2024. At no point last year in the 71 and 91 season were the Pirates a club that was 2 games over 500. But feeling good after yesterday's 5-4 victory with a number of contributors led by Connor Griffin, who once again returns to the starting lineup. So we'll get you all of that and more as we continue here from PNC Park on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here at the ballpark, a little bit of a wind blowing out towards left field. Real feel of 75 degrees. The temperature right now, 82. So it is a golf shirt, maybe short type of weather. I don't know. The forecast will see it go down to about 70 by the time that we reach the 7th inning. But looking forward to just another beautiful day at the ballpark. Weather forecast brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Yesterday the weather cooperated. The early week forecast didn't appear to be all that kind, but it allowed 38,986 to come out to the 5-4 victory over the Orioles yesterday. In fact, it was the largest crowd here at PNC Park since July 20th of 2024, when the Bucks welcomed in the Philadelphia Phillies and had just a tick over 39,000 on hand. So it was an electric atmosphere, tons of energy, part of that big second inning. And we saw Don Kelly navigate the 8th and the 9th inning a little bit differently when the Pirates had the lead. It was Dennis Santana who got the 8th inning, and then Gregory Soto the 9th inning. And then afterwards, and I'm not sure this was discussed at all at length or even hinted at in spring training, that the Pirates would basically go closer by committee. So that's a bit of a storyline and something that piques my interest. So I asked the Bucco skipper what he was going to do if the Pirates did get the lead. And last night, post-game, he mentioned it was more matchup-based. And Don Kelly not only walks us through why he went Santana in the 8th, but Soto in the 9th, and gives us a little bit of a hint as to how he's going to navigate this moving forward.
You mentioned this a little bit last night after the game, and I'm sorry if you addressed this in the spring, but just how you're going to utilize Santana and Soto, the 8th and the 9th inning, not a closer per se, more matchup, but can you just expound upon that and how you plan to navigate that?
Yeah, last night was matchup based. I know it was left, right, left. If they started getting something going, we had Alexander and Ward that were coming up that were both right-handed after that, so that if they ended up getting something going, we felt really good with Santana against those two guys and felt really confident with Santana against that pocket. And then conversely, if they got something going, whether it was through Santana or Soto in the 9th, we felt really good about Soto against Henderson, which obviously didn't work out the way that we had hoped. Henderson got him. Like Soto against Alonso historically in his career, and then to be able to flip Rutschman around right-handed and have Basayo behind him, felt like that's why we lined that up. And I think as we go through the season, that's the way we're going to be looking at it, is based on the matchups that, both of those guys. Santana's been good against left too, so felt good about him against Beavers and Cowser in their order last night.
There are a lot of guys who would be like, hey, I've been here for a couple years. I had the 9th inning for a couple months last year. They wouldn't be willing to do this, split time between the 8th and 9th based on matchups. What does that say about him?
Oh, huge. And talking about that even earlier this year, he is such a teammate, wants to win, cares about winning, cares about his teammates. And, I think the world of him. We wouldn't be where we're at if it wasn't for Dennis and what he brings on the field, and also what he brings leadership-wise in the clubhouse and in the bullpen.
So that's interesting, and I think a storyline that's kind of been buried. And I'm not sure how I necessarily feel about this, and I'd be curious as to how Dennis Santana feels about it. I think it was alluded to in the follow-up question that I had from Alex Stump that, and maybe it's assumed that Dennis Santana is okay with this, and I would imagine that he is, but even if a good teammate or not, there is still very much something to being a closer of a big league ball club and having that 9th inning and getting that 27th out. I can't imagine, regardless of the personality dynamic or how much of a team guy that you are, that you'd be thrilled about maybe sometimes being the closer. And I know that, as Donnie explained it there, that theory sounds good on paper. And when you want to talk about matchups, listen, I totally get trying to leverage your best relievers in Well, the highest leverage situations. A lot of times the game can be won or lost in the 6th inning, the 7th inning, when there's 2nd and 3rd, and the game is tied, or a club is threatening to take the lead. You do want to get, with the game hanging in the balance in that particular moment, your best leverage relievers in the ball game. And I think that could and should be true for everybody except the closer. And it to me feels almost like a quarterback situation. If you have multiple guys that can close games, you don't have anybody that can close games, right? If we're going to go quarterback by committee, if we're going to go closer by committee, to me, I think that is very much on paper, analytically driven. To a certain extent, I would agree, but the practicality of it, as many have tried, and just as many and very few have succeeded, but the majority of them have failed with, I think, this type of approach to the 9th inning. And say what you want about it, whether it's the human analytics or what have you, that there is something mentally, culturally about having one guy in that 9th inning. And listen, both of them had their walkout videos and songs, and they made a big deal. The lights are flickering. So if you have two closers, do you have any? I think that it would behoove the Pirates, and we've seen, I think, more success when you designate one guy as the shutdown guy in the 9th inning. And I get it, right? Who would you rather have to face 3, 4, and 5 in the 8th inning? Would it be Dennis Santana or Gregory Soto? I guess matchup based. Sure, it would be Dennis Santana. But I'm curious as to see the results of this and to how this actually plays out. They're non-committal to both. Both appear to be capable. Though Soto gives up a home run that brought the tying run in Pete Alonso to the plate last night, but Soto's been fantastic. He struck out 11 already. He's punching everybody out. Struck out the side yesterday. But it's something to watch, to keep a very close eye on, because I'm skeptical as to whether or not this is going to work, because, again, many teams have tried to go this route, closer by committee, but in those situations, are any of them really successful? Probably not. There's outliers, exceptions to every rule. Maybe this will be one, but follow it and see how long this approach actually sticks with the 8th and the 9th inning, which seem to be long to both Gregory Soto and Dennis Santana. All right, turning our attention now to the starters and our starting pitching matchup as we take a look at who has the ball this afternoon, brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball, and that's Carmen Majinski for the Pirates going opposite of Shane Baz. Let's first start with Baz. We know about him quite a bit. Got just signed a little while ago to a contract extension by the Baltimore Orioles, a 5-year extension that I believe is $75 million. That'll cover Baz in an Orioles uniform through the 2030 season. Picked by the Pirates back in 2017. Boy, does time fly. Was obviously in that ill-fated and ill-timed, I guess, Chris Archer deal. Number 12 overall pick, 2017. He is 26 years old. He will turn 27 in the month of June, and he's going to face his team, his former club. Never appeared in the big leagues with the Pirates, but with the Tampa Bay Rays, he appeared in 31 starts last year, and one of those was against the Pirates, and he was really good against the Bucks basically this time last year. April 1st, down at George Steinbrenner Field, that temporary home in downtown Tampa Bay. 6 scoreless innings against the Bucks. He scattered 7 hits, didn't walk anybody, but he struck out 10 Pirates. So that's Shane Baz, and looking at what he does in the pitch mix, and at least so far in the early going, and he has 1 start under his belt, and that was a 4-run, 7-hit, 5 1/3 outing against the Minnesota Twins, where he struck out 4. He threw 53 of his 78 pitches for strikes back on March 29th. What's at stake, and maybe even a big key to victory here for the Pirates, would be how does he fare against left-handed hitters, because lefties were 6 of 12 against him in that Minnesota start. He struck out a couple of them. Meanwhile, the right-handed sticks were just 1 out of 8. against Shane Baz. He loves to work up in the zone. So if you can't handle a pitch that's up in the zone, key to victory brought to you by Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Visit SpitzerToyota.com is going to be to lay off that elevated fastball, which he'll work and use about 50% of the time. In fact, he'll throw his breaking ball up in the zone, and that's been a trend over the last 4 to 5 years, throwing breaking balls up in the zone to get some swing and miss up there that almost seemed taboo for many decades, centuries really, to keep your breaking ball lower in the zone, because typically if it's up in the zone, it's a hanging breaking ball that's going to get crushed. So Baz works up in the zone a ton. So that's going to be of importance for those that don't handle pitches, let's say hand high or just above the belt. So that's how Baz goes about his business. Carmen Mlodzinski, meanwhile, on the other end, 4 1/3, 2 runs, 6 hits. He struck out 8, didn't walk anybody, and an otherwise, I'd say, impressive, solid outing, especially how he made Mets hitters look at times at Citi Field. I asked Don Kelly about Mlodzinski. The book on him, of course, and the narrative that I still think that he's yet to overcome, though he did take a step forward his last time out, is flipping the lineup over multiple times and being able to last in a ball game. Now, I get if you strike out 8, your pitch count's going to be up, but you'd like to see a bit more efficiency. Or would you? Do you take a reliever mentality out there to the mound as a starter? Or do you have to figure out how to navigate as, as a reliever in a starter's role? So I asked Don Kelly about what they want from Carmen Mlodzinski from a mentality standpoint.
Do you want him to have a starter's mindset versus a reliever's mindset? In other words, relievers will go out there, just kind of let it eat. Do you want him to kind of take that same mentality into a starter's role? Because, you got to kind of factor in trying to turn a lineup over multiple times. So I was curious, what kind of mindset do you want from him as a starter?
I think he's got that type of mindset, is just go. There's very few times that I've noticed, at least with Carmen, where he doesn't hold much back. Like, he's going to go and let it eat. The thing for me that he has gotten a lot better at is the pitchability, being able to utilize the split, the curveball, throw it for strikes, use it for chase when he needed to, and then the fastball velo. That's something that has been more sustainable for him as he's continued to stretch out and lengthen out his outings.
All right, so there's Don Kelly on Carmen Mlodzinski, what he needs to do. We have seen a ton of swing and miss from the changeup, the splitter. Spoke with him post-game after his really good outing. The splitter has been the key for him. Fastball velocity ticked down a little bit. He didn't grade out as far as quality of stuff as well as he typically does in the bullpen. And listen, that's pretty typical. You will see an uptick in the quality of your stuff when you go to the bullpen, and conversely the other way around when you find yourself in the starting rotation. So that's Carmen Mlodzinski, 415 earned run average, second outing of the year. So Mlodzinski against Baz, what they have in common with each other is their first-round Pirates draft picks, 2017 for Baz, and then the competitive balance A round, number 31 overall in the 2020 draft for Carmen Mlodzinski, who will face the Baltimore Orioles for the first time in his career. All right, do stay with us. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, your home for Steak on a Stone. The North Shore Tavern continuing here from, the North Shore, PNC Park, as everybody coming across the Clemente Bridge, getting ready to settle into their seats on a beautiful Saturday afternoon for baseball as the Bucks go for a 4th straight win and look to go to 5-3, head to 2 games over 500 for the first time since August of 2024. Middle game of the 3-game set against the O's. We have it for you right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Hello, baseball fans. Ball is back. The weather is turning, and that means you need beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs. That's Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got great specials this week. Iron City and Iron City Light, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. That's right, Iron Heavy and Iron City Light, 30-pack cans, the great low price of just $22.99. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet for the best customer service. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, PNC Park. Still to come this segment, you'll hear from Marcell Ozuna from Pirates manager Don Kelly. Ozuna has been off to a really slow start. We'll run down the starting lineups for you here in just a moment, as well as Game 2, Pirates-Orioles, coming your way at 4:05. Carmen Majinski squares off against former Bucco farmhand Shane Boz. But speaking of former Bucco farmhands, and down in Florida yesterday, making his 2026 debut in the regular season, was the number 2 overall prospect, the 6th pick in last year's draft out of high school, signed for that $7.25 million bonus. Seth Hernandez came onto the scene yesterday in a big way for the Bradenton Marauders. Here is the line on what he did yesterday. He went 3 innings and he struck out 8. He allowed 3 hits, gave up 1 earned run. But the swing and miss was what caught everybody's attention. 18 whiffs on 24 swings. He faced 13 batters total, recording all but 1 of his outs via the strikeout. So 7 of the 8 punch-outs were finished off, by the way, with off-speed pitches, specifically his slider, which at times was registering as a cutter last night because of the high velocity. He also throws that spiked curveball. And one thing that I think really has the Pirates salivating, no, it's not necessarily the average velo, which that was on display in the prospect breakout game a few weeks ago. The viral clip on social media of one of the top prospects in the Tigers system, Max Clark, reacting to a 102.5-mile-an-hour fastball. But it's the changeup that is really an elite pitch for Seth Hernandez. And much like Connor Griffin, he's a physical specimen for a high school guy, and that really jumps off the page at you, the great physicality. And he had a .39 ERA with 105 strikeouts as a National Player of the Year for Gatorade. But 70 grade heater that's at 97 to 98, and I would think, and I don't want to get the cart before the horse here, because he is so refined and polished, and we heard Travis Williams on yesterday with the PM team, and this is very true, especially for college players, but I think as we saw in the case of Griffin, and maybe even in the case of a Seth Hernandez, development facilities, technology, accessibility, and just everybody, not only in pro ball, but especially in college baseball, which is really on par with, I think, big league farm systems with their resources that they're able to develop. It's almost turned to be a great extension of a club's minor league system. But let's go to even some of the high school programs or some of the really affluent and talent-rich areas. They are throwing so much money. I mean, there's venture capital that is getting into travel ball as investments, and there's a ton of money, and ergo you're going to have resources, technology, and ability to develop. And I think Griffin is maybe a great example of it, and perhaps even Seth Hernandez is. And I'm not going to go ahead and say that he's up this year. He won't be. But assuming that everything is copacetic with the labor negotiations next year, could I see a scenario, and I understand the odds would be against it, but impossible or a 0% chance that in 2027 Seth Hernandez is in a Pirates uniform at the big league level? No, I won't, for a number of reasons. Obviously, ability, acumen, stuff makeup. He, much like Griffin, appears to be a bit of a unicorn physically from a composure standpoint, the refining of pitches and all of that. So he is in a, I think, different percentile than most teenagers that are drafted in the first round. But then you factor in the previous development here with him is, I think it creates a pathway for this guy to really ascend through the system in a manner that you otherwise wouldn't typically see a high school pitcher ascend. So pay attention to it. I don't think he's going to be in Bradenton very long. You're going to want to get him in front of, I think, high A-ball hitters in Greensboro. You'd like to get him in a very unfriendly pitcher environment, which the Grasshoppers ballpark is very unfriendly. But then the fork in the road is Double-A. And remember, there's only essentially 4 levels of a minor league ladder now, 4 rungs on the minor league ladder, because they did away with what they felt was a lot of redundancy a handful of years ago. You had, short season A, then you had low A, then you had A-ball, and then you had high A. So there were basically 4 different levels of single A. Now that's been cut in half, and you couple that with everything that we've seen as far as development and the resources allocated to it, both at the prep and the college level. It does create a pathway for more Connor Griffin success stories, and I think in some way, shape, or form, maybe not to the extent or as expedited as Griffin was, it's going to be applicable here to Seth Hernandez, and I wouldn't be shocked if he's here by age 20, most certainly before his age 21 season. So a really good start for Seth Hernandez. He opened a lot of eyes in the spring breakout game, and that continued yesterday in his true professional debut with the 8 strikeouts, the 18 swings and misses in a matter of 3 innings. So that's your look at the future and your farm report from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates as low as 5.25%. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org. All right, getting to the Pirates starting lineup. Lineup looks like this. O'Neill Cruz in center field, Brandon Lau at second base. Just to give you an idea of the immediate dividends of Lau and O'Hearn, I'm going to tell you where both of these pros rank in the National League in the top 10 in a number of different offensive categories. But let's rip through the lineup quickly. It is O'Neill Cruz in center, followed by Lau hitting second, playing second base. Brian Reynolds in left field hitting third. Ryan O'Hearn is in right field, followed by Marcell Ozuna. More on that in a moment, the designated hitter. Connor Griffin, who hit 7th yesterday, is at shortstop hitting 6th. Spencer Horowitz hit 6th yesterday. Griffin behind him, so Griffin leapfrogs over Horowitz, who hits 7th at first base. Nick Gonzalez getting the start at third base. It was Jared Triolo yesterday. Joey Bart catching and hitting 9th. Day game after night game. The lineup was released fairly late. I'm not sure what the holdup or the delay was, but I'll have to see if Henry Davis is okay. I would think Bart would get the start tomorrow, but we'll see. Maybe worth the follow-up post-game to manager Don Kelly as to what the holdup was on the lineup. Bart hitting 9th and catching. So Cruz, Lau, Reynolds, O'Hearn, Ozuna, Griffin, Horowitz, Gonzalez, and Bart. As far as third base, if you didn't catch the update yesterday from Don Kelly, I asked him, okay, Griffin's now the shortstop. That creates a domino effect with Triolo and Gonzalez. Who's going to get the lion's share of playing time at third base? He even threw Nick in the category, and he basically wants that trio in the opportunities in which they're given, and it looks like it's going to be kind of a round robin at third base to sing for their supper, and that job is very much up for grabs. They don't necessarily, in the long term, have their sights set on, well, how they want to or who they want to take over that position. They're going to basically, I think, go offense, defense, depending on who's on the mound and who's going to give them on that particular day a leg up. But it's up for grabs. So Gonzalez, who's hit pretty well so far out of the gate, he'll have an opportunity to really take over that position. So that's the starting lineup for the Pirates, looking for their 4th straight victory. Taylor Ward, the DH, who had 35 homers last year with the Angels, 7 for 12, 5 runs driven in the early going, is in the leadoff spot for manager Craig Albernaz. Then it's Gunnar Henderson, 30 steals, 30 doubles last year. In terms of position players since 2023, he's 4th among position players in wins above replacement. And just to give you an idea, here's the company that he keeps. Aaron Judge has 26 wins above replacement. Shohei Ohtani, Bobby Witt, and then it's Gunnar Henderson at shortstop. He was right in the thick of it yesterday, going 3 for 5 with a couple of RBIs. He made it interesting with the home run against Gregory Soto. RBI double as well for Gunnar Henderson. Pete Alonso, 5-year deal with the Orioles, 126 RBIs last season with the Mets, hits 3rd at first base. Adley Rutschman, the catcher, switch batter, hits 4th, followed by Dylan Beavers in left field, hitting 5th. Kobe Mayo gets the start at third base, hitting 6th. Leody Tavares, the speedy center fielder, hitting 7th. Followed by Colton Cowser in right field, and Blaze Alexander, who yesterday was right in the thick of it, 2 for 4 with a couple of runs scored in the 9th spot of the batting order. He started at third base. He'll play second base this afternoon. He's on a 5-game hit streak, and it's the longest hit streak to begin a year by an Orioles player since 2021. 5 straight games for Alexander, who's hitting 400. So that's the Orioles starting lineup. Mentioned Marcell Ozuna, struggling, 1 of 23. And here's what Don Kelly had to say about Ozuna and the struggles right out of the gate. Dropped from 4 to 5 in the Pirates batting order, but also a few follow-up questions as to what impact he has provided Pirates clubhouse at large, but O'Neill Cruz specifically.
He's just in between right now, it looks like, and we need to get him rolling. He was here hitting after the game last night. I mean, when you guys see, you got a guy that cares so much and wants to get on track, and after the game last night, he's here working his tail off after the home opener, deep into the night, trying to get right. And I think that he's a veteran. He knows what he needs to do, and have full confidence that he's going to get rolling here soon.
How has he been in the clubhouse?
Great. Yeah, huge impact on a lot of guys, and I think sometimes that can be I don't know if distracting is the right word. He's doing a lot of that too, and trying to help himself get back on track.
How much do you think he's helped O'Neill so far?
A ton.
In what ways?
Just conversations, finding a way to help O'Neill. I mean, that game in Cincinnati where O'Neill and Brian converged, and O'Neill called him off. Maybe it was a little late, not loud enough. We need to continue to work on that communication piece in the outfield. I think that a big part of O'Neill staying in that game and in that fight was due to, I think, Ozuna, and I think Tony Beasley has been a huge impact for O'Neill too. That's going to be important for not just O'Neill, all of our guys as we go through the season. We're going to make mistakes. How do we stay in it and continue to compete on? And O'Neill came up with 2 huge home runs after that.
When you talk about Ozuna and how he's reacted, I know it's early in the season, so I don't know, as a veteran, as you're saying, he's overreacting too much, but the way that he's handled this, what type of example has he set for when things aren't going well, how you should still handle yourself in the clubhouse and in the dugout and support your team?
Yeah, great. He's a teammate, and he's looking out for other guys, and he's trying to pick other guys up, even though he's not feeling the best himself at the plate. And having played with Marcell, he's going to get it rolling, and it's going to be fun to watch.
All right, so that's the latest on Marcell Ozuna. Don Kelly also was asked at length about the traffic cones and how it's kind of galvanized this ball club. It's sweeping through the city. He also did give us some insight, and I'm going to pass this along to all of you who are on your way or maybe listening here at the ballpark, that Chris Negron, the bench coach, actually spotted a cone in one of the condominium's windows that's right in the skyline, that people that are sitting in home plate, third base, left field area. It's the condominium complex that sits in front of the PPG building and just behind the building, the smaller building that has the silhouettes of Rachel Carson, Andy Warhol, and Jonas Salk. If you look at the very top left corner, there is a traffic cone that is sitting in the window of that particular building. So whomever lives there has a massive orange traffic cone that is there for all to see, including those inside the Pirates dugout. So it is catching fire very quickly. So hoist the cone, I guess, right? And for those that don't know, it all started from a T-shirt misprint from Fanatics, and adding to the lore was Jake Mangum, politically correct way, he pirated a cone, we'll say, from the Players parking lot in Cincinnati on the road trip, and that has been the beacon for not only a ball club that's off to a pretty good start, but very quickly an entire city who is enamored with traffic cones. Apropos, I guess, and pretty good Pittsburgh thing, especially this time of year after a brutal winter. We're seeing more of them than I think we have in a long, long time. So Bucks will look to hoist the cone for the 4th time in a row and the 5th time all year. If they do so, it'll put the Pirates 2 games over 500 for the first time since August of 2024. The offense has been alive in a big way. They've scored 21 runs their last 3 games. Will it continue? Well, to describe the sights and bring you the sounds with our Pennsylvania One Call Systems call of the game, know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig. We send it over to Joe Block and Bob Walk, and I'll be with you post-game for the Og Murphy and Perkowski Fan Reaction Show here on 93.7 The Fan.
This